In fact, neither Adams' diary nor his report to Seward recorded quite the same statement as that here attributed to him by Palmerston, and this became later, but fortunately after the question of the Trent had passed off the stage, a matter of minor dispute. Adams' own statement was that he had told Palmerston the James Adger was seeking to intercept the Nashville and had no instruction to interfere with a British packet, which is not the same as saying that she already had instructions not to meddle with any ship under a foreign flag. But in any case, it would appear that the British government had been warned by its legal advisers that if that which actually happened in the case of the Trent should occur, English practice, if followed, would compel acquiescence in it. This is not to say that a first legal advice thus given on a problematical case necessarily bound the government to a fixed line of action, but that the opinion of the government was one of no help for it, if the case should actually arise, is shown by the instructions to Lyon and by his reaction. On November 16, Hammond wrote to Lyon stating the opinion of the law officers that we could do nothing to save the packet being interfered with outside our 3 miles. So Lord Palmerston sent for Adams, who assured him that the American had no instructions to meddle with any ship under English colors, that her orders were not to endeavor to take Mason and Slidell out of any ship under foreign colors. On receipt of this letter subsequent to the actual seizure of the envoys, Lyons hardly knew what to expect. He reported Hammond's account to Admiral Milne, writing that the legal opinion was that nothing could be done to save the packets being interfered with outside of the Marine League from the British coast. But he added, I am not informed that the law officers decided that Mason and Slidell might be taken out of the packet, but only that we could not prevent the packets being interfered with, thus provisioning that shift in British legal opinion which was to come after the event. Meanwhile, Lyon was so uncertain as to what his instructions would be that he thought he ought to maintain the greatest reserve here on the matter of the Trent. This British anxiety and the efforts to prevent a dangerous complication occurred after the envoys had been seized, but some 2 weeks before that fact was known in London. Adams, wrote Russell, says it was all a false alarm and wonders at our susceptibility and exaggerated notions. But Russell was not equally convinced with Adams that the North, especially Seward, was so eager for continued British neutrality. And when, on November 27, the news of Captain Wilkes' action was received, Russell and many others in the cabinet saw in it a continuation of unfriendly Northern policy now culminating in a direct affront. Argyll, the most avowed friend of the North in the cabinet, was stirred at first to keen resentment, writing of this wretched piece of American folly. I am all against submitting to any clean breach of international law, such as I can hardly doubt this has been. The law officers now held that Captain Wilkes had undertaken to pass upon the issue of a violation of neutrality on the spot, instead of sending the Trent as a prize into port for judicial adjudication. This was still later further expanded by an opinion that the envoys could not be considered as contraband, and thus subject to capture, nor the Trent as having violated neutrality, since the destination of the vessel was to a neutral, not to an enemy port. This opinion would have prohibited even the carrying of the Trent into an American port for trial by a prize court. But the British government did not argue the matter in its demand upon the United States. The case was one for a quick demand of prompt reparation. Russell's instruction to Lyon, sent on November 30, was couched in coldly correct language, showing neither a friendly nor an unfriendly attitude. The seizure of the envoys was asserted to be a breach of international law, which, it was hoped, had occurred without orders, and Lyon was to demand the restoration of the prisoners with an apology. If Seward had not already offered these terms, Lyon was to propose them, but as a preliminary step in making clear the British position, he might read the instruction to Seward, leaving him a copy of it if desired. In another instruction of the same date, Russell authorized a delay of 7 days in insisting upon an answer by Seward, if the latter wished it, and gave Lyon liberty to determine whether the requirements of Her Majesty's government are substantially complied with. And on December 1, Russell, writing privately to Lyons, instructed him, while upholding English dignity, to abstain from anything like menace. On November 30, also, the government hurriedly sent out orders to hold the British fleet in readiness, began preparations for the sending of troops to Canada, and initiated munitions and supply activities. Evidently, there was at first but faint hope that a break in relations, soon to be followed by war, was to be avoided. It has long been known to history, and was known to Adams almost immediately, that the first draft of the instruction to Leon was softened in language by the advice of Prince Albert, the material point being the expression of a hope that the action of Captain Wilkes was unauthorized. That instruction had been sent previous to the receipt of a report from Leon in which, very fearful of results, he stated that, waiting instructions, he would preserve a strict silence. Equally anxious was Cowley at Paris, who feared the realization of Seward's former foreign war panacea. "I wish I could divest myself of the idea that the North and South will not shake hands over a war with us." Considering the bitterness of the quarrel in America, this was a far-fetched notion. The efforts promptly made by the Confederate agents in London to make use of the Trent affair showed how little Cowley understood the American temper. Having remained very quiet since August when Russell had informed them that Great Britain intended remaining strictly neutral, they now, on November 27 and 30, renewed their argument and application for recognition, but received in reply a curt letter declining any official communication with them in the present state of affairs. The delay of at least 3 weeks imposed by methods of transportation before even the first American reaction to the British demand could be received in London gave time for a lessening of excitement and a more careful self-analysis by British statesmen as to what they really felt and desired. Gladstone wrote, "It is a very sad and heart-sickening business, and I sincerely trust with you that war may be averted." Argyll hurried home from the continent, being much disturbed by the tone of the British press and stating that he was against standing on technical grounds of international law. "War with America is such a calamity that we must do all we can to avoid it. It involves not only ourselves, but all our North American colonies." But war seemed to both men scarcely avoidable, an opinion held also by Cornwall Lewis and by Clarendon, the latter standing at the moment in a position midway between the Whig and Tory parties. Yet Russell, with more cause than others to mistrust Seward's policy, as also believing that he had more cause, personally, to resent it, was less pessimistic and was already thinking of at least postponing immediate hostilities in the event of an American refusal to make just recompense. On December 16, he wrote to Palmerston, "I incline more and more to the opinion that if the answer is a reasoning and not a blunt offensive answer, we should send once more across the Atlantic to ask compliance. I do not think the country would approve an immediate declaration of war, but I think we must abide by our demand of a restoration of the prisoners. Leon gives a sad account of Canada. Your foresight of last year is amply justified." And on December 20 he wrote, "Adams' language yesterday was entirely in favor of yielding to us if our tone is not too peremptory. If our demands are refused, we must, of course, call Parliament together. The 6th of February will do. In any other case, we must decide according to circumstances." Thus Russell would not have Great Britain go to war with America without the sanction of Parliament, and was seeking reasons for delay. He was reacting, in fact, to a more sobering second thought which was experienced also by nearly everyone, save the eager British Southerner, in public and in newspaper circles. The first explosion of the press, on receipt of the news of the Trent, had been a terrific one. The British Lion, insulted in its chosen field of supremacy, the sea, had pawed the air in frenzy, though at first preserving a certain slow dignity of motion. Customary, strong leader writing became vigorous, indeed, in editorial treatment of America and in demand for the prompt release of the envoys with suitable apology. The close touch of leading papers with governmental opinion is well shown, as in the Times, by the day-to-day editorials of the first week. On November 28, there was solemn and anxious consideration of a grave crisis with much questioning of international law, which was acknowledged to be doubtful. But even if old British practice seemed to support Captain Wilkes, the present was not to be controlled by a discarded past, and essential differences were pointed out. This tone of vexed uncertainty changed to a note of positive assurance and militant patriotism on November 30 when the government made its demand. The Times up to December 2 thought it absolutely certain that Wilkes had acted on authorization, and devoted much space to Seward as the evil genius of American warlike policy toward England. The old Duke of Newcastle story was revamped. But on December 2, there reached London the first, very brief American news of the arrival of the San Jacinto at Fortress Monroe, and this contained a positive statement by Wilkes that he had had no orders. The Times was skeptical, but printed the news as having an important bearing, if true, and at the same time printed communications by Justicia and others advising a go-slowly policy. Yet all British papers indulged in sharp reflections on American insults, displayed keen resentment, and demanded a prompt yielding to the governmental demand. An intelligent American long resident in London wrote to Seward on November 29. There never was within memory such a burst of feeling as has been created by the news of the boarding of. The people are frantic with rage, and were the country polled, I fear 999 men out of 1,000 would declare for immediate war. Lord Palmerston cannot resist the impulse if he would. And another American, in Edinburgh, wrote to his uncle in New York, I have never seen so intense a feeling of indignation exhibited in my life. It pervades all classes, and may make itself heard above the wiser theories of the cabinet officers. If such were the British temper, it would require skillful handling by even a pacific-minded government to avoid war. Even without belligerent newspaper utterances the tone of arrogance as in Punch's cartoon, you do what's right, my son, or I'll blow you out of the water, portended no happy solution. Yet this cartoon at least implied a hope of peaceful outcome, and that this was soon a general hope is shown by the prompt publicity given to a statement from the American general, Winfield Scott, in Paris, denying that he had said the action of Captain Wilkes had been decided upon at Washington before he sailed for Europe, and asserting that no orders were given to seize the envoys on board any British or foreign vessel. Nevertheless, Adams, for the moment intensely aroused and suspicious of the whole purpose of British policy, could write to his friend Dana in Boston. The expression of the past summer might have convinced you that Great Britain was not indifferent to the disruption of the Union. In May, she drove in the tip of the wedge, and now you can't imagine that a few spiders' webs of a half a century back will not be strong enough to hold her from driving it home. Little do you understand of this fast-anchored isle. There can be no doubt that one cause of a more bitter and sharper tone in the British press was the reception of the counter-exultation of the American press on learning of the detention and the exercise of right of search on a British ship. The American public equally went off its head in its expressions. Writing in 1911, the son of the American minister to Great Britain, Charles Francis Adams, Jun, in 1861, a young law student in Boston, stated, I do not remember in the whole course of the half-century's retrospect any occurrence in which the American people were so completely swept off their feet, for the moment losing possession of their senses, as during the weeks which immediately followed the seizure of Mason and Slidell. There were evident two principal causes for this elation. The North, with much emotion and high courage entering in April 1861 upon the task of restoring the Union and hoping for quick success, had now passed through a wearisome 6 months with no evident progress towards its object. Northern failure had developed a deep mortification when, suddenly and unexpectedly, a bold naval captain, on his own initiative, appeared to have struck a real blow at the South. His actions seemed to indicate that the fighting forces of the North, if free from the trammels of Washington red tape, could, and would, carry on energetic war. Certainly, it was but a slight incident to create such northern emotion, yet the result was a sudden lifting from despondency to elation. But almost equally with this cause of joy, there operated on American minds the notion that the United States had at last given to Great Britain a dose of her own medicine, in a previous era had exercised upon a British ship that right of search, which had been so keenly resented by America as to have become almost a permanent cause of a sense of injury once received and never to be forgotten. There was no clear thinking about this. The obnoxious right of search in times of peace for vagrant seamen, the belligerent right exercised by Britain while America was a neutral, the practice of a right of visit, claimed by Britain as necessary in suppression of the African slave trade, all were confused by the American public, as they are still in many history textbooks to this day. And the total result of this mixing of ideas was a general American jubilation that the United States had now revenged herself for British offenses. in a manner of which Great Britain could not consistently complain. These two main reasons for exultation were shared by all classes, not merely by the uninformed mob of newspaper readers. At a banquet tendered Captain Wilkes in Boston on November 26, Governor Andrews of Massachusetts called Wilkes' action one of the most illustrious services that had made the war memorable, and added that there might be nothing left to crown the exultation of the American heart. Commodore Wilkes fired his shot across the bows of the ship that bore the British Lion at its head. All America first applauded the act, then plunged into discussion of its legality as doubts began to arise of its defensibility and wisdom. It became a sort of temporarily popular parlor game to argue the international law of the case and decide that Great Britain could have no cause of complaint. Meanwhile, at Washington itself, there was evidenced almost equal excitement and approval, but not, fortunately, by the department responsible for the conduct of foreign relations. Secretary of the Navy Wells congratulated Wilkes on his great public service, though criticizing him for not having brought the Trent into port for adjudication. Congress passed a joint resolution, December 2, thanking Wilkes for his conduct, and the president was requested to give him a gold medal commemorative of his act. Indeed, no evidence of approbation was withheld save the formal approval and avowal of national responsibility by the Secretary of State, Seward. On him, therefore, and on the wisdom of men high in the confidence of the cabinet, like Sumner, Lyons pinned his faint hope of a peaceful solution. Thoroughly alarmed and despondent, anxious as to the possible fate of Canada, he advised against any public preparations in Canada for defense, on the ground that if the Trent affair did blow over, it should not appear that we ever thought it an insult which would endanger peace. This was very different from the action and attitude of the government at home, as yet unknown to Lyon. He wisely waited in silence, advising like caution to others until the receipt of instructions. Silence, at the moment, was also a friendly service to the United States. The earliest American reactions, the national rejoicing, became known to the British press some 6 days after its own spasm of anger, and 3 days after the government had dispatched its demand for release of the prisoners and begun its hurried military preparations. On December 3, the Times contained the first summary of American press outpourings. The first effect in England was astonishment, followed by renewed and more intense evidences of a belligerent disposition. Soon, however, there began to appear a note of caution and more sane judgment of the situation, though with no lessening of the assertion that Britain had suffered an injury that must be redressed. The American frenzy of delight seemingly indicated a deep-seated hostility to Britain that gave pause to British clamor for revenge. On December 4, John Bright made a great speech at Rochdale, arguing a possible British precedent for Wilkes' act, urging caution, lauding American leadership in democracy, and stating his positive conviction that the United States government was as much astonished as was that of Great Britain by the attack on the Trent. To this, the Times gave a full column of report on December 5, and the day following printed 5 close-type columns of the speech itself. Editorially, it attacked Bright's position, belittling the speech for having been made at the one inconspicuous place where the orator would be sure of a warm welcome, and asking why Manchester or Liverpool had not been chosen. In fact, however, the Times was attempting to controvert our ancient enemy, Bright as an apostle of democracy, rather than to fan the flames of irritation over the Trent. And the prominence given to Bright's speech indicates a greater readiness to consider as hopeful an escape from the existing crisis. After December 3 and up to the 9th, the Times was more caustic about America than previously. The impression of its editorials read today is that more hopeful of a peaceful solution, it was more free to snarl. But with the issue of December 10, there began a series of leaders and communications, though occasionally with a relapse to the former tone, distinctly less irritating to Americans and indicating a real desire for peace. Other newspapers either followed the Times or were slightly in advance of it in a change to more considerate and peaceful expressions. Adams could write to Seward on December 6 that he saw no change in the universality of the British demand for satisfaction of the insult and injury thought to be endured. But he recognized in the next few days that a slow shift was taking place in the British temper and regretted the violence of American utterances. December 12, he wrote to his son in America. It has given us here an indescribably sad feeling to witness the exultation in America over an event which bids fair to be the final calamity in this contest. Great Britain is right in principle and only wrong in point of consistency. Our mistake is that we are donning ourselves in her cast-off suit when our own is better worth wearing. His secretarial son was more vehement. Angry and hateful as I am of Great Britain, I still can't help laughing and cursing at the same time as I see the accounts of the talk of our people. What a bloody set of fools they are. How in the name of all that's conceivable could you suppose that England would sit quiet under such an insult? We should have jumped out of our boots at such a one. The British cabinet members were divided in sentiments of hope or pessimism as to the outcome, and were increasingly anxious for an honorable escape from a possible situation in which, if they trusted the observations of Lyon, they might find themselves aiding a slave as against a free state. On November 29, Lyon had written a long account of the changes taking place in Northern feeling as regards slavery. He thought it very probable that the issue of emancipation would soon be forced upon Lincoln, and that the American conflict would then take on a new and more ideal character. This letter, arriving in the midst of uncertainty about the Trent solution, was in line with news published in the British papers calling out editorials from them largely in disapproval. Certainly, Russell was averse to war. If the prisoners were not given up, what, he asked, ought England then to do? Would it be wise to delay hostilities, or to begin them at once? An early resort to hostilities will enable us at once to raise the blockade of the South, to blockade the North, and to prevent the egress of numerous ships, commissioned as privateers which will be sent against our commerce. But then, there was Canada, at present not defensible. He had been reading Allison on the War of 1812, and found that then the American army of invasion had numbered but 2,500 men. We may now expect 40 or 50,000. 2 days later, he wrote to Gladstone that if America would only let the commissioners free to go where they pleased, he would be satisfied. He added that in that case, I should be very glad to make a treaty with the U.S., giving up our pretensions of 1812 and securing immunity to persons not in arms on board neutral vessels or to persons going bona fide from one neutral port to another. This would be a triumph to the U.S. in principle, while the particular case would be decided in our favor. On Saturday, December 14, the Prince Consort died. It was well known that he had long been a brake upon the wheel of Palmerston's foreign policy, and, to the initiated, his last effort in this direction, the modification of the instruction to Lyon on the Trent, was no secret. There is no evidence that his death made any change in the British position, but it was true, as the American minister wrote, that now they are beginning to open their eyes to a sense of his value. They discover that much of their political quietude has been due to the judicious exercise of his influence over the Queen and the court, and they do not conceal their uneasiness as to the future without him. The nation was plunged into deep mourning, but not to distraction from the American crisis, for on the day when all papers were black with mourning borders, December 16, they printed the news of the approval of Wilkes by the United States Congress, and gave a summary of Lincoln's message of December 2, which, to their astonishment, made no mention of the Trent affair. The congressional approval caused almost a feeling of consternation among ourselves, but Lincoln's silence, it was argued, might possibly be taken as a good omen, since it might indicate that he had as yet reached no decision. Evidently, there was more real alarm caused by the applause given Wilkes by one branch of the government than by the outpourings of the American press. The next day, several papers printed Lincoln's message in full, and the Times gave a long editorial analysis, showing much spleen that he had ignored the issue with Great Britain. On the 18th, this journal also called attention, in a column-and-a-half editorial, to the report of the American Secretary of War, expressing astonishment, not unmixed with anxiety, at the energy which had resulted in the increase of the army to 700,000 men in less than 9 months. The Times continued, even increased, its vigor of utterance on the Trent, but devoted most of its energy to combating the suggestions, now being made very generally, advocating a recourse to arbitration. This would be weak concession, and less likely to secure redress and peace for the future than an insistence on the original demands. Statesmen also were puzzled by Lincoln's silence. Milner Gibson wrote that, even though Lyon should come away, I think the dispute may after all be settled without war. Cornwall Lewis thought the last mail from America is decidedly threatening, not encouraging. But on December 19, Adams was at last able to give Russell official assurance that Wilkes had acted without authorization. Russell at once informed Lyons of this communication, and that he had now told Adams the exact terms of his two instructions to Lyon of November 30. He instructed Lyons to accept in place of an apology an explanation that Wilkes' action was unauthorized, a very important further British modification, but one which did not reach Lyon until after the conclusion of the affair at Washington. Meanwhile, a notable change had taken place in American public expressions. It now regarded the Wilkes affair unfavorably and would much prefer it had not occurred at all. A reaction without question, almost wholly caused by the knowledge of the British demand and the unanimous support given it by the British public. On Great Britain, the alteration in the American tone produced less effect than might have been expected, and this because of the persistent fear and suspicion of Seward. His voice, it was felt, would in the end be the determining one, and if British belief that he had long sought an occasion for war was correct, this surely was the time when he could be confident of popular support. Thurlow Weed, Seward's most intimate political advisor, was now in London and attempted to disabuse the British public through the columns of the Times. His communication was printed, but his assertion that Seward's unfriendly utterances, beginning with the Newcastle story, were misunderstood, did not convince the Times, which answered him at length and asserted its belief that upon his ability to involve the United States in a war with England, Mr. Seward has staked his official, and most probably also his political existence. The Duke of Newcastle's report of Seward's remarks, wrote George Peabody later, has strongly influenced the government in war preparations for several months past. Adams himself, though convinced that Seward's supposed animosity was a mistake founded on a bad joke of his to the Duke of Newcastle, acknowledged that the Duke has, however, succeeded in making everybody in authority here believe it. Surely no joke to an Englishman ever so plagued an American statesman, but British ministers founded their suspicions on far more serious reasons, as previously related. As time passed without an answer from America, British speculation turned to estimates of the probable conditions of a war. These were not reassuring, since even though postulating a British victory, it appeared inevitable that England would not escape without considerable damage from the American Navy and from privateers. Americans were a powerful and adventurous people, strong in maritime resources and participating in our own national familiarity with the risks and dangers of the deep. Englishmen must not think that a war would be fought only on the shores of America and in Canada. The legal question was rehashed, and intelligent American vexation restated in 3 letters printed in the Daily News on December 25, 26, and 27, by W. W. Story, an artist resident in Rome, but known in England as the son of Justice Story, whose fame as a jurist stood high in Great Britain. By the last week of the year, Adams felt that the ministry, at least, was eager to find a way out. The government here will not press the thing to an extreme unless they are driven to it by the impetus of the wave they have themselves created. He greatly regretted the death of the Prince Consort, who believed in the policy of conciliating the United States instead of repelling them. On December 27, Adams wrote Seward, "I think the signs are clear of a considerable degree of reaction." He also explained the causes of the nearly unanimous European support of England in this contention. Unquestionably, the view of all other countries is that the opportunity is most fortunate for obtaining new and large modifications of international law, which will hereafter materially restrain the proverbial tendency of this country on the ocean. Adams' estimate was correct. Even the Morning Post, generally accepted as Palmerston's organ, and in the Trent crisis the most vigorous of all metropolitan journals, commented upon the general public hope of a peaceful solution, but asked on December 30, "Can a government elected but a few months since by the popular choice, depending exclusively for existence on popular support, afford to disappoint the popular expectation?" The answer to this question must, we fear, be in the negative. The Post, thereby Palmerston, did indeed, as later charged, prolong the excitement, but not with its earlier animosity to America. The very fact that the post was accepted as Palmerston's organ justified this attitude, for it would have been folly for the government to announce prematurely a result of which there was as yet no definite assurance. Yet within the cabinet, there was a more hopeful feeling. Argyll believed Adams' statement to Russell of December 19 was practically conclusive, and Adams himself now thought that the prevalent idea was waning of an American plan to inflict persistent indignities on Britain. At least in this case, nothing of the kind had been intended. Everyone wondered at, and was vexed with the delay of an answer from America, yet hopefully believed that this indicated ultimate yielding. There could be no surety until the event. Russell wrote to Palmerston on January 7, "I still incline to think Lincoln will submit, but not until the clock is 59 minutes past 11. If it is war, I fear we must summon Parliament forthwith." The last moment for reply was indeed very nearly taken advantage of at Washington, but not to the full 7 days permitted for consideration by Russell's November 30th instructions to Lyon. These were received on December 18, and on the next day Lyon unofficially acquainted Seward with their nature. The latter expressed gratification with the friendly and conciliatory manner of Lyon and asked for 2 days' time for consideration. On Saturday, December 21, therefore, Lyon again appeared to make a formal presentation of demands, but was met with a statement that the press of other business had prevented sufficient consideration and was asked for a further 2 days' postponement until Monday. Hence December 23 became the day from which the 7 days permitted for consideration and reply dated. In the meantime, Mercier, on December 21, had told Seward of the strong support given by France to the British position. The month that had elapsed since the American outburst on first learning of Wilkes' Act had given time for a cooling of patriotic fever and for a saner judgment. Henry Adams in London had written to his brother that if the prisoners were not given up, "This nation means to make war." To this, the brother in America replied, "This nation doesn't," an answer that sums up public determination, no matter how loud the talk or deep the feeling. Seward understood the change and had now received strong warnings from Adams and Weed in London, and from Dayton in Paris, but these were not needed to convince him that America must yield. Apparently, he had recognized from the first that America was in an impossible situation, and that the prisoners must be released if the demand were made. The comment of those who were wise after the event was that true policy would have dictated an immediate release of the prisoners as seized in violation of international law, before any complaint could be received from Great Britain. This leaves out of consideration the political difficulties at home of an administration already seriously weakened by a long-continued failure to press the war. And it also fails to recognize that in the American cabinet itself, a proposal by Seward to release, made immediately, would in all probability have been negatived. Blair in the cabinet and Sumner in the Senate were indeed in favor of prompt release, but Lincoln seems to have thought the prisoners must be held, even though he feared they might become white elephants. All that Seward could do at first was to notify Adams that Wilkes had acted without instructions. On Christmas morning, the cabinet met to consider the answer to Great Britain. Sumner attended and read letters from Bright and Cobden, earnestly urging a yielding by America and depicting the strength of British feeling. Bright wrote, "If you are resolved to succeed against the South, have no war with England. Make every concession that can be made. Don't even hesitate to tell the world that you will even concede what 2 years ago no power would have asked of you, rather than give another nation a pretense for assisting in the breaking up of your country." Without doubt, Bright's letters had great influence on Lincoln and on other cabinet members, greatly aiding Seward, but that his task was difficult is shown by the fact that an entire morning's discussion brought no conclusion. Adjournment was taken until the next day, and after another long debate, Seward had the fortune to persuade his associates to a hearty unanimity on December 26. The American reply in the form of a communication to Lyon was presented to him by Seward on the 27th, and on that same day Lyon forwarded it to Russell. It did not contain an apology, but Lyon wrote that since the prisoners were to be released and acknowledgment was made that reparation was due to Great Britain, he considered that British demands were so far substantially complied with that he should remain at his post until he received further orders. Seward's reply was immediately printed in the American papers. Lyons reported that it was very well received and that the public was calm and apparently contented with the outcome. He thought that, thus the preparation for war has prevented war. Seward's argument reviewed at great length all the conditions of the incident, dilated on many points of international law both relevant and irrelevant, narrated the past relations of the two nations on right of search, and finally took the ground that Mason and Slidell were contraband of war and justly subject to capture, but that Wilkes had erred in not bringing the Trent, with her passengers, into port for trial by an American prize court. Therefore, the two envoys with their secretaries would be handed over promptly to such persons as Lyon might designate. It was, says Seward's biographer, not a great state paper, was defective in argument, and contained many contradictions, but, he adds, that it was intended primarily for the American public and to meet the situation at home. Another critic sums up Seward's difficulties. He had to persuade a president and a reluctant cabinet to support the naval idol of the day, to reconcile a Congress which had passed resolutions highly commending Wilkes, and to pacify a public earlier worked up to fever pitch. Still more important than ill-founded assertions about the nature of contraband of war, a term not reconcilable with the neutral port destination of the Trent, was the likening of Mason and Slidell to ambassadors of independent states. For 8 months, Seward had protested to Europe that the Confederates were not belligerents, but insurgents, and now his whole argument rested on the fact that they were belligerents. But this did not later alter a return to his old position, nor prevent renewed arguments to induce a recall by European states of their proclamations of neutrality. On the afternoon of January 8, a telegram from Lyon was received in London, stating that the envoys would be released, and the next day came his dispatch enclosing a copy of Seward's answer. The envoys themselves did not reach England until January 30, and the delay in their voyage gave time for an almost complete disappearance of public interest in them. January 10, Russell instructed Lyon that Great Britain was well satisfied with the fact and manner of the American answer, and regarded the incident as closed, but that it could not agree with portions of Seward's argument and would answer these later. This was done on January 23, but the reply was mainly a mere formality and is of interest only as revealing a further shift in the opinion of the legal advisers, with emphasis on the question of what constitutes contraband. Possibly the British government was embarrassed by the fact that while France had strongly supported England at Washington, Thuvenel had told Cowley that the conduct pursued by Capt. Wilkes, whether the United States claimed to be considered as belligerents or as a government engaged in putting down a rebellion, was a violation of all those principles of maritime international law which France had ever supported, and had instructed Mercier to so state to Seward. This implied a reflection on former British practice, especially as regards the exercise of a right of search to recover its own citizens, and is indicative of the correctness of Adams' judgment that one main reason for European support of Great Britain in the Trent crisis was the general desire to tie her to a limitation of belligerent maritime power. In notifying Russell of the release of the prisoners, Lyon had stated that he would caution the commander of the ship, conveying them that they were not to be received with honors or treated otherwise than as distinguished private gentlemen. Russell was equally cautious, seeing Mason, shortly after arrival in London, unofficially at my own house, on February 10, refusing to read his credentials, and after listening to a statement of his instructions, replying that nothing had hitherto occurred which would justify or induce Great Britain to depart from a position of neutrality. Russell had already suggested that Thuvenel use the same method with Slidell. This procedure does not necessarily indicate a change in governmental attitude, for it is exactly in line with that pursued toward the Confederate commissioners before the Trent. But the Trent controversy might naturally have been expected to have brought about an easier relation between Russell and a Southern representative. That it did not do so is evidence of Russell's care not to give offense to Northern susceptibilities. Also, in relief at the outcome of the Trent, he was convinced, momentarily at least, that the general British suspicion of Seward was unfounded. "I do not," he wrote to Gladstone, believe that Seward has any animosity to this country. It is all buncombe, sick. Apparently it was beginning to be realized by British statesmen that Seward's high tone, which they had interpreted, with some justification earlier, as especially inimical to England, now indicated a foreign policy based upon one object only, the restoration of the Union, and that in pursuit of this object, he was but seeking to make clear to European nations that the United States was still powerful enough to resent foreign interference. The final decision in the Trent affair, such was the situation in the American cabinet, rested on Seward alone, and that decision was, from the first, for peace. Nor did Seward later hold any grudge over the outcome. America in general, however, though breathing freely again as the war cloud passed, was bitter. The feeling against Great Britain is of intense hatred, and the conclusion of the whole matter is that we must give up the traitors, put down the rebellion, increase our navy, perfect the discipline of the 600,000 men in the field, and then fight Great Britain. Lowell, in one of the most emotional of his Bigelow papers, wrote on January 6, 1862, "It don't seem hardly right, John, when both my hands was full, to stump me to a fight. John your cousin, too, John Bull, ol' Uncle S, says he. I guess we know it now, says he. The lion's paw is all the law accordin' to J.B., that's fit for you and me." It was not the demand itself for the release of Mason and Slidell that in the end so stirred America as the warlike tone of the British press and the preparations of the government. Even after their surrender, America was further incensed by British boasting that America had yielded to a threat of war, as in the Punch cartoon of a penitent small boy, Uncle Sam, who says he is very sorry and that he didn't mean to do it, and so escapes the birching Britannia was about to administer. America had, in all truth, yielded to a threat, but disliked being told so, and regarded the threat itself as evidence of British ill will. This was long the attitude of the American public. In England, the knowledge of America's decision caused a great national sigh of relief, coupled with a determination to turn the cold shoulder to the released envoys. On January 11, the Times recounted the earlier careers of Mason and Slidell, and stated that these two, more than any other men, were responsible for the traditional American, insane prejudice against England, an assertion for which no facts were offered in proof, and one much overestimating the influence of Mason and Slidell on American politics before secession. They were about the most worthless booty it would be possible to extract from the jaws of the American lion. So we do sincerely hope that our countrymen will not give these fellows anything in the shape of an ovation. Continuing, the Times argued, "What they and their secretaries are to do here passes our conjecture. They are personally nothing to us. They must not suppose, because we have gone to the very verge of a great war to rescue them, that therefore they are precious in our eyes. We should have done just as much to rescue 2 of their own Negroes, and, had that been the object of the rescue, the swarthy Pompey and Caesar would have had just the same right to triumphal arches and municipal addresses as Messrs. Mason and Slidell. So please, British public, let's have none of these things. Let the commissioners come up quietly to town and have their say with anybody who may have time to listen to them. For our part, we cannot see how anything they have to tell can turn the scale of British duty and deliberation." This complete reversal, not to say somersault, by the leading British newspaper was in line with public expressions from all sections save the extreme pro-Southern. Adams was astonished, writing privately, "The first effect of the surrender has been extraordinary. The current which ran against us with such extreme violence 6 weeks ago now seems to be going with equal fury in our favor." Officially on the same day, he explained this to Seward as caused by a late development in the crisis of a full understanding, especially among the quiet and religious citizens of the middle classes, that if Great Britain did engage in war with the United States, she would be forced to become the ally of a slave-holding oligarchy. Here, in truth, lay the greatest cause of British anxiety during the period of waiting for an answer and of relief when that answer was received. "If England and America became enemies," wrote Argall, "we necessarily became virtually the allies of the scoundrelism of the South." Robert Browning, attempting to explain to his friend Story the British attitude, declared that early in the war Britain was with the North, expecting that the pure and simple rights in the case would be declared and vigorously carried out without one let or stop. But that Lincoln's denial of emancipation as an object had largely destroyed this sympathy. Browning thought this inexcusable though a mistaken judgment, since at least the spirit of all of Mr. Lincoln's acts is altogether against slavery in the end. He assured Story that the latter was in error. As to men's fury here, I have not heard one man, woman, or child express anything but dismay at the prospect of being obliged to go to war on any grounds with America. And after the affair was over, he affirmed, the purpose of the North is also understood at last. There is no longer the notion that slavery has nothing to do with it. A few extreme pro-Northern enthusiasts held public meetings and passed resolutions commending the statesmanlike ability and moderation of Seward, and rejoicing that Great Britain had not taken sides with a slave power. In general, however, such sentiments were not publicly expressed. That they were keenly felt, nevertheless, is certain. During the height of the crisis, Anthony Trollope, then touring America, even while sharing fully in the intense British indignation against Captain Wilkes, wrote, "These people speak our language, use our prayers, read our books, are ruled by our laws, dress themselves in our image, are warm with our blood. They have all our virtues, and their vices are our own too, loudly as we call out against them. They are our sons and our daughters, the source of our greatest pride, and as we grow old, they should be the staff of our age. Such a war as we should now wage with the states would be an unloosing of hell upon all that is best upon the world's surface." The expressions of men like Browning and Trollope may not, indeed, be regarded as typical of either governmental or general public reactions, much more exactly, and with more authority as representing that thoughtful opinion of which Adams wrote, were the conclusions of John Stuart Mill. In an article in Fraser's Magazine, February, 1862, making a strong plea for the North, he summarized British feeling about the Trent. "We had indeed been wronged. We had suffered an indignity, and something more than an indignity, which, not to have resented, would have been to invite a constant succession of insults and injuries from the same and from every other quarter. We could have acted no otherwise than we have done, yet it is impossible to think, without something like a shudder, from what we have escaped. We, the emancipators of the slave who have wearied every court and government in Europe and America with our protests and remonstrances, until we goaded them into at least ostensibly cooperating with us to prevent the enslaving of the Negro. We should have lent a hand to setting up, in one of the most commanding positions of the world, a powerful republic devoted not only to slavery, but to pro-slavery propagandism. No such protestations of relief over escape from a possible alliance with the South were made officially by the government, or in a debate upon the Trent, February 6, when Parliament reassembled. In the Lords, the Earl of Shelburne thought that America should have made a frank and open apology. The Earl of Derby twitted the United States with having yielded to force alone, but said the time had not yet come for recognizing the Confederacy. Lord Dufferin expressed great friendship for America and declared that Englishmen ought to make themselves better informed of the real merits of the Civil War. Earl Granville, speaking for the government, laid stress upon the difficulties at home of the Washington administration in pacifying public opinion and asserted a personal belief that strict neutrality was England's best policy, although circumstances may arise which may call for a different course. On the same day in the Commons, the debate was of a like general tenor to that in the Lords, but Disraeli differed from his chief, Derby, in that he thought America had been placed in a very difficult position in which she had acted very honorably. Palmerston took much credit for the energetic military preparations, but stated from that position of strict neutrality, "It is not our intention to depart," an important declaration if taken, as apparently it was not, as fixing a policy. In substance, all speakers, whether Whig or Tory, praised the government's stand and expressed gratification with the peaceful outcome. A further debate on the Trent was precipitated by Bright on February 17, in connection with the estimates to cover the cost of the military contingents sent to Canada. He asserted that England, by generously trusting to American honor, might have won her lasting friendship, and it is worthy of note that for the first time in any speech made by him in Parliament, Bright declared that the war was won for the abolition of slavery. Palmerston, in reply, made no comment on the matter of slavery, but energetically defended the military preparations as a necessary precaution. Bright's speech was probably intended for American consumption with the purpose of easing American ill will, by showing that even in Parliament there were those who disapproved of that show of force to which America so much objected. He foresaw that this would long be the basis of American bitterness. But Palmerston was undoubtedly correct in characterizing Bright's opinion as a solitary one. And looked at from a distance of time, it would seem that a British government, impressed as it was with a sense of Seward's unfriendliness, which had not prepared for war when making so strong a demand for reparation, would have merited the heaviest condemnation. If Mill was right in stating that the demand for reparation was a necessity, then so also were the military preparations. Upon the government, the Trent acted to bring to a head and make more clear the British relation to the Civil War in America. By November 1861, the policy of strict neutrality adopted in May had begun to be weakened for various reasons already recited, weakened not to the point of any cabinet member's advocacy of change, but in a restlessness at the slow development of a solution in America. Russell was beginning to think, at least, of recognition of the Confederacy. This was clear to Lyons who, though against such recognition, had understood the drift, if Sladen is to be trusted, of ministerial opinion. Sladen reported on December 31 that Lyon had expressed to him much pleasure at the peaceful conclusion of the Trent affair, and had added, "England will be too generous not to postpone the recognition of the independence of the South as long as possible after this experience." But the Trent operated like a thunderstorm to clear the atmosphere. It brought out plainly the practical difficulties and dangers, at least as regards Canada, of a war with America. It resulted in a weakening of the conviction that Seward was unfriendly. It produced from the British public an even greater expression of relief when the incident was closed than of anger when it occurred. And it created in a section of that public a fixed belief, shared by at least one member of the cabinet, that the issue in America was that of slavery, in support of which England could not possibly take a stand. This did not mean that the British government, nor any large section of the public, believed the North could conquer the South. But it did indicate a renewed vigor for the policy of neutrality and a determination not to get into war with America. Adams wrote to Seward, "I am inclined to believe that the happening of the affair of the Trent just when it did, with just the issue that it had, was rather opportune than otherwise." Hotsey, the confidential agent of the Confederacy in London, stated, "The Trent affair has done us incalculable injury. Russell is now an avowed enemy of our nationality." Hotsey was overgloomy, but Russell himself declared to Lyon, "At all events I am heart and soul a neutral. What a fuss we have had about these two men." Footnotes. Footnote 399. The Trent was the cause of the outpouring of more contemporary articles and pamphlets, and has been the subject of more historical writing later, than any other incident of diplomatic relations between the United States and Great Britain during the Civil War, possibly more than all other incidents combined. The account given in this chapter, therefore, is mainly limited to a brief statement of the facts together with such new sidelights as are brought out by hitherto unknown letters of British statesmen, to a summary of British public attitude as shown in the press, and to an estimate of the after effect of the Trent on British policy. It would be of no service to list all of the writings. The incident is thoroughly discussed in all histories, whether British or American, and in works devoted to international law. The contemporary American view is well stated, though from a strongly anti-British point of view, in Harris, T.L., The Trent Affair. But this monograph is lacking in exact reference for its many citations and cannot be accepted as authoritative. The latest review is that of C.F. Adams in the Proceedings of the Massachusetts Historical Society for November 1911, which called out a reply from R.H. Dana, and a rejoinder by Mr. Adams in the Proceedings for March 1912. Footnote 400, C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 pp. 41-2. Footnote 401, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence respecting the Trent. Number 1 enclosure. Williams to Patey, Nov. 9, 1861. Footnote 402. Harris, The Trent Affair, pp. 103-109, describes the exact force used. Footnote 403. Dana, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 pp. 509-22. Footnote 404. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 pp. 39-40. Footnote 405. F.O. America, Volume 805. Copy E. Hammond to Advocate General, Nov. 9, 1861. Footnote 406. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 p. 54. Footnote 409. A full year later, after the publication of the American volume of dispatches for the year 1862, Russell took up this matter with Adams, and as a result of an interview wrote to Lyon, November 28, 1862. Lord Palmerston stated to Mr. Adams on the occasion in question that Her Majesty's government could not permit any interference with any vessel, British or foreign, within British waters. That with regard to vessels met with at sea, Her Majesty's government did not mean to dispute the belligerent right of the United States ships of war to search them, but that the exercise of that right, and the right of detention in certain conditions, must in each case be dealt with according to the circumstances of the case, and that it was not necessary for him to discuss such matters then, because they were not in point, but that it would not do for the United States ships of war to harass British commerce on the high seas under the pretense of preventing the Confederates from receiving things that are contraband of war. I took an opportunity of mentioning to Mr. Adams the account which Lord Palmerston had given me of the language which he had thus held, and Mr. Adams agreed in its accuracy. Nothing must be said on this subject unless the false statements as to Lord Palmerston's language should be renewed, when you will state the real facts to Mr. Seward. F.O. A.M., Volume 822, Number 295, Draft. This resume by Russell contained still other variations from the original reports of both Palmerston and Adams, but the latter did not think it worthwhile to call attention to them. Footnote 410. Walpole, Russell, Roman 2, p. 357, is evidently in error in stating that the law officers, while admitting the right of an American war vessel to carry the British packet into an American port for adjudication, added she would have no right to remove Messrs. Mason and Slidell and carry them off as prisoners, leaving the ship to pursue her voyage. Certainly Palmerston did not so understand the advice given. Footnote 411, Lyon Papers. Hammond to Lyon, F.O. Private. Nov. 16, 1861. This statement about explicit orders to Captain Marchand not to endeavor, etc., is in line with Palmerston's understanding of the conversation with Adams, but that there was carelessness in reporting Adams is evident from Hammond's own language for no instructions to meddle, which Adams did state is not the same thing as instructions not to meddle. Adams had no intent to deceive, but was misunderstood. He was himself very anxious over the presence of the James Adger at Southampton and hurried her captain away. Adams informed Russell that Palmerston had not understood him correctly. He had told Palmerston, had seen the captain's instructions, which directed him to intercept the Nashville if he could, and in case of inability to do so, to return at once to New York, keeping his eye on such British ships as might be going to the United States with contraband of war. Lord Palmerston's recollections and mine differed mainly in this last particular. Lord Russell then remarked that this statement was exactly that which he had recollected my making to him. Nothing had been said in the instructions about other British ships. State Department, Eng, Volume 78, Number 80, Adams to Seward. Nov. 29, 1861. Hammond's letter mentions also the excitement of the Southerners in England and that they had sent out pilot boats to intercept and warn the packet. Footnote 415. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 p. 58. Footnote 416. Moore, Int. Law Digest, Roman 7, p. 772. The much-argued international law points in the case of the Trent are given in extenso by Moore. Footnote 417. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence respecting the Trent. Number 2. Footnote 420. Troops were in fact shipped for Canada. This resulted, after the Trent affair had blown over, in a circumstance which permitted Seward, with keen delight, to extend a courtesy to Great Britain. Bancroft, Roman II, 245, states that these troops, finding the St. Lawrence River full of ice, had entered Portland Harbor. When permission was asked for them to cross Maine, Seward promptly ordered that all facilities should be granted for landing and transporting to Canada or elsewhere troops, stores, and munitions of war of every kind without exception or reservation. It is true that the American press made much of this, and in tones of derision. The facts, as reported by Lyons, were that the request was merely a superfluous application from a private firm at Montreal for permission to land some officers' baggage at Portland. Russell Papers, Leon to Russell, Jan. 20, 1862. Lyons was much vexed with this trick of Seward's. He wrote to the Governor-General of Canada and the Lieutenant Governors of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, protesting against an acceptance of Seward's permission, and finally informed Russell that no English troops were marched across the state of Maine. Russell Papers, Leon to Russell, Feb. 14, 1862. Also Leon Papers, Leon to Monk, Feb. 1, 1862. Footnote 422. Still another letter from Russell to Leon on November 30, but not intended for Seward, outlined the points of complaint and argument. 1. The San Jacinto did not happen to fall in with the Trent, but laid in wait for her. 2. Unnecessary and dangerous acts of violence were used. 3. The Trent, when stopped, was not searched in the ordinary way, but certain passengers were demanded and taken by force. 4. No charge was made that the Trent was violating neutrality, and no authority for his act was offered by Captain Wilkes. 5. No force ought to be used against an unresisting neutral ship, except just so much as is necessary to bring her before a prize court. 6. In the present case, the British vessel had done nothing, and intended nothing, warranting even an inquiry by a prize court. 7. It is essential for British interests that, consistently with the obligations of neutrality and of observing any legal and effective blockade, there should be communication between the dominions of Her Majesty and the countries forming the Confederate States. These 7 points were for Leon I alone. They certainly add no strength to the British position and reflect the uncertainty and confusion of the cabinet. The 5th and 6th points contain the essence of what, on more mature reflection, was to be the British argument. FOAM, Volume 758, No. 447. Draft. Russell to Leon Nov. 30, 1861. Footnote 424. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 78. Russell to Yancey, Rost, and Mann, Aug. 24, 1861. Footnote 425. Ibid, number 124. Russell to Yancey, Rost, and Mann, Dec. 7, 1861. Footnote 426. Gladstone Papers. Gladstone to Robertson Gladstone, Dec. 7, 1861. Footnote 428. Maxwell Clarendon Roman II, p. 255. Lewis to Clarendon, Dec. 18, 1861. Footnote 429. Ibid, p. 254. Clarendon to Duchess of Manchester, Dec. 17, 1861. Footnote 432. Many citations from the Times are given in Harris, The Trent Affair, to show a violent, not to say scurrilous, anti-Americanism. Unfortunately, dates are not cited, and an examination of the files of the paper shows that Harris references are frequently to communications, not to editorials. Also, his citations give but one side of these communications, even for as many argued caution and fair treatment as expressed violence. Harris apparently did not consult the Times itself, but used quotations appearing in American papers. Naturally, these would print, in the height of American anti-British feeling, the bits exhibiting a peevish and unjust British temper. The British press made exactly similar quotations from the American newspapers. Footnote 433. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair Proceedings Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45 p. 43 note. John Bigelow at Paris reported that the London press, especially the Tory, was eager to make trouble, and that there were but 2 British papers of importance that did not join the hue and cry, these being controlled by friends of Bright, one in London and one in Manchester. Bigelow, Retrospections of an Active Life, I. p. 384. This is not exactly true, but seems to me more nearly so than the picture presented by Rhodes, Roman 3, 526, of England as united in a calm, sorrowful, astonished determination. Footnote 434. Cowley sent to Russell on December 3 a letter from Percy Doyle recounting an interview with Scott in which these statements were made. F.O. France, Volume 1399, Number 1404. Enclosure. Footnote 435. Dec. 13, 1861. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soch, Roman 45, p. 95. Footnote 437. Ibid. p. 49. The New York Times, November 19 stated, "We do not believe the American heart ever thrilled with more genuine delight than it did yesterday at the intelligence of the capture of Messrs. Slidell and Mason. We have not the slightest idea that England will even remonstrate. On the contrary, she will applaud the gallant act of loot." Wilkes, so full of spirit and good sense, and such an exact imitation of the policy she has always stoutly defended and invariably pursued. As for Commodore Wilkes and his command, let the handsome thing be done, consecrate another 4th of July to him. Load him down with services of plate and swords of the cunningest and costliest art. Let us encourage the happy inspiration that achieved such a victory. Note the 4th of July. Footnote 438. Leon Papers. Lausada to Leon. Boston, Nav. 17, 1861. Every other man is walking about with a law book under his arm and proving the right of the SS. Jacinto to stop H.M.'s mail boat. Footnote 439. Mr. Galt, Canadian minister, is here. He has frightened me by his account of the defenselessness of the province at this moment. Russell Papers. Leon to Russell. Private. Dec. 3, 1861. Footnote 442. Among the communications were several on international law points by Historicus, answering and belittling American legal argument. W. V. Harcourt, under the pseudonym, frequently contributed very acute and very readable articles to the Times on the American Civil War. The Times was berated by English friends of the North. Cobden wrote Sumner, December 12, "The Times and its yelping imitators are still doing their worst." Morley, Cobden, Roman 2, 392. Cobden was himself at one with the Times in suspicion of Seward. "I confess I have not much opinion of Seward. He is a kind of American Thiers or Palmerston or Russell talks bunkum. Fortunately, my friend Mr. Charles Sumner, who is chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations and has really a kind of veto on the acts of Seward, is a very peaceable and safe man." Ibid. p. 386 to Lute Call. Fitzmayer, Dec. 3, 1861. It is interesting that Canadian opinion regarded the Times as the great cause of American ill will toward Britain. A letter to Gate asserted that the war talk was all a farce. J. H. Pope to Gate, Dec. 26, 1861, and the Toronto Globe attacked the Times for the creation of bad feeling. The general attitude was that if British policy resulted in an American blow at Canada, it was a British, not a Canadian duty, to maintain her defense. Skelton, Life of Sir Alexander Tilloch Gate, pp. 340, 348. Yet the author states that in the beginning Canada went through the same phases of feeling on the Trent as did Great Britain. Footnote 444. Ibid. I. p. 83. Henry Adams to Charles Francis Adams, Jr., Dec. 13, 1861. Footnote 445. Russell Papers. Leon to Russell. Private. Nav. 29, 1861. Footnote 446. See the Times, Dec. 14, 1861. Here, for the first time, the Times used the expression, the last card, as applied to emancipation. Footnote 448. Gladstone Papers. Russell to Gladstone, Dec. 13, 1861. On the same day Lady Russell wrote Lady Dunfermline, "There can be no doubt that we have done deeds very like that of Captain Wilkes, but I wish we had not done them. It is all terrible and awful, and I hope and pray war may be averted and whatever may have been the first natural burst of indignation in this country, I believe it would be ready to execrate the ministry if all right and honorable means were not taken to prevent so fearful a calamity." Dana, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soch, Roman 45, p. 528. Footnote 449. A Cycle of Adams' Letters, I. p. 87. Charles Francis Adams to his son, Dec. 20, 1861. Footnote 451. The Times twice printed the full text of the message on December 16 and 17. Footnote 452. Gladstone Papers. Milner Gibson to Gladstone, Dec. 18, 1861. Footnote 453. Maxwell Clarendon Roman II, p. 225. Lewis to Clarendon, Dec. 18, 1861. Footnote 454. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence respecting the Trent. No. 14. Russell to Lyon, Dec. 19, 1861. The government did not make public Adams' confirmation of no authorization of Wilkes. Possibly it saw no reason for doing so, since this had been established already by Wilkes' own statements. The point was later a matter of complaint by Americans, who regarded it as indicating a peevish and unfriendly attitude. Willard, Letter to an English Friend on the Rebellion in the United States, p. 23. Boston, 1862. Also by English friends, Cobden thought Palmerston had intentionally prolonged British feeling for political purposes. Seward's dispatch to Adams on the 19th December communicated to Russell on the 19th. Virtually settled the matter. To keep alive the wicked passions in this country as Palmerston and his post did was like the man, and that is the worst that can be said of it. Morley, Cobden, Roman II, p. 389. To Mr. Paulton, Jan. 1862. Footnote 455. Davis to Adams. New York, Dec. 21, 1861. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair, Proceedings Mass Hist. Soch, Roman 45, p. 107. Footnote 456. There has crept into American historical writing of lesser authenticity a story that just at this juncture there appeared. In the harbors of New York and San Francisco, Russian fleets, whose commanders let it be understood that they had come under sealed orders, not to be opened except in a certain grave event, and that their presence was, at least, not an unfriendly indication of Russian sentiment in the Trent crisis. This is asserted to have bolstered American courage, and to give warrant for the argument that America finally yielded to Great Britain from no fear of consequences, but merely on a clearer recognition of the justice of the case. In fact, the story is wholly a myth. The Russian fleets appeared 2 years later in the fall of 1863, not in 1861. Harris, The Trent Affair, pp. 208-10, is mainly responsible for this story, quoting the inaccurate memory of Thurlow Weed. Autobiography, Roman II, pp. 346-7. Reliable historians like Rhodes make no mention of such an incident. The whole story of the Russian fleets with their exact instructions is told by F.A. Calder, The Russian Fleet and the Civil War, A.M., Hist. Rev. July 1915. Footnote 459. A Cycle of Adams Letters, I. p. 91. Charles Francis Adams to his son, Dec. 27, 1861. Footnote 462. James, William Wetmore Story and His Friends, Roman II, pp. 108-9. The letters were sent to Robert Browning, who secured their publication through Dicey. Footnote 463. C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Adams to Motley, Dec. 26, 1861. Proceedings Mass Hist. Soch, Roman 45, p. 109. Footnote 465. Palmerston had very close relations with Delane, of the Times, but that paper carefully maintained its independence of any party or faction. Footnote 467. State Department. Eng, Volume 78, Number 97. Adams to Seward, Jan. 2, 1862. Footnote 469. Bancroft, Seward, Roman II, p. 233. Lyon officially reported that he carried no papers with him. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence respecting the Trent. Number 19, Lyons to Russell, Dec. 19, 1861. Newton Lyon, IPP. 5578, shows that Seward was, in fact, permitted to read the instructions on the 19th. Footnote 470. A Cycle of Adams Letters, IP 86. C.F. Adams, Jr. To Henry Adams, Dec. 19, 1861. Footnote 471. Bancroft, Seward, Roman II, p. 234. Adams' letter of December 3 was received on December 21, Dayton's of December 3 on the 24th. Footnote 472. Much ink has flowed to prove that Lincoln's was the wise view, seeing from the first the necessity of giving up Mason and Slidell, and that he overrode Seward, e.g., Wells, Lincoln, and Seward, and Harris, the Trent affair. Rhodes, Roman 3, pp. 522-24, and Bancroft, Seward, Roman 2, pp. 230-237, disprove this. Yet the general contemporary suspicion of Seward's anti-British policy, even in Washington, is shown by a dispatch sent by Schladen to the Senate of Bremen. On December 23, he wrote that letters from Cobden and Lyndhurst had been seen by Lincoln. Both letters have been submitted to the President. He returned them with the remark that peace will not be broken if England is not bent on war. At the same time, the President has assured my informant that he would examine the answer of his Secretary of State, word for word, in order that no expression should remain which could create bad blood anew, because the strong language which Mr. Seward had used in some of his former dispatches seems to have irritated and insulted England. Schladen Papers. No doubt Sumner was Schladen's informant. At first glance, Lincoln's reported language would seem to imply that he was putting pressure on Seward to release the prisoners, and Schladen apparently so interpreted them. But the fact was that at the date when this was written, Lincoln had not yet committed himself to accepting Seward's view. He told Seward, "You will go on, of course, preparing your answer, which, as I understood it, will state the reasons why they ought to be given up. Now I have a mind to try my hand at stating the reasons why they ought not to be given up. We will compare the points on each side." Lincoln's idea was, in short, to return an answer to Great Britain, proposing arbitration, Bancroft, Seward, Roman 2, 234. Footnote 473, Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings, Roman 45, 155. Bright to Sumner, Dec. 14, 1861. The letters to Sumner on the Trent are all printed in this volume of the Proceedings. The originals are in the Sumner Papers in the Library of Harvard University. Footnote 474, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence Respecting the Trent. Number 24, Leon to Russell, Dec. 27, 1861. Footnote 475, F.O., A.M., Volume 777, Number 807, Leon to Russell, Dec. 31, 1861, but he transmitted a few days later a shocking prayer in the Senate on December 30 by the Reverend Dr. Sutherland, which showed a bitter feeling. "O thou, just ruler of the world, we ask help of thee for our rulers and our people, that we may patiently, resolutely, and with one heart abide our time. For it is indeed a day of darkness and reproach, a day when the high principle of human equity, constrained by the remorseless sweep of physical and armed force, must for the moment succumb under the plastic forms of soft diplomacy." Russell Papers, Lyons to Russell, Jan. 3, 1862. Footnote 477, C.F. Adams, The Trent Affair. Proceedings, Mass Hist. Soc. Roman 45, p. 75. Footnote 479, Mason, Slidell, Eustis, and McFarland were delivered to the British ship Rinaldo, January 1, 1862. En route to Halifax, the ship encountered a storm that drove her south and finally brought her to St. Thomas, where the passengers embarked on a packet for Southampton. Footnote 480, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence Respecting the Trent. Nos. 27 and 35. February 3, Lyons reported that Sumner, in a fireside talk, had revealed that he was in possession of copies of the law officers' opinions given on November 12 and 28, respectively. Leon was astounded and commented that the law officers, before giving any more opinions, ought to know this fact. F.O., A.M., Volume 824, Number 76. Leon to Russell. Footnote 481, F.O., France, Volume 1399, Number 1397. Cowley to Russell, Dec. 3, 1861. The italics are mine. Footnote 483, F.O., A.M., Volume 817, Number 57, Draft, Russell to Leon, Feb. 11, 1861. Footnote 484, F.O. France, Volume 1419, Number 73, Draft, Russell to Cowley, Jan. 20, 1862. Footnote 486, Bigelow, Retrospections, I. 424. Bowen to Bigelow, Dec. 27, 1861. Footnote 487, Poems, Bigelow Papers, Jonathan to John. After the release of the envoys, there was much correspondence between friends across the water as to the merits of the case. British friends attempted to explain and to soothe, usually to their astonished discomfiture on receiving angry American replies. An excellent illustration of this is in a pamphlet published in Boston in the fall of 1862, entitled Field and Loring, Correspondence on the Present Relations between Great Britain and the United States of America. The American, Loring, wrote, "The conviction is nearly if not quite universal that we have foes where we thought we had friends." P7. Footnote 488, Dana, The Trent Affair. Proceedings Mass Hist, Soc. Roman 45 pp. 508-22. Footnote 489, A Cycle of Adams' Letters, I. 99, to his son, Jan. 10, 1862. Footnote 490, State Department, Eng, Volume 78, Number 99. Adams to Seward, Jan. 10, 1862. Footnote 491, Gladstone Papers. Argyll to Gladstone, Dec. 7, 1861, also expressed again to Gladstone. Ibid, Jan. 1, 1862. Footnote 492, James, William Wetmore Story and His Friends, Roman 2, 105. Browning to Story, Dec. 17, 1861. Footnote 495, Liberator, Feb. 7, 1862, giving an account of a meeting at Bromley by Bow. Footnote 496, Trollope, North America, Chapman and Hall, London, 1862, I. p. 446. Trollope left England in August 1861 and returned in the spring of 1862. He toured the North and the West, was a close observer, and his work, published in midsummer 1862, was very serviceable to the North, since he both stated the justice of the Northern cause and prophesied its victory. Footnote 497, Hansard, 3rd. Sir, CLXV, p. 12 sec., though not consecutive as the speeches were made in the course of the debate on the address to the throne. Footnote 499, State Department, Eng, Volume 78, Number 114. Adams to Seward, Feb. 13, 1862. Chapter 8. The Blockade. The 6 months following the affair of the Trent constituted a period of comparative calm in the relations of Great Britain and America. But throughout that period, there was steadily coming to the front a northern belligerent effort increasingly effective, increasingly a cause for disturbance to British trade, and therefore more and more a matter for anxious governmental consideration. This was the blockade of southern ports and coastline, which Lincoln had declared an intention in his proclamation of April 19, 1861. As early as December 1860, Lyon had raised the question of the relation of British ships and merchants to the secession port of Charleston, South Carolina, and had received from Judge Black an evasive reply. In March 1861, Russell had foreseen the possibility of a blockade, writing to Lyon that American precedent would at least require it to be an effective one, while Lyon made great efforts to convince Seward that any interference with British trade would be disastrous to the Northern cause in England. He even went so far as to hint at British intervention to preserve trade. But on April 15, Lyons, while believing that no effective blockade was possible, thought that the attempt to institute one was less objectionable than legislation, closing the southern ports as ports of entry, in reality a mere paper blockade, and one which would justify Great Britain and France in recognizing the Southern Confederacy. Thus he began to weaken in opposition to any interference. His earlier expressions to Seward were but arguments, without committing his government to a line of policy, and were intended to make Seward step cautiously. Possibly, Lyon thought he could frighten the North out of a blockade campaign. But when the Civil War actually began and Lincoln, on April 19, declared he had deemed it advisable to set on foot a blockade, and that when a competent force had been posted, so as to prevent entrance and exit of vessels. Warning would be given to any vessel attempting to enter or to leave a blockaded port, with endorsement on her register of such warning, followed by seizure if she again attempted to pass the blockade. Leon felt that, if it be carried on, with reasonable consideration for foreign flags, and in strict conformity with the law of nations, I suppose it must be recognized. The proclamation named the original 7 seceding states, and on April 27 Virginia was added. The blockade was actually begun at certain Virginia ports on April 30, and by the end of May there were a few warships off all the more important southern harbors. This method of putting a blockade into effect by warning at the port, rather than by a general notification communicated to European governments and setting a date, involved a hardship on British merchants, since they were thereby made uncertain whether goods started for a southern port would be permitted to enter. In practice, vessels on their first departure from a blockaded harbor were warned and permitted to go out, but those seeking to enter were warned and turned back. In effect, while the blockade was being established, Lincoln's proclamation had something of the nature for the timid British merchant, though not for the bold one, of a paper blockade. This was not clearly understood by Leon, who thought neutrals must acquiesce, having exhausted every possible means of opposition, but who consoled himself with the idea that, for some time yet, British trade could be carried on. Leon was in fact skeptical, as he told Seward in a long conversation on April 29 of the possibility of blockading a 3,000-mile coastline, but Seward assured him it would be done and effectively. The British press was equally skeptical, and in any case believed that the war would be of short duration, so that there need be no anxiety over next year's supply of cotton. In Parliament, Russell took the stand that the blockade, if carried on in accordance with international law and made effective, required British recognition and respect. He also defended Lincoln's notification at the port method, stating that it might seem a hardship, but was perfectly legal. Thus there was early and easy acquiescence in the American effort, but when, in June, there was revived a northern plan to close southern ports by legislative action, Britain was stirred to quick and vigorous opposition. Leon learned that a bill would be introduced in Congress giving the president authority, among other powers, to proclaim the ports closed, thus notifying foreign nations not to attempt to use them. He saw in it an unexpected application of the Northern theory that the South was not a belligerent and had no rights as such, and he regarded it as in effect a paper blockade. The 4th section of the bill as introduced in Congress did not direct the president to issue a proclamation closing southern ports. It merely gave him the power to do so. Almost from the first, Leon thought that Lincoln and Seward were too wise to issue such a proclamation. Nevertheless, it was his duty to be on guard and to oppose the plan. For 6 weeks there was much communication in regard to the Southern Ports Bill, as all parties called it, from Russell to Leon, and also with Cowley in France. The British Foreign Office interest in the matter, almost rising to excitement, is somewhat astonishing in view of the small importance evidently attached to the plan at Washington and the reluctance of France to be as vigorous as Great Britain in protest. Vigorous Russell certainly was, using a high tone in official remonstrance to America, not unlike that taken by Seward on British recognition of Southern belligerency. Immediately on learning of the introduction of the bill, Russell addressed inquiries to Cowley asking what France intended and urged a stiff protest. Thuvenel had not heard of the bill and was seemingly indifferent. At first, he acquiesced in Russell's protest, then drew back and on 3 separate occasions promised support only to withdraw such promise. He was disinclined, said Cowley, to join in a friendly hint to America because of the touchy sensibilities lately shown by Seward, and feared a direct protest might result in an American declaration of war. In any case, why not wait until the president did act, and even then the proper method would be a protest rather than reprisals. I wish, wrote Cowley, on July 28, that the French were inclined to be more bumptious, as they seemed to be at first. I would at all times rather have the task of calming them than of urging them on. Nevertheless, Russell on July 19 notified Leon that England would not observe a legislative closing of southern ports. On July 12, Lyons telegraphed that the bill had passed both houses of Congress, and on the 16th, he wrote privately to Russell that he was much disturbed over its possible consequences, since even Sumner was for it, as this indicated a real intention to carry it into effect. On August 8, Russell sent formal instructions of protest, a copy of which was to be handed to Seward, but the next day authorized Lyon to exercise discretion as to communicating the dispatch. The original form of this instruction, dated in June and revised in July, concluded with language that might well draw out Thuvenel's objection to a threat of reprisals. It read that HMG reserve the right of acting in concert with other nations in opposition to so violent an attack on the rights of commercial countries and so manifest a violation of international law. This high tone had been modified possibly by French opposition, possibly by Lyon's early opinion that the bill would not be made operative. Indeed, on July 24, Russell told Lyon that no final instruction of protest would be sent him until the president actually issued a proclamation. Yet in spite of being fairly well assured that there was no danger in the Southern Ports Bill, Russell did send the instruction of August 8, still distinctly vigorous in tone, though with no threat of reprisals. His reason for doing so is difficult to understand. Certainly, he was hardly serious in arguing to Thuvenel that a stiff instruction would strengthen the hands of the moderate section of the American cabinet, or else he strangely misjudged American temperament. Probably a greater reason was his wish to be able to print a parliamentary paper, indicating the watchful care he was exercising in guarding British interests. Before Russell's instruction could reach America, Seward had voluntarily reassured Lyon as to American intentions. Lyon reported this, privately, on July 20, but on the same day also reported, officially, that 2 days earlier, that is on the 18th, he and Mercier had discussed the Southern Ports Bill, and that as a result Mercier had then gone, that same day, to Seward to state that France must regard such a measure as merely a paper blockade. "We were not very sanguine of success," wrote Lyon, but Seward had listened to him with calmness, and personally seemed disinclined to issue the required proclamation. This dispatch, making it appear that England and France were in close harmony, and that Lyon and Mercier were having a difficult time at Washington, was printed, later, in the parliamentary papers. It was received by Russell on August 5, and in spite of the reassurances of Lyon's private letter, naturally not for printing, presumably received in the same mail with the official dispatch, it furnished the basis of his strong instruction of August 8. At Washington, also, there were indications of an effort to prepare a good case for the British public and Parliament. July 23, so Lyon wrote privately, Seward had prevented the issue of the Southern Ports Proclamation, and on the next day he was shown by Seward, confidentially, an instruction to Adams and other ministers abroad in which was maintained the right to close the ports by proclamation, but stating the government's decision not to exercise the right. Lyons believed this was the end of the matter. Yet on August 12, he presented himself formally at the Department of State and stated that he had instructions to declare that Her Majesty's government would consider a decree closing the ports of the South actually in possession of the insurgent or Confederate states as null and void, and that they would not submit to measures taken on the high seas in pursuance of such decree. Mr. Seward thanked me for the consideration I had shown, and begged me to confine myself for the present to the verbal announcement I had just made. He said it would be difficult for me to draw up a written communication which would not have the air of a threat. To this, Lyon agreed. This permitted a warmth-creating impression to Englishmen of the forthright, yet friendly, tone of British diplomats when dealing with Seward. So also did Russell's instruction of August 8, not yet received by Lyon when he took the stage at Washington. Yet there is a possibility that Lyon was in fact merely playing his part as Seward had asked him to play it. On the next day, August 13, he acknowledged the receipt of Russell's communication of July 24, in which it was stated that while Great Britain could not acquiesce in the Southern Ports Bill, no final instructions would be sent until Lincoln issued a proclamation. Lyon now explained, "As Mr. Seward is undoubtedly at this moment opposed to closing the ports, I have thought it wiser to be guided by him for the present as to the mode of communicating your decision about the matter." Is it possible that Seward really wished to have a strong, yet not too strong, statement from Lyon in order to combat the advocates of the Ports Bill? There are many ramifications of diplomatic policy, especially in a popular government. At any rate, on August 16, Leon could assure Russell that there was no question now of issuing the proclamation. And on the 19th, could write officially that a proclamation based on the bill had indeed been issued, but without the objectionable fourth section. The whole affair of the Southern Ports Bill occupies more space in the British parliamentary papers and excited more attention from the British government than it would seem to have merited from the Washington attitude toward it. The bill had been drawn by the Secretary of the Treasury, and its other sections related to methods of meeting a situation where former customs houses and places for the collection of import duties were now in the hands of the Confederacy. The fourth section alone implied a purpose to declare a paper blockade. The idea of proclaiming close the southern ports may have at first received the sanction of Seward as consistent with his denial of the existence of a war, or it may have been a part of his high-tone foreign policy. But the more reasonable supposition is that the bill was merely one of many ill-considered measures put forth in the first months of the war by the North, in its spasm of energy, seeking to use every and any public means to attack the South. But the interest attached to the measure in this work is the British attitude. There can be no doubt that Russell, in presenting papers to Parliament, was desirous of making clear 2 points. First, the close harmony with France, which in fact was not so close as was made to appear. Second, the care and vigor of the Foreign Secretary in guarding British interests. Now, in fact, British trade was destined to be badly hurt by the blockade, but as yet had not been greatly hampered. Nor did Russell yet think an effective blockade feasible. Writing to Leon a week after his official protest on the Southern Ports Bill, he expressed the opinion that a regular blockade could not possibly prevent trade with the South. If our ships can go in ballast for cotton to the southern ports, it will be well, but if this cannot be done by agreement, there will be surely, in the extent of 3,000 miles, creeks and bays out of which small vessels may come and run for Jamaica or the Bahamas where the cargoes might be transshipped. But it is not for Downing Street to suggest such plans to Cheapside and Tooley Street. A better knowledge of American geography would have made clear to Russell that if but 7 southern ports were effectively blockaded, the remaining 2,550 miles of coastline would be useless for the export of cotton in any considerable amount. His bays and creeks did indeed long provide access to small vessels, but these were not adequate for the transport of a bulky export like cotton. To Russell, however, the blockade appearing negligible in probable effect and also not open to objection by neutrals if regularly established, it seemed that any immediate danger to British trade was averted by the final American action on the Southern Ports Bill. It was not until the blockade did begin to be thoroughly effective that either the British public or government gave it serious consideration. Not again until late November did Russell return with any interest to the subject of the blockade, and then it was again on an American effort which seemed to indicate the ineffectiveness of blockading squadrons, and a plan to remedy this by unusual, even uncivilized, if not illegal, methods. This was the stone boat fleet plan of blocking Charleston Harbor by sinking vessels across the entrance bar. The plan was reported by Leon, and the news received in England at the most uncertain moment as to the outcome of the Trent controversy. British press and government at first placed no stress on it, presumably because of the feeling that in view of the existing crisis it was a minor matter. In the same week, Leon, having been asked by Russell for an opinion on the blockade, answered, "I am a good deal puzzled as to how I ought to answer your question whether I consider the blockade effective. It is certainly by no means strict or vigorous along the immense extent of coast to which it is supposed to apply. I suppose the ships which run it successfully, both in and out, are more numerous than those which are intercepted. On the other hand, it is very far from being a mere paper blockade. A great many vessels are captured. It is a most serious interruption to trade, and if it were as ineffective as Mr. Jefferson Davis says in his message, he would not be so very anxious to get rid of it." This was a very fair description of the blockade situation. Leon, unaffected by irritations resulting from the Trent, showed the frame of mind of a determined neutral, as he was fond of describing himself. His answer was the first given to Russell, indicating a possibility that the blockade might, after all, become strictly effective and thus exceedingly harmful to British trade. There is no direct proof that this influenced Russell to denounce the plan of blocking southern harbors with stone-laden boats sunk in the channel. But the existence of such a motive seems probable. Moreover, his protest was not made until December 20, the day after he had learned officially from Adams that Wilkes was unauthorized in searching the Trent day, on which strain and uncertainty regarding American intentions were greatly lessened. Russell then wrote to Lyon that he observed it to be stated, apparently on good authority, that the declared purpose of the stone boat fleet was of destroying these harbors forever. He characterized this as implying utter despair of the restoration of the Union, and as being only a measure of revenge and irremediable injury against an enemy. But even in this view, as a scheme of embittered and sanguinary war, such a measure is not justifiable. It is a plot against the commerce of nations and the free intercourse of the southern states of America with the civilized world. It is a project worthy only of times of barbarism. Lyon was instructed to speak in this sense to Seward, who, it was hoped, would disavow the project. There was nothing in Lyon dispatches, nor in the American newspaper extracts accompanying them, to warrant such accusation and expostulation. Lyon had merely commented that by some in America the project had been characterized as odious and barbarous, adding, "The question seems to depend on the extent to which the harbors will be permanently injured." It will be noted that Russell did not refer to information received from Lyon, though it was already in hand, but to apparently good authority in justification of his vigorous denunciation. But like vigor and like characterization of American barbarism did not appear in the British press until after the news arrived of the release of Mason and Slidell. Then the storm broke, well summed up in the Punch cartoon entitled Retrogression. A very sad picture. War dance of the IOU. Indian and showing Uncle Sam in war feathers and with war club, in his hand a flag made of the New York Herald, dancing in glee on the shores of a deserted harbor across which stretched a row of sunken ships. On January 13, the Liverpool Shipowners' Association called the attention of the Foreign Office to the news that Charleston Harbor had been closed by stone boats and urged governmental remonstrance. Hammond at once replied, quoting the language of Russell's letter of December 20, and stating that further representations would be made. On the 16th, Russell again instructed Lyon to speak to Seward, but now was much less rasping in language, arguing, rather, the injury in the future to the United States itself in case the harbors were permanently destroyed, since the object of war is peace, and the purposes of peace are mutual goodwill and advantageous commercial intercourse. Today it seems absurd that any save the most ignorant observer should have thought the North contemplated a permanent and revengeful destruction of Southern port facilities. Nor was there any just ground for such an extreme British view of the Northern plan. Yet even Robert Browning was affected by the popular outcry. "For what will you do," he wrote Story, "if Charleston becomes loyal again?" A query expressive of the increasing English concern, even alarm, at the intense bitterness, indicating a long war of the American belligerents. How absurd, not to say ridiculous, was this British concern at an American lapse toward barbarism was soon made evident. On January II, Lyon, acting on the instructions of December 20, brought up the matter with Seward and was promptly assured that there was no plan whatever to injure the harbors permanently. Seward stated that there had never been any plan, even, to sink boats in the main entrance channels, but merely the lesser channels, because the Secretary of the Navy had reported that with the blockading fleet he could stop up the large holes, but could not stop up the small ones. Seward assured Lyons that just as soon as the Union was restored, all obstructions would be removed, and he added that the best proof that the entrance to Charleston Harbor had not been destroyed was the fact that in spite of blockading vessels and stone boats, a British steamer laden with contraband of war had just succeeded in getting in. Again, on February 10, this time following Russell's instruction of January 16, Lyons approached Seward and was told that he might inform Russell that all the vessels laden with stone, which had been prepared for obstructing the harbors, had been already sunk, and that it is not likely that any others will be used for that purpose. This was no yielding to Great Britain, nor even an answer to Russell's accusation of barbarity. The fact was that the plan of obstruction of harbors, extending even to placing a complete barrier, had been undertaken by the Navy with little expectation of success, and, on the first appearance of new channels made by the wash of waters, was soon abandoned. The British outcry, Russell's assumption in protest that America was conducting war with barbarity, and the protest itself may seem at first glance to have been merely manifestations of a British tendency to meddle, as a superior nation, in the affairs of other states, and to give unasked for advice. A hectoring of peoples whose civilization was presumably less advanced than that which stamped the Englishman was, according to Matthew Arnold, traditional was a characteristic of British public and government alike. But this is scarcely a satisfactory explanation in the present case. For in the first place, it is to be remarked that the sinking of obstructions in an enemy's harbors in order to render more effective a blockade was no novelty in maritime warfare, as Russell must have well known, and that there was no modern record of such obstructions having permanently destroyed a harbor. A far more reasonable explanation is that which connects the energy of the British government in opposing a proposed American closing of southern harbors by presidential proclamation, with a like energy against the stone boat project. The first method was indeed rightly regarded as a violation of accustomed maritime belligerency, but both methods were primarily objectionable in British eyes because they were very evidently the result of efforts to find a way in which an as yet ineffective blockade could be made more rigorous. On the impossibility of an effective blockade, if conducted on customary lines, the British people and Foreign Secretary had pinned their faith that there would be no serious interruption of trade. This was still the view in January 1862, though doubts were arising, and the stone boat protest must be regarded as another evidence of watchful guardianship of commerce with the South. The very thought that the blockade might become effective, in which case all precedent would demand respect for it, possibly caused Russell to use a tone not customary with him in upbraiding the North for a planned barbarity. Within 3 months, the blockade and its effectiveness was to be made the subject of the first serious parliamentary discussion on the Civil War in America. In another 3 months, the government began to feel a pressure from its associate in joint attitude, France, to examine again with much care its asserted policy of strict neutrality, and this because of the increased effectiveness of the blockade. Meanwhile, another, American question, was serving to cool somewhat British eagerness to go hand in hand with France. For nearly 40 years since independence from Spain, the Mexican Republic had offered a thorny problem to European nations, since it was difficult, in the face of the American Monroe Doctrine, to put sufficient pressure upon her for the satisfaction of the just claims of foreign creditors. In 1860, measures were being prepared by France, Great Britain, and Spain to act jointly in the matter of Mexican debts. Commenting on these measures, President Buchanan, in his annual message to Congress of December 3, 1860, had sounded a note of warning to Europe indicating that American principles would compel the use of force in aid of Mexico if debt-collecting efforts were made the excuse for a plan to deprive our neighboring republic of portions of her territory. But this was at the moment of the breakup of the Union and attracted little attention in the United States. For the same reason, no longer fearing an American block to these plans, the 3 European governments, after their invitation to the United States to join them had been refused, signed a convention October 31, 1861, to force a payment of debts by Mexico. They pledged themselves, however, to seek no accession of territory and not to interfere in the internal affairs of Mexico. In this pledge, Great Britain and Spain were sincere. Napoleon Roman III was indeed pursuing a policy not at first understood even by his ministers. A joint expedition under the leadership of the Spanish General Prim was dispatched, and once in Mexico took possession of customs houses and began to collect duties. It soon became evident to the British and Spanish agents on the spot that France had far other objects than the mere satisfaction of debts. The result was a clash of interests, followed by separate agreements with Mexico and the withdrawal of forces by Great Britain and Spain. This difference of view on Mexican policy had become clear to Cowley, British ambassador at Paris, by January 1862, and from that month until the end of March, his private letters to Russell referring to American affairs in general are almost wholly concerned with French designs on Mexico. Cowley learned that earlier rumors of Napoleon's purpose to place the Archduke Maximilian of Austria upon the throne of Mexico, far from being unfounded, were but faint indications of a great French colonial empire scheme, and he thought that there was some ill will to the United States at the bottom of all this. He feared that the Mexican question would give us a deal of trouble yet, and by March was writing of the monstrous claims on the Mexican Gaft, made by France. These reactions of Cowley were fully shared by Russell, and he hastened, in March, to withdraw British forces in Mexico, as also did Spain. Great Britain believed that she had been tricked into a false position in Mexico, hastened to escape from it, but in view of the close relation of joint policy with France toward the Civil War in America, undertook no direct opposition, though prophesying an evil result. This situation required France to refrain, for a time, from criticism of British policy and action toward the North to pursue, in brief, a follow-on policy, rather than one based on its own initiative. On the British side, the French-Mexican policy created a suspicion of Napoleon's hidden purposes and objects in the Civil War and made the British government slow to accept French suggestions. The result was that in relation to that war, Great Britain set the pace and France had to keep step a very advantageous situation for the North, as the event was to prove. On the purely Mexican question, Leon early took opportunity to assure Seward that Great Britain was entirely averse to any interference in the internal affairs of Mexico, and that nothing could be further from their wishes than to impose upon the Mexican nation any government not of its own choice. British dislike of France's Mexican venture served to swell the breeze of amity toward America that had sprung up once the Trent was beyond the horizon, and made, temporarily, for smooth sailing in the relations of Great Britain and the North. Leon wrote on February 7 that the present notion appears to be to overwhelm us with demonstrations of friendship and confidence. Adams' son in London thought our work here is past its crisis, and that our victory is won on this side the water, while the American minister himself believed that the prospect of interference with us is growing more and more remote. Russell also was optimistic, writing to Leon, "Our relations have now got into a very smooth groove. There is no longer any excitement here upon the question of America. I fear Europe is going to supplant the affairs of America as an exciting topic, meaning, presumably, disturbances arising in Italy." On April 4, Adams described his diplomatic duties as almost in a state of profound calm. This quiet in relation to America is evidence that no matter what anxiety was felt by British statesmen over the effects of the blockade, there was as yet no inclination seriously to question its legality. That there was, nevertheless, real anxiety is shown by an urgent letter from Westbury to Palmerston upon the blockade, asserting that if cotton brought but 4 pence at Charleston and 13 pence at Liverpool, there must be some truth in its alleged effectiveness. I am greatly opposed to any violent interference. Do not let us give the federal states any pretense for saying that they failed through our interference. Patience for a few more weeks is, I am satisfied, the wiser and the more expedient policy. Illustration: King Cotton Bound, or the modern Prometheus, reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. This would indicate some cabinet discussion, at least, on the blockade and on British trade interests. But Westbury's few more weeks had no place in Russell's thought, for on February 15 he wrote to Leon in regard to assertions being made that the blockade was ineffective because certain vessels had eluded it. Her Majesty's government, however, are of opinion that, assuming that the blockade is duly notified, and also that a number of ships is stationed and remains at the entrance of a port, sufficient really to prevent access to it or to create an evident danger of entering or leaving it, and that these ships do not voluntarily permit ingress or egress. The fact that various ships may have successfully escaped through it, as in the particular instances here referred to, will not of itself prevent the blockade from being an effective one by international law. From this view, Russell never departed in official instructions. England's position as the leading maritime power made it inevitable that she should promptly approve the northern blockade effort and be cautious in criticizing its legitimate operation. Both her own history and probable future interests when a belligerent required such a policy far more important in the eyes of statesmen than any temporary injury to British commerce. English merchants, if determined to trade with the South, must take their own risks, and that Russell believed they would do so is evidenced by his comment to Adams that it was a tradition of the sea that Englishmen would, if money were to be made by it, send supplies even to hell at the risk of burning their sails. But trade problems with the South soon brought real pressure on the government. In January, while marking time until Mason should arrive at his post, the Confederate commissioners already in London very nearly took a step that might have prejudiced the new envoy's position. They had now learned through public documents that Russell had informed Adams he had no intention of seeing them again. Very angry, they planned a formal protest to the British government, but in the end Mann and Rost counseled silence, outvoting Yancey. On his arrival, Mason ignored this situation, and with cause for, warmly received socially in pro-Southern circles, he felt confident that at least a private reception would soon be given him by Russell. He became, indeed, somewhat of a social lion, and mistaking this personal popularity for evidence of parliamentary, if not governmental, attitude, was confident of quick advantages for the South. On the day after his arrival, he wrote unofficially to Hunter, Confederate Secretary of State. Although the ministry may hang back in regard to the blockade and recognition through the Queen's speech, at the opening of Parliament next week, the popular voice through the House of Commons will demand both. I shall be disappointed if the Parliament does not insist on definite action by the ministry. Carefully considering the situation and taking the advice of many English friends, Mason and Slidell agreed that the best line to take was to lay aside for the moment the claim to recognition and to urge European repudiation of the blockade. Slidell, arrived in Paris, wrote Mason that in his coming interview with Thuvenel he should make only a passing allusion to the question of recognition, intimating that on that point I am not disposed at present to press consideration. But I shall insist upon the inefficiency of the blockade, the vandalism of the Stone Fleet, etc. Mason was urged to take a like course with Russell. Both men were much excited by a document a copy of which had been secured by Mann purporting to be a confidential memorandum, addressed by England to the Continental Powers, asking whether the time had not come to raise the blockade. No such memorandum existed, but Slidell and Mason believed it genuine. They had great hopes of the opening of Parliament, but when that event took place, February 6, and the only references in debate were to the Trent and its fortunate outcome, Mason was puzzled and chagrined. He wrote, "It is thought that silence as to the blockade was intended to leave that question open." This, no doubt, was the consolatory explanation of his friends, but the unofficial interview with Russell, at his home, on February 10, chilled Mason's hopes. As agreed with Slidell, emphasis in this interview was laid by Mason on the blockade, though recognition was asked. His report to Richmond shows that he proceeded with great caution, omitting portions of his instructions on cotton for fear of arousing antagonism, and venturing only a slight departure by expressing the hope that if Great Britain wished to renew communication with the Confederacy it might be made through him, rather than through the British consuls at the South. Russell's only reply was, he hoped I might find my residence in London agreeable. He refused to see Mason's credentials, stating this to be unnecessary, our relations being unofficial. He listened with courtesy, asked a few questions, but seemed utterly disinclined to enter into conversation at all as to the policy of his government, and only said, in substance, they must await events. Certainly it was a cool reception, and Mason departed with the conviction that Russell's personal sympathies were not with us, and his policy in action. But Mason still counted on parliamentary pressure on the government, and he was further encouraged in this view by a letter from Spence, at Liverpool, stating that he had just received a request to come to London from a government quarter, of all the most important. The summons of Spence to London shows that the government itself feared somewhat a pro-Southern move in Parliament. He reported to Mason that interviews had taken place with Palmerston and with Russell, that he had unfortunately missed one with Gladstone, and while not citing these men directly, declared the general London idea to be that of postponement, since it was inevitable that the North will break down in a few months on the score of money, and that we have only to wait 3 months. Evidently, Spence believed he was being used as an intermediary and influential advisor in pro-Southern circles to persuade them to a period of quiet. This, he thought, was unwise since delay would be injurious. Of like opinion were the two members of Parliament who were, throughout Mason's career in England, to be his closest advisors. These were Gregory and Lindsay, the former possessing somewhat of a following in the gentleman ruler class, the latter the largest shipowner in Great Britain. Their advice also was to press on the blockade question as a matter of primary British commercial interest, and they believed that France was eager to follow a British lead. This was contrary to Slidell's notion at the moment, but of this Mason was unaware. The government did indeed feel compelled to lay before Parliament the papers on the blockade. This was a bulky document of 126 pages and covered the period from May 3, 1861 to February 17, 1862. In it were the details of the institution of the blockade, reports from British consuls on its effectiveness, lists of vessels captured and of vessels evading it, altogether furnishing a very complete view of this, the principal maritime belligerent effort of the North. The blockade papers gave opportunity for debate, if desired, and especially so as almost at the end of this document appeared that instruction of February 15 by Russell to Lyon, which clearly stated British acceptance of the blockade as effective. Mason's interview with Russell occurred on the 10th. 5 days later, after Spence had been urged vainly to use his influence for postponement, Russell, so it must appear, gave challenge to pro-Southern sentiment by asserting the effectiveness of the blockade, a challenge almost immediately made known to Parliament by the presentation of papers. Unless Southern sympathizers were meekly to acquiesce, without further protest, in governmental policy, they must now make some decided effort. This came in the shape of a debate in the Commons, on March 7, of a motion by Gregory urging the government to declare the blockade ineffective, and of a similar debate on March 10 in the Lords. As is inevitable where many speakers participate in a debate, the arguments advanced were repeated and reiterated. In the Commons, important speeches for the motion were made by Gregory, Bentinck, Sir James Fergusson, Lord Robert Cecil and Lindsay, while against it appeared Forster and Monckton Milnes. The Solicitor General, Roundell Palmer, presented the government view. Gregory opened the debate by seeking to make clear that while himself favorable to recognition of the South, the present motion had no essential bearing on that question, and was directed wholly to a fact that the blockade was not in reality effective and should not be recognized as such. He presented and analyzed statistics to prove the frequency with which vessels passed through the blockade, using the summaries given by Mason to Russell in their interview of February 10, which were now before Parliament in the document on the blockade just presented, and he cited the reports of Bunch at Charleston as further evidence. This was the burden of Gregory's argument, but he glanced in passing at many other points favorable to the South, commenting on its free trade principles, depicting the Stone Fleet as a barbarity, asserting the right of the South to secede, declaring that France regarded British attitude as determined by a selfish policy looking to future wars, and attacking Seward on the ground of American inconsistency, falsely paraphrasing him as stating that, as for all those principles of international law, which we have ever upheld, they are as but dust in the balance compared with the exigencies of the moment. Gregory concluded with the statement that the United States should be treated with justice and nothing more. When presenting a cause in Parliament, its advocates should agree on a line of argument. The whole theory of this movement on the blockade was that it was wise to minimize the question of recognition, and Gregory had labored to prove that this was not related to a refusal longer to recognize the blockade. But Bentinck, the second speaker for the motion, promptly undid him, for he unhappily admitted that recognition and blockade questions were so closely interwoven that they could not be considered separately. This was promptly seized upon by Forster, who led in opposition. Forster's main argument, however, was a very able tearing to pieces of Gregory's figures, showing that nearly all the alleged blockade runners were in reality merely small coasting steamers, which by use of shallow inner channels could creep along the shore and then make a dash for the West Indies. The effectiveness of the blockade of main ports for ocean-going vessels carrying bulky cargoes was proved, he declared, by the price of raw cotton in England, where it was 100%. Greater than in the South, and of salt in Charleston, where the importer could make a profit of 1,000%. To raise the blockade, he argued, would be a direct violation by Britain of her neutrality. The real reason for this motion was not the ineffectiveness of the blockade, but the effectiveness and the real object an English object, not a Southern one. Gregory was taunted for changing a motion to recognize the Confederacy into the present one, because he knew the former would fail, while the present motion was deceitfully intended to secure the same end. Forster strongly approved the conduct of the government in preserving strict neutrality, alleging that any other conduct would have meant a war in which she would have had to fight for slavery against her kinsmen. Gregory's speech was cautious and attempted to preserve a judicial tone of argument on fact. Forster's reads like that of one who knows his cause already won. Gregory's had no fire in it and was characterized by Henry Adams, an interested auditor, as listened to as you would listen to a funeral eulogy. The blockade is now universally acknowledged to be unobjectionable. This estimate is borne out by the speech for the government by the Solicitor General, who maintained the effectiveness of the blockade, and who answered Gregory's argument that recognition was not in question by stating that to refuse longer to recognize the blockade would result in a situation of armed neutrality, that is, of unproclaimed war. He pictured the disgust of Europe if England should enter upon such a war in alliance with a country, which is still one of the last strongholds of slavery, an admission made in the fervor of debate that was dangerous as tending to tie the government's hands in the future, but which was, no doubt, merely a personal and carelessly ventured view, not a governmentally authorized one. In general, the most interesting feature of this debate is the hearty approval given by friends of the North to the government's entire line of policy and conduct in relation to America. Their play at the moment, feeling insecure as to the fixity of governmental policy, was to approve heartily the neutrality now existing and to make no criticisms. Later, when more confident of the permanency of British neutrality, they in turn became critics on the score of failure, in specific cases, in neutral duty. The Solicitor General's speech showed that there was no hope for the motion unless it could be made a party question. Of that, there was no indication, and the motion was withdrawn. 3 days later, a similar debate in the Lords was of importance only as offering Russell, since he was now a member of the upper chamber, an opportunity to speak for himself. Lord Campbell had disavowed any intention to attack the blockade, since Russell, on February 15, had officially approved it, but criticized the sending to Lyon of the dispatch itself. Russell upheld the strict legality and effectiveness of the blockade, stated that if England sided with the South in any way the North would appeal to a slave, insurrection the first reference to an idea which was to play a very important role with Russell and others later, and concluded by expressing the opinion that 3 months would see the end of the struggle on lines of separation, but with some form of union between the two sovereignties. Russell's speech was an unneeded but emphatic negative of the pro-Southern effort. Clearly, Southern sympathizers had committed an error in tactics by pressing for a change of British policy. The rosy hopes of Mason were dashed, and the effect of the efforts of his friends was to force the government to a decided stand when they preferred, as the summons of Spence to conference makes evident, to leave in abeyance for a time any further declaration on the blockade. The refusal of Mason and his Southern friends to wait compelled a governmental decision, and the result was Russell's instruction to Lyon of February 15. The effect of the debate on Mason was not to cause distrust of his English advisers, but to convince him that the existing government was more determined in unfriendliness than he had supposed. Of the blockade, he wrote, "No step will be taken by this government to interfere with it." He thought the military news from America in part responsible as the late reverses at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson have had an unfortunate effect upon the minds of our friends here. Spence was opposed to any further move in Parliament until some more definite push on the government from France should occur. Slidell, anxiously watching from Paris the effort in England, had now altered his view of policy and was convinced there was no hope in France until England gave the signal. Referring to his previous idea that the continent could be put in opposition to Great Britain on the blockade, he wrote, "I then supposed that the influence of the Emperor was such that any view of the question which he might urge on the British cabinet would be adopted. I have since had reason to change entirely this opinion. I am now satisfied that in all that concerns us, the initiative must be taken by England, that the Emperor sets such value on her goodwill that he will make any sacrifice of his own opinions and policy to retain it. On March 28, he repeated this conviction to Mason. It was a correct judgment. Mason was thereby exalted with the knowledge that his was to be the first place in importance in any and all operations intended to secure European support for the Confederacy, but he could not conceal from himself that the first steps undertaken in that direction had been premature. From this first failure dated his fixed belief, no matter what hopes were sometimes expressed later, that only a change of government in England would help the Southern cause. Footnotes. Footnote 513, Russell Papers, Cowley to Russell. The important correspondence on this subject is found in F.O. France, Volume 1393, No. 796, Cowley to Russell, July 2, 1861. Ibid, No. 804. Cowley to Russell, July 4, 1861. Ibid, Volume 1377, No. 704. Russell to Cowley, July 10, 1861. Ibid, Volume 1394. No. 874. Cowley to Russell, July 17, 1861. Ibid, No. 922. Cowley to Russell, July 28, 1861. Ibid, No. 923. Confidential Cowley to Russell, July 29, 1861. Russell Papers, Cowley to Russell, July 19, 1861. Ibid, Cowley to Russell, July 28, 1861. It is interesting that the promise of France to support England in remonstrance against the Southern Ports Bill appears, through Cowley's communications, in the printed parliamentary papers. A study of these alone would lead to the judgment that France had been the first to raise the question with England and had heartily supported England. The facts were otherwise, though Mercier, without exact instructions from Thuvenel, aided Lyon in argument with Seward Parliamentary Papers 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 68. Lyon to Russell, July 20, 1861. Footnote 514. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 61. Footnote 516. Schladen reported Seward as objecting to the bill and Sumner as vainly opposing it. Sumner had in fact spoken publicly in favor of the measure. Probably he told Schladen that privately he was against it. Schladen reported Sumner as active in urging the cabinet not to issue a proclamation closing the ports, Schladen Papers. Schladen to Senate of Bremen, July 10 and 19, 1861. Mercier later informed Thuvenel that Sumner declared the bill intended for the Northern public only to show administration energy, and that there was never any intention of putting it into effect. F.O. France, 1394 No. 931. Cowley to Russell, Aug. 1, 1861. Footnote 517. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Nos. 70 and 71, Thuvenel did finally consent to support Russell's protest. Footnote 520, F.O. France, Volume 1395, Number 967, Cowley to Russell, Aug. 8, 1861. Footnote 522, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 68. Lyon to Russell, July 20, 1861. Enclosed was a copy of the 6 lines of Thuvenel's instruction to Mercier, dated July 4, the very brevity of which shows that this was in fact no instruction at all, but merely a comment by Thuvenel to Mercier. Footnote 525. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 81. Lyon to Russell, Aug. 12, 1861. Footnote 526, Russell Papers, Lyon to Russell, Private, Aug. 13, 1861. Footnote 528, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 83. Footnote 529, Leon thought this possible. Russell Papers, Leon to Russell, Private, July 20, 1861. Footnote 530, Leon Papers, Russell to Leon, Private, Aug. 16, 1861, and again he wrote the next day, to prevent smuggling over 3,000 miles of coast and 1,500 miles of land frontier seems to me impossible. Ibid. Aug. 17, 1861. Russell had received some 2 weeks earlier a letter from Bunch at Charleston, urging that England make no objection to the blockade in order that the South might be taught the lesson that King Cotton was not, after all, powerful enough to compel British recognition and support. He stated that Southerners, angry at the failure to secure recognition, were loudly proclaiming that they both could and would humble and embarrass Great Britain, F.O., A.M., Volume 781, No. 82. Bunch to Russell, July 8, 1861. Bunch wrote on July 23 that the South planned to hold back its cotton until Great Britain and France raised the blockade. Ibid. Number 87. Bunch was now impressed with Southern determination. Footnote 531. The 7 ports were Norfolk, Virginia, Wilmington, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Mobile, Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Galveston, Texas. Footnote 532. The first important reference to the blockade after mid-August 1861 is in an order to Bunch, conveyed through Leon, not to give advice to British merchants in Charleston as to blockade runners that had gotten into port having any right to go out again. F.O., A.M., Volume 757, Number 402. Russell to Leon, Nov. 8, 1861. Footnote 533, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 125. Leon to Russell, Nov. 25, 1861, received Dec. 9. Footnote 535, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 127. Footnote 536, Ibid, Number 126, Leon to Russell, Nov. 29, 1861, received Dec. 12. Footnote 538, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 141. Footnote 542, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Correspondence on Civil War in the United States. Number 153, Leon to Russell, Jan. 14, 1862, received Jan. 27. Footnote 543, Ibid, Lords, Volume Roman 25, Dispatch from Lord Lyons respecting the obstruction of the southern harbors. Leon to Russell, Feb. 11, 1862, received Feb. 24. Footnote 544, Thompson and Wainwright, Confidential Correspondence of G.V. Fox, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, 1861-65, IP 79. DuPont to Fox, Dec. 16, 1861. Hereafter cited as Fox Confid. Corresp. This letter shows clearly also that the Navy had no thought of a permanent obstruction. Footnote 546. Thuvenel, Le Secret de l'Empereur, Roman 2, 249. Thuvenel could mistakenly write to Mercier on March 13, 1862. Nous ne voulons pas cependant imposer une forme de gouvernement aux Mexicains. Footnote 547, Russell Papers, Cowley to Russell, Private, Jan. 17, 1862. On this same date, Thuvenel, writing to Flahault in London, hoped England would feel that she had a common interest with France in preventing Mexico from falling under the yoke of Americans either unis ou seceds. Thuvenel, Le Secret de l'Empereur, Roman 2, 226. Footnote 550. F.O., A.M., Volume 825, Number 146. Leon to Russell, Feb. 28, 1862. The fact that Slidell arrived in France just as Napoleon's plans for Mexico took clearer form has been made the ground for assumptions that he immediately gave assurance of Southern acquiescence and encouraged Napoleon to go forward. I have found no good evidence of this, rather the contrary. The whole plan was clear to Cowley by mid-January before Slidell reached Paris, and Slidell's own correspondence shows no early push on Mexico. The Confederate agent's correspondence, both official and private, will be much used later in this work and here requires explanation. But 4 historical works of importance deal with it extensively. 1. Richardson, Messages and Papers of the Confederacy, 2 vols. 1905 purports to include the dispatches of Mason and Slidell to Richmond, but is very unsatisfactory. Important dispatches are missing, and elisions sometimes occur without indication. 2. Virginia Mason, The Public Life and Diplomatic Correspondence of James M. Mason, 1906, contains most of Mason's dispatches, including some not given by Richardson. The author also used the Mason papers, see below. 3. Callahan, The Diplomatic History of the Southern Confederacy, 1901, is the most complete and authoritative work on Southern diplomacy yet published. He used the collection known as the Picket Papers for official dispatches, supplementing these when gaps occurred by a study of the Mason papers, but his work, narrative in form, permits no extended printing of documents. 4. L. M. Sears, A Confederate Diplomat at the Court of Napoleon Roman III. A.M. Hist. Reverend Jan. 1921, is a study drawn from Slidell's private letters in the Mason papers. The Mason papers exist in 8 folios or packages in the manuscript division of the Library of Congress, and in addition there is 1 bound volume of Mason's dispatches to Richmond. These contain the private correspondence of Mason and Slidell while in Europe. Slidell's letters are originals. Mason's letters are copies in Slidell's handwriting, made apparently at Mason's request, and sent to him in May 1865. A complete typed copy of this correspondence was taken by me in 1913, but this has not hitherto been used save in a manuscript master's degree thesis by Walter M. Case, James M. Mason, Confederate Diplomat, Stanford University, 1915, and for a few citations by C. F. Adams, A Crisis in Downing Street, Mass. Hist. Soc. Proceedings, May 1914. The Mason papers also contain many letters from Mason's English friends, Spence, Lindsay, Gregory, and others. Footnote 551, Russell Papers. To Russell, Leon thought France also included in these demonstrations. Footnote 552, A Cycle of Adams Letters, I. 113. Henry Adams to Charles Francis Adams, Jr., Feb. 14, 1862. Footnote 557, Bernard, p. 245. The author agrees with Russell, but adds that Great Britain, in the early stages of the blockade, was indulgent to the North, and rightly so considering the difficulties of instituting it. Footnote 558. He wrote to Mason on February 10, 1863, that he saw no reason to qualify the language employed in my dispatch to Lord Lyon of the 15th of February last. Bernard, p. 293. Footnote 559. Richardson, Messages and Papers of the Confederacy, Roman II, p. 155. Yancey and Mann to Hunter, Jan. 27, 1862. Footnote 562. Mann sent this confidential memorandum to Jefferson Davis, Feb. 1, 1862, Richardson, Roman II, 160. There is no indication of how he obtained it. It was a fake, pure and simple. To his astonishment, Slidell soon learned from Thuvenel that France knew nothing of such a memorandum. It was probably sold to Mann by some enterprising Southern friend in need of money. Footnote 564, Ibid, pp. 260-62, Mason's Dispatch No. 4, Feb. 22, 1862. This dispatch is not given by Richardson. Slidell was more warmly received by Thuvenel. He followed the same line of argument and apparently made a favorable impression. Cowley reported Thuvenel, after the interview, as expressing himself as hoping that in 2 or 3 months matters would have reached such a crisis in America that both parties would be willing to accept a mediation. F.O. France, Volume 1432, No. 132, Confidential, Cowley to Russell, Feb. 10, 1862. Footnote 565. Mason Papers. Spence to Mason, Feb. 13, 1862. This was that James Spence, author of The American Union, a work strongly espousing the Southern cause. This book was not only widely read in England, but portions of it were translated into other languages for use on the continent. Spence was a manufacturer and trader and also operated in the Liverpool Cotton Exchange. He made a strong impression on Mason, was early active in planning and administering Southern cotton loans in England, and was in constant touch with Mason. By Slidell, he was much less favorably regarded, and the impression created by his frequent letters to Mason is that of a man of second-rate caliber, elated by the prominent part he seemed to be playing in what he took to be the birth of a new state. Footnote 568. Slidell in France at first took the tack of urging that continental interests and British interests in the blockade were directly antagonistic, basing his argument on England's forward look as a sea power. Slidell to Hunter, Feb. 26, 1862. Richardson, Roman 2, p. 186. Footnote 569. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Papers relating to the blockade. Footnote 570. Hansard 3rd. Sir, CLXV, pp. 1158-1230 and pp. 1233-43. Footnote 571. Mason's authenticated statistics, unfortunately for his cause, only came down to Oct. 31, 1861, a fact which might imply that after that date, the blockade was rapidly becoming effective, and which certainly did indicate that it was at least sufficiently effective to prevent regular and frequent communications between the government at Richmond and its agents abroad. Did Russell have this in mind when he promptly incorporated Mason's figures in the papers presented to Parliament? These figures showed that according to reports from 4 southern ports, 60 vessels had entered and cleared between April 29 and October 31, 1861. Unauthenticated statistics, extending to the date December 31, presented by Mason of vessels arrived at and departing from Cuban ports, showed 48 vessels, each way engaged in blockade running. 7 of these were listed as captured. Those reaching Cuba were described as 26 British, 14 Confederate, 3 Spanish, 3 American, and 2 Mexican, but in none of these statistics were the names of the vessels given, for obvious reasons, in the printed paper, though apparently included in the list submitted by Mason. These figures did in fact but reveal a situation existing even after 1861. The American blockading fleets had to be created from all sorts of available material and were slow in getting underway. Regular ships of the Old Navy could not enforce it being too few in number, and also, at first, directing their efforts to the capture of shore positions, which would render a large blockading squadron unnecessary. This proved an abortive effort, and it was not until 1862 that the development of a large fleet of blockaders was seriously undertaken. See Fox, Confid. Corresp, IPP. 110, 115, 119, and especially 122, which May 31, 1862, pays tribute to the energy with which the South for 13 long months had defended its important port shorelines. If Gregory had been able to quote a report by Bunch from Charleston of April 5, 1862, he would have had a strong argument. The blockade runners are doing a great business. Everything is brought in abundance. Not a day passes without an arrival or a departure. The Richmond government sent about a month ago an order to Nassau for medicines, quinine, etc. It went from Nassau to New York, was executed there, came back to Nassau, thence here, and was on its way to Richmond in 21 days from the date of the order. Nearly all the trade is under the British flag. The vessels are all changed in Nassau and Havana. Passengers come and go freely, and no one seems to think that there is the slightest risk which, indeed, there is not. Lyon Papers. Bunch to Lyon, April 5, 1862. Footnote 572. I have nowhere found any such statement by Seward. Gregory's reference is to a note from Seward to Lyon of May 27, 1861, printed in the blockade papers. This merely holds that temporary absence of blockading ships does not impair the blockade nor render necessary a new notice of its existence. Footnote 573. A cycle of Adams' letters, IPP, 11920. Henry Adams to Charles Francis Adams, Jr., March 15, 1862. Footnote 574. This 3 months statement returned to plague Russell later, British merchants complaining that upon it they had based plans in the belief that the government had something definite in view. Spence's reference to this 3 months idea, after his conferences in London, would indicate that Russell was merely indulging in a generalization due to the expected financial collapse of the North. The Russian ambassador in London gave a different interpretation. He wrote that the northern victories in the West had caused Great Britain to think the time near when the border states, now tied to the Union by these victories, would lead in a pacification on lines of separation from the southern slave states. It is in this sense, and no other, that Russell's 3-month speech in the Lords is to be taken. Martineau to F. O., March 315, 1862, number 33. Martineau does not so state, but his dispatch sounds as if this were the result of a talk with Russell. If so, it would indicate an attempt to interpret Lincoln's border state policy in a sense that would appear reasonable in the British view that there could be no real hope at Washington of restoring the Union. Footnote 576. Ibid, p. 266. Fort Henry was taken by Grant on February 6 and Fort Donelson on the 15th. The capture of these two places gave an opening for the advance of the Western Army southwards into Tennessee and Mississippi. Chapter 9. Enter Mr. Lindsay. The friendly atmosphere created by the lifting of the threatening Trent episode appears to have made Secretary Seward believe that the moment was opportune for a renewal of pressure on Great Britain and France for the recall of their proclamations of neutrality. Seizing upon the victories of Grant at Forts Henry and Donelson, he wrote to Adams on February 28, explaining that as a result the United States, now having access to the interior districts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas, had determined to permit the restoration of trade upon our inland ways and waters under certain limitations, and that if this experiment succeeded similar measures would be applied to the country on the seacoast, which would be some alleviation of the rigor of the blockade. He added that these concessions to foreign nations would go much further and faster if those nations would withdraw their belligerent privileges heretofore so unnecessarily conceded, as we conceive, to the insurgents. This was large talk for a relatively unchanged military situation. Grant had as yet but forced open the door in the West and was still far from having access to the interior districts of the states named. Leon, being shown a copy of this dispatch to Adams, commented to Russell that while it might be said the position and the spirit of the Northern armies were greatly improved and notable successes probable, it could not be maintained that hostilities were so near their conclusion or are carried on upon so small a scale as to disqualify either party for the title of belligerents. Lyons and Mercier were agreed that this was no time for the withdrawal of belligerent rights to the South, and when the hint was received that the purpose of making such a request was in Seward's mind, the news quite took Thuvenel's breath away. As yet, however, Seward did no more than hint, and Adams was quick to advise that the moment had not yet come when such a proceeding might seem to me likely to be of use. Just at this time, Seward was engaged in forwarding a measure, no doubt intended to secure British anti-slavery sympathy for the North, yet also truly indicative of a Northern temper toward the South and its domestic institution. This was the negotiation of a slave trade treaty with Great Britain, by which America joined, at last, the nations agreeing to unite their efforts in suppression of the African slave trade. The treaty was signed by Seward and Leon at Washington on April 7. On the next day, Seward wrote to Adams that had such a treaty been ratified, in 1808, there would now have been no sedition here, and no disagreement between the United States and foreign nations. A melancholy reflection intended to suggest that the South alone had been responsible for the long delay of American participation in a world humanitarian movement. But the real purpose of the treaty, Leon thought, was to save the credit of the president with the party which elected him if he should make concessions to the South, with a view of reconstructing the Union, an erroneous view evincing a misconception of the intensity of both Northern and Southern feeling if regarded from our present knowledge, but a view natural enough to the foreign observer at the moment. Leon, in this letter, correctly stated the rising determination of the North to restore the Union, but underestimated the rapid growth of an equal determination against a restoration with slavery. The real motive for Seward's eagerness to sign the slave trade treaty was the thought of its influence on foreign, not domestic, affairs. Leon, being confident that Russell would approve, had taken the risk of going a little faster than his instructions had indicated. In this same letter, Leon dwelt upon the Northern elation over recent military successes. The campaign in the West had been followed in the East by a great effort under McClellan to advance on Richmond up the peninsula of the James River, and using Chesapeake Bay as a means of water transportation and supply. This campaign had been threatened by the appearance of the ironclad ram Merrimac and her attack on the wooden naval vessels operating in support of McClellan. But on March 9, the Monitor, a slow-moving floating ironclad fortress, drove the Merrimac from her helpless prey and removed the Southern threat to McClellan's communications. More than any other one battle of the Civil War, the duel between the Merrimac and the Monitor struck the imagination of the British people, and justly so because of its significance in relation to the power of the British Navy. "It has been the main talk of the town," wrote Adams, "ever since the news came, in Parliament, in the clubs, in the city, among the military and naval people. The impression is that it dates the commencement of a new era in warfare, and that Great Britain must consent to begin over again." The victory of the Monitor was relatively unimportant in British eyes, but a fight between two completely armored ships, and especially the ease with which the Merrimac had vanquished wooden ships on the day previous, were cause of anxious consideration for the future. Russell was more concerned over the immediate lessons of the battle. "Only think," he wrote, "of our position if in case of the Yankees turning upon us, they should by means of iron ships renew the triumphs they achieved in 1812-13, by means of superior size and weight of metal." This, however, was but early and hasty speculation, and while American ingenuity and experiment in naval warfare had indeed sounded the death knell of wooden ships of war, no great change in the character of navies was immediately possible. Moreover, British shipbuilders could surely keep pace in ironclad construction with America or any other nation. The success of the Monitor was soon regarded by the British government as important mainly as indicative of a new energy in the North promising further and more important successes on land. The government hoped for such northern success not because of any belief that these would go to the extent of forcing the South into submission, for they were still, and for a long time to come, obsessed with the conviction that Southern independence must ultimately be achieved. The idea was, rather, that the North, having vindicated its fighting ability and realizing that the South, even though losing battle after battle, was stubborn in the will to independence, would reach the conclusion that the game was not worth the price and would consent to separation. Russell wrote in this vein to Leon, even though he thought that the morale of the Southern army seems to be ruined for the time. He believed that the end of the war would be hastened by Northern victories, and he therefore rejoiced in them. Of somewhat like opinion up to the end of March 1862, Leon, in April, began to doubt his previous analysis of Northern temper and to write warnings that the end was not near. Grant's hard-won victory in the West at Shiloh, April 6-7, the first great pitched battle of the war, called out such a flood of Northern expressions of determination to drive the war to the bitter end as to startle Leon and cause him, in a remarkably clear letter of survey, to recast his opinions. He wrote, "The general opinion is that the campaign of this spring will clear up most of the doubts as to the result of the war. If the military successes of the North continue, the determination of the South will, it is asserted, be at last really put to the test. If notwithstanding great military reverses, the loss of the border states, and the occupation of the most important points on the coast, the Southern men hold out, if they destroy as they threaten to do, their cotton, tobacco, and all other property which cannot be removed, and then retire into the interior with their families and slaves, the Northern conquests may prove to be but barren. The climate may be a fatal enemy to the Federal armies. The Northern people may be unable or unwilling to continue the enormous expenditure. They may prefer separation to protracting the war indefinitely. I confess, however, that I fear that a protraction of the war during another year or longer is a not less probable result of the present posture of affairs than either the immediate subjugation of the South or the immediate recognition of its independence. This itemization of Southern methods of resistance was in line with Confederate threats at a moment when the sky looked black. There was indeed much Southern talk of retiring into a hypothetical defensible interior which impressed Englishmen, but had no foundation in geographical fact. Meanwhile, British attention was eagerly fixed on the northern advance, and it was at least generally hoped that the projected attack on New Orleans and McClellan's advance up the peninsula toward Richmond would bring to a more definite status the conflict in America. Extreme Southern sympathizers scouted the possibility of any conclusive Northern success, ignoring, because ignorant, the importance of Grant's Western campaign. They were quite struck aback by the news of the capture of New Orleans, April 25. It took them 3 days to make up their minds to believe it, but even the capture of this, the most important commercial city of the South, was not regarded as of great importance in view of the Eastern effort toward Richmond. News of the operations in the peninsula was as slow in reaching England as was McClellan's slow and cautious advance. It was during this advance and previous to the capture of New Orleans that 2 remarkable adventures toward a solution in America were made, apparently wholly on individual initiative, by a Frenchman in America and an Englishman in France. Mercier at Washington and Lindsay at Paris conceived, quite independently, that the time had come for projects of foreign mediation. French opinion, like that expressed in England, appears to have been that the Northern successes in the spring of 1862 might result in such a rehabilitation of Northern self-esteem that suggestions of now recognizing the facts of the situation and acknowledging the independence of the South would not be unfavorably received. In this sense, Thuvenel wrote to Mercier, privately, on March 13, but was careful to state that the word mediation ought not to be uttered. His letter dilated, also, on French manufacturing difficulties at home due to the lack of cotton. This was in no way an instruction to Mercier, but the ideas expressed were broached by him in a conversation with Seward, only to be met with such positive assertions of intention and ability soon to recover the South as somewhat to stagger the French minister. He remarked, according to his report to Thuvenel, that he wished it were possible to visit Richmond and assure himself that there also they recognized the truth of Seward's statements, upon which the latter at once offered to further such a trip. Mercier asserted to Thuvenel that he was taken by surprise, having foreseen no such eager acquiescence in a suggestion made without previous thought, but that on consideration he returned to Seward and accepted the proposal, outlining the substance of what he intended to say at Richmond. He should there make clear that the anxiety of France was above all directed toward peace as essential to French commercial interests, that France had always regarded the separation of North and South with regret, that the North was evidently determined in its will to restore the Union, and, in repetition, that France wished to aid in any way possible the early cessation of war. Seward wrote Mercier, told him to add that he, personally, would welcome the presence in the Senate of any persons whom the South wished to elect. Mercier, writes Bancroft, from the first had been an impatient sympathizer with the Confederacy, and he was quite devoid of the balance and good judgment that characterized Lord Lyon. Quite unnecessarily, Seward helped him to make the trip. A circumstance apparently not known to Bancroft was Mercier's consultation with Lyon, before departure, in which were revealed an initiative of the adventure, and a proposed representation to the authorities in Richmond materially different from the report made by Mercier to Thuvenel. These merit expanded treatment as new light on a curious episode, and especially as revealing the British policy of the moment, represented in the person of the British minister in Washington. On April 10, Mercier came to Lyon, told him that he was about to set out for Richmond, and that he had been for some little time thinking of making this journey. He told of making the suggestion to Seward, and that this, rather to his surprise, had been eagerly taken up. Monsieur Mercier observed that the object of vital importance to France, and to England also, as he supposed, was to put an end, as soon as possible, to the blockade, and generally to a state of things which caused so grievous an interruption of the trade between Europe and this country. It was, he said, possible that he might hasten the attainment of this object by conferring personally with the secession leaders. He should frankly tell them that to all appearances their cause was desperate, that their armies were beaten in all quarters, and that the time had arrived when they ought to come to some arrangement which would put an end to a state of affairs ruinous to themselves and intolerable to Europe. It was useless to expect any countenance from the European powers. Those powers could but act on their avowed principles. They would recognize any people which established its independence, but they could not encourage the prolongation of a fruitless struggle. Monsieur Mercier thought that if the Confederates were very much discouraged by their recent reverses, such language from the minister of a great European power might be a knockdown blow, coup de sang, was the expression he used to them. It might induce them to come to terms with the North. At all events, it might lead to an armistice, under which trade might be immediately resumed. He told me, mentioned to Mr. Seward his notion of using this language, and had added that, of course, as a minister accredited to the United States, and visiting Richmond with the consent of the United States government, he could not speak to the Southern men of any other terms for ending the war than a return to the Union. Monsieur Mercier proceeded to say that Mr. Seward entirely approved of the language he thus proposed to hold, and had authorized him to say to the Southern leaders, not of course from the United States government, but from him, Mr. Seward, personally, that they had no spirit of vengeance to apprehend, that they would be cordially welcomed back to their seats in the Senate, and to their due share of political influence. Mr. Seward added that he had not said so much to any other person, but that he would tell Monsieur Mercier that he was willing to risk his own political station and reputation in pursuing a conciliatory course towards the South, that he was ready to make this his policy and to stand or fall by it. This was certainly sufficiently strong language to have pleased the American Secretary of State, and if actually used at Richmond, to have constituted Mercier a valuable Northern agent. It cannot be regarded as at all in harmony with Mercier's previous opinions, nor as expressive of Thuvenel's views. Léon was careful to refrain from much comment on the matter of Mercier's proposed representations at Richmond. He was more concerned that the trip was to be made at all, was in fact much opposed to it, fearing that it would appear like a break in that unity of French-British attitude which was so desirable. Nor was he without suspicion of a hidden French purpose to secure some special and separate advantages in the way of prospective commercial relations with the South. Mercier told Léon that he knew he could not ask Léon to accompany him because of American extreme susceptibility to any interference by Great Britain, but he thought of taking Stokel, the Russian minister, and that Stokel was pleased with the idea. Lyons frankly replied that he was glad to be relieved of the necessity of declining to go and was sorry. Mercier was determined to proceed since this certainly looked like a break in joint policy, and he objected positively on the same ground to Stokel's going. Mercier yielded the latter point, but argued that by informing Seward of his consultation with Léon, which he proposed doing, the former objection would be obviated. Finding that Mercier was bent on going, Lyons thought it best not to object too much and confined his efforts to driving home the idea that no opening should be given for a separate agreement with the South. I therefore entered with him into the details of his plans and made some suggestions as to his language and conduct. I said that one delusion which he might find it desirable to remove from the minds of men in the South was that it would be possible to inveigle France or any other great European power into an exclusive alliance with them. I had reason to believe that some of them imagine that this might be effected by an offer of great commercial privileges to one power, to the exclusion of others. I hardly supposed that Mr. Jefferson Davis himself, or men of his stamp, could entertain so foolish a notion, but still, it might be well to eradicate it from any mind in which it had found place. Léon saw Mercier 2 or 3 times, between the 10th and 14th, and on the 12th spoke to Seward about the trip, without saying anything to lead him to suppose that I had any objection to it. This was intended to preserve the impression of close harmony with France, and Léon wrote, "I consider that the result of my communications with M. Mercier entitles him to say that he makes his journey to Richmond with my acquiescence." Nevertheless, he both believed and declared to Mercier that the views expressed on Southern weakening of determination were wholly erroneous, and that neither North nor South was ready for any efforts, still less mediation, looking toward peace. He prophesied failure of Mercier's avowed hopes. His prophecy proved well-founded. On April 28, Leon reported Mercier's account to him of the results of the journey. Mercier returned to Washington on April 24, reported at once to Seward the results of his trip, and on the same day called on Leon. Having conversed with Benjamin, the new Confederate Secretary of State, he was now wholly convinced of the settled determination of the South to maintain its independence, even under extreme reverses. Upon inquiry by Leon whether the South expected European assistance, Mercier replied that the Confederate leaders professed to have abandoned all hope of succor from Europe, and that confident in their own power, they desired no aid. Cautiously adverting to his suspicion that Mercier's trip might have had in view French commercial advantage, Leon asked whether France had received any proposals of benefit in return for recognition. Mercier answered with a simple negative. He then further developed the interview with Benjamin. He said that he had spoken while at Richmond as a friend of the Union and a friend of all parties, but that the particular language which he had intended to hold was entirely inapplicable to the state of mind in which he found the Confederates one and all. It was idle to tell them that they were worsted on all sides, that the time was come for making terms with the North. What he had said to them about the recognition of their independence was that the principal inducement to France to recognize it would be a hope that her doing so would have a great moral effect towards hastening peace. That at this moment, it would certainly not have any such effect. That it would embroil France with the United States, and that would be all. Thus none of the strong representations intended to be made by Mercier to convince the South of the uselessness of further resistance had, in fact, been made. In his report to Thuvenel, Mercier stated that he had approached Benjamin with the simple declaration that the purpose of my journey was merely to assure myself, for myself, of the true condition of things, and that I called to beg him to aid me in attaining it. Since the proposed strong representations were not reported to Thuvenel, either in the explanation given of the initiation of the trip, the doubt must be entertained that Mercier ever intended to make them. They bear the appearance of arguments to Seward and, in some degree, also to Leon made to secure acquiescence in his plan. The report to Thuvenel omits also any reference to expressions, as narrated to Leon, about recognition of the Confederacy, or a principal inducement thereto. Mercier now declared to Leon his own views on recognition. He was himself more than ever convinced that the restoration of the old Union was impossible. He believed that, if the powers of Europe exercised no influence, the war would last for years. He conceived that the independence of the South must be recognized sooner or later, and in his opinion, the governments of Europe should be on the watch for a favorable opportunity of doing this in such a manner as to end the war. The present opportunity would, however, he thought, be particularly unfavorable. Leon writes, I did not express any opinion as to the policy to be eventually pursued by France or England, but I told Monsieur Mercier that I entirely agreed with him in thinking that there was nothing to do at the present moment but to watch events. On the day following this interview, Leon spoke to Seward of Mercier's trip and was given a very different view of the situation at Richmond. Seward said, he himself was quite convinced, from Monsieur Mercier's account of what had passed, that the Confederates were about to make a last effort, that their last resources were brought into play, that their last armies were in the field. If they were now defeated, they would accept the terms which would be offered them. Their talking of retiring into the interior was idle. If the United States were undisputed masters of the border states and the seacoast, there would be no occasion for any more fighting. Those who chose to retire into the interior were welcome to do so, and to stay there till they were tired. The truth, wrote Leon, as to the state of feeling in the South probably lies somewhere between Mr. Seward's views and those of Monsieur Mercier. Leon concluded his report of the whole matter. The result of Monsieur Mercier's journey has been to bring him back precisely to the point at which he was 3 months ago. The federal successes which occurred afterwards had somewhat shaken his conviction in the ultimate success of the South, and consequently his opinions as to the policy to be adopted by France. The sentiments he now expresses are exactly those which he expressed at the beginning of the year. In other words, Mercier was now again pressing for early recognition of the South at the first favorable moment. On Lyon, the effect of the adventure to Richmond was just the reverse of this, and on Russell also, its influence was to cause some doubt of Southern success. Appended to Lyon's report stands Russell's initialed comment. It is desirable to know what is the interior to which the Southern Confederates propose if beaten to retire. If in arms they will be pursued, if not in arms their discontent will cause but little embarrassment to their conquerors. But can the country be held permanently by the U.S. armies if the Confederates have small bodies in arms resisting the authority of the U.S. Congress? Any facts showing the strength or weakness of the Union feeling in the South will be of great value in forming a judgment on the final issue. Seward, in conversation with Lyon, had said that to avoid public misconceptions, a newspaper statement would be prepared on Mercier's trip. This appeared May 6. In the New York Times, the paper more closely Seward's organ than any other throughout the war, representing Mercier as having gone to Richmond by order of Napoleon, and with Lincoln's approval to urge the Confederates to surrender and to encourage them to expect favorable terms. Lyon commented on this article that the language attributed to Mercier was not very unlike that which he intended to hold, but that in fact he had not used it, nor had Napoleon ordered the move. Indeed, everyone in London and Paris was much astonished, and many were the speculations as to the meaning of Mercier's unusual procedure. Russell was puzzled, writing, "Quid diable allate il faire dans cette galera?" And Cowley at Paris could give no light, being assured by Thuvenel on first rumors of Mercier's trip to Richmond that he had not a notion that this could be true. May 1, Cowley wrote, "The whole thing is inexplicable unless the Emperor is at the bottom of it, which Thuvenel thinks is not the case." The next day Thuvenel, having consulted Napoleon, was assured by the latter that he could not account for Monsieur Mercier's conduct, and that he greatly regretted it, being especially disturbed by a seeming break in the previous, complete harmony with the British representative at Washington. This was reassuring to Russell, yet there is no question that Mercier's conduct long left a certain suspicion in British official circles. On May 2, also, Thuvenel wrote to Flahault in London of the Emperor's displeasure, evidently with the intention that this should be conveyed to Russell. Naturally, the persons most excited were the two Confederate agents in Europe. At first, they believed Mercier must have had secret orders from Napoleon, and were delighted. Then, on denials made to Slidell by Thuvenel, they feared Mercier was acting in an unfavorable sense as Seward's agent. Later, they returned to the theory of Napoleon's private manipulation, and being confident of his friendship, were content to wait events. Slidell had just received assurance from M. Billault, through whom most of his information came, that the Emperor and all the ministers are favorable to our cause, have been so for the last year, and are now quite as warmly so as they have ever been. Thuvenel is of course accepted, but then he has no hostility. But a greater source of Southern hope at this juncture was another, diplomatic adventure, though by no accredited diplomat, which antedated Mercier's trip to Richmond and which still agitated not only the Confederate agents, but the British ministry as well. This was the appearance of the British Member of Parliament, Lindsay, in the role of self-constituted Southern emissary to Napoleon. Lindsay, as one of the principal shipowners in England, had long been an earnest advocate of more free commercial intercourse between nations, supporting in general the principles of Cobden and Bright, and being a warm personal friend of the latter, though disagreeing with him on the American Civil War. He had been in some sense a minor expert consulted by both French and British governments in the preparation of the Commercial Treaty of 1860, so that when on April 9 he presented himself to Cowley asking that an audience with the Emperor be procured for him to talk over some needed alterations in the navigation laws, the request seemed reasonable, and the interview was arranged for April 11. On the 12th, Lindsay reported to Cowley that the burden of Napoleon's conversation, much to his surprise, was on American affairs. The Emperor, said Lindsay, expressed the conviction that reunion between North and South was an impossibility, and declared that he was ready to recognize the South if Great Britain would set him the example. More than once he had expressed these ideas to England, but they had not been attended to, and he should not try again. He continued, that France ought not to interfere in the internal affairs of the United States, but that the United States ought equally to abstain from all interference in the internal concerns of France, and that His Majesty considered that the hindrance placed by the northern states upon the exportation of cotton from the South was not justifiable, and was tantamount to interference with the legal commerce of France. He also denied the efficiency of the blockade so established. He had made observations in this sense to Her Majesty's government, but they had not been replied to. Then, His Majesty asked what were the opinions of Her Majesty's Govt, adding that if Her Majesty's Govt agreed with him as to the inefficiency of the blockade, he was ready to send ships of war to cooperate with others of Her Majesty to keep the southern ports open. Finally, Napoleon requested Lindsay to see Cowley and find out what he thought of these ideas. Cowley told Lindsay he did not know of any offer, whatever having been made by France to England, that his, Cowley's, opinion was that it might be true that the North and the South would never reunite, but that it was not yet proved, that the efficiency of the blockade was a legal and international question, and that upon the whole it had been considered by Her Majesty's Govt as efficient, though doubtless many ships had been enabled to run it, and that at all events there could not be a more inopportune moment for mooting the question both of the recognition of the South and of the efficiency of the blockade. The time was gone by when such measures could, if ever, have been taken, for every mail brought news of expeditions from the North acting with success upon the South, and every day added to the efficiency of the blockade, and that I did not think therefore that Her Majesty's Govt would consent to send a squadron to act as the Emperor had indicated, but that I could only give a personal opinion, which might be corrected if I was in error by Mr. Lindsay himself seeing Lord Russell. On April 13th, a second interview took place between Lindsay and Napoleon, of which Lindsay reported that having conveyed to Napoleon Cowley's denial of any offer made to England, as well as a contrary view of the situation, Napoleon repeated the statement that 2 long dispatches with his opinion had been written to M. de Flahault, which had not been attended to by Her Majesty's government, and he expressed a desire that Mr. Lindsay should return to London, lay His Majesty's views before Lord Palmerston and Lord Russell, and bring their answers direct to him as quickly as possible, His Majesty observing that these matters were better arranged by private than official hands. Mr. Lindsay said that he had promised the Emperor to be back in Paris on Thursday morning. In his letter to Russell, Cowley called all this a nasty intrigue. Cowley had asked Thuvenel for enlightenment, and Thuvenel had denied all knowledge and declared that certainly no such proposals as Lindsay reported the Emperor to have mentioned had ever been sent to England. Cowley wrote, "My own conviction is, from Lindsay's conversations with me, which are full of hesitations, and I fear much falsehood hidden under apparent candor, that he has told the Emperor his own views, and that those views are supported by the majority of the people of England, and by the present opposition in Parliament, who would denounce the blockade if in power, that he has found a willing listener in the Emperor, who would gladly obtain cotton by any means. And I am much mistaken if Lindsay will not attempt to make political capital of his interviews with the Emperor with the opposition, and that you may hear of it in Parliament. I lose no time, therefore, in writing to you as Lindsay goes over tonight, and will probably endeavor to see you and Lord Palmerston as soon as possible." The close touch between Lindsay and the Southern agents is shown by his conveyance to Slidell of the good news. Slidell was jubilant, writing to Mason, "Mr. Lindsay has had a long interview with the Emperor, who is prepared to act at once decidedly in our favor. He has always been ready to do so, and has twice made representations to England, but has received evasive responses. He has now for the 3rd time given them, but in a more decided tone. Mr. Lindsay will give you all the particulars. This is entirely confidential, but you can say to Lord Campbell, Mr. Gregory, etc., that I now have positive and authoritative evidence that France now waits the assent of England for recognition and other more cogent measures." 2 days later Slidell made a report to Benjamin, which was in substance very similar to that given by Lindsay to Cowley, though more highly colored as favorable to the South, but he added an important feature which, as has been seen, was suspected by Cowley, but which had not been stated to him. Napoleon had asked Lindsay to see Derby and Disraeli, the leaders of the parliamentary opposition, and inform them of his views. A suggestion, which if known to the British ministry, as coming from Napoleon, could not fail to arouse resentment. Slidell even believed that, failing British participation, the emperor might act separately in recognition of the South. April 15, Cowley, having received, privately, Russell's approval of the language used to Lindsay, and believing that Thuvenel was about to write to Flahault on the interviews, felt it necessary to bring them also on my part officially to your notice. This official report does not differ materially from that in Cowley's private letter of the 13th, but omitted, naturally, aspersions on Lindsay and suspicions of the use to which he might put his information. Cowley had held a long conversation with Thuvenel, in which it was developed that the source of the emperor's views was Rouher, Minister of Commerce, who was very anxious over the future of cotton supply. It appeared that Lindsay, in conversation with Thuvenel, had affirmed that I coincided in his views. This exasperated Cowley, and he resented Lindsay's unofficial diplomacy, telling Thuvenel that he was placed in a false position by Mr. Lindsay's interference. Thuvenel exclaimed that his own position was still more false, and that he should make a point of seeing the emperor on the following morning and of ascertaining the extent of His Majesty's participation in the proceeding. This was done, with the result that Napoleon acknowledged that on Lindsay's request he had authorized him to recount to Russell and Palmerston the views expressed, but asserted that he had not charged him to convey those opinions. Cowley concluded his dispatch. Monsieur Thuvenel said that the emperor did not understand the intricacies of this question, that His Majesty had confounded remarks conveyed in dispatches with deliberate proposals, that no doubt the French government was more preoccupied with the cotton question than Her Majesty's government seemed to be. And this he, Thuvenel, had shewn in his communications with M. de Flahault, but that he knew too well the general opinions prevailing in England to have made proposals. Nor, indeed, did he see what proposals could have been made. He had endeavored to show both the emperor and M. Rouher that to recognize the independence of the South would not bring cotton into the markets, while any interference with the blockade would probably have produced a collision. At the same time, he could not conceal from me the just anxiety he experienced to reopen the cotton trade. Might not the northern states be induced to declare some one port neutral at which the trade could be carried on? I said that the events which were now passing in America demonstrated the prudence of the policy pursued by the two governments. The recognition of the South would not have prevented the North from continuing its armaments and undertaking the expedition now in progress, and a refusal to acknowledge the blockade as efficient must have been followed by the employment of force, on a question of extreme delicacy. Formal approval was given Cowley by Russell on April 16. In this, Russell stated that he agreed with Thuvenel the cotton situation was alarming, but he added, "The evil is evident, not equally so the remedy." He assured Cowley that Her Majesty's government wished to take no step in respect to the Civil War in America except in concert with France and upon full deliberation. Meanwhile, Lindsay's diplomatic career had received a severe jolt in London. Confidently addressing to Russell a request for an interview, he received the reply that I thought the best way for two Goths to communicate with each other was through their respective embassies. He rejoined that he feared you had not stated the reason why the emperor wished to make the proposal through him rather than the usual channel, and again asked to see me, but I declined to give any other answer, adding that you and the French ambassador could make the most confidential as well as official communications. This rebuff was not regarded as final, though exasperating, by Lindsay nor by the Confederate agents, all being agreed that Napoleon was about to take an active hand in their favor. Lindsay returned to Paris accompanied by Mason, and on April 18 had still another conversation with Napoleon. He reported Russell's refusal of an interview, and that he had seen Disraeli, but not Derby, who was ill. Disraeli had declared that he believed Russell and Seward to have a secret understanding on the blockade, but that if France should make a definite proposal, it would probably be supported by a majority in Parliament, and that Russell would be compelled to assent in order to avoid a change of ministry. In this third interview with Lindsay, expressions of vexation with British policy were used by Napoleon, according to Slidell, but he now intimated that he was waiting to learn the result of the northern effort to capture New Orleans, an event which he did not anticipate, but which, if it occurred, might render it inexpedient to act. Evidently, the wedge was losing its force. Mason, returning to London, found that the pulsations in Paris had no English repetition. He wrote that Lindsay, failing to reach Russell, had attempted to get at Palmerston, but with no success. Thereupon, Lindsay, turning to the opposition, had visited Disraeli a second time and submitted to him Palmerston's rebuff. The strongest expression that fell from Disraeli was, if it is found that the Emperor and Russell are at issue on the question, the session of Parliament would not be as quiet as had been anticipated. This was scant encouragement, for Disraeli's "if" was all important. Yet, on the whole, Lindsay is hopeful, wrote Mason in conclusion. Within a fortnight following arrived the news of the capture of New Orleans, an event upon which Seward had postulated the relief of a European scarcity of cotton, and to Southern sympathizers a serious blow. May 13, Cowley reported that the Emperor had told him personally that he quite agreed that nothing was to be done for the moment but to watch events. Thuvenel asked Slidell as to the effect of the loss of New Orleans and received the frank answer that it would be most disastrous, as it would give the enemy the control of the Mississippi and its tributaries, that it would not in any way modify the fixed purpose of our people to carry on the war even to an extermination. Mason, a Virginian, and like nearly all from his section, never fully realizing the importance of the Confederate Southwest, his eyes fixed on the campaigns about Richmond, was telling the nervous amongst our friends that New Orleans would form a barren acquisition to the enemy, and will on our side serve only as a stimulant. If the South needed such stimulants, she was certainly getting repeated doses in the 3 months from February to May, 1862. In England, Lindsay might be hopeful of a movement by the Tory opposition, but thought it wiser to postpone for a time further pressure in that direction. May 8, Henry Adams could write to his brother of British public opinion, "There is no doubt that the idea here is as strong as ever that we must ultimately fail." But on May 16, that the effect of the news here has been greater than anything yet. The Times came out and gave fairly in that it had been mistaken. It had believed Southern accounts and was deceived by them. This morning, it has an article still more remarkable and intimates for the first time that it sees little more chance for the South. There is, we think, a preparation for withdrawing their belligerent declaration and acknowledging again the authority of the federal government over all the national territory to be absolute and undisputed. One more victory will bring us up to this, I am confident. This was mistaken confidence. Nor did governmental reaction keep pace with Southern depression or Northern elation. The British ministry was simply made more determined to preserve strict neutrality and to restrain its French partner in a wait-for-events policy. The one more victory, so eagerly desired by Henry Adams, was not forthcoming, and the attention, now all focused on McClellan's slow-moving campaign, waited in vain for the demonstration of another and more striking evidence of Northern power, the capture of the Confederate capital, Richmond. McClellan's delays coincided with a brooding of the news at Washington that foreign powers were about to offer mediation. This was treated at some length in the semi-official National Intelligencer of May 16 in an article which Lyon thought inspired by Seward, stating that mediation would be welcome if offered for the purpose of reunion, but would otherwise be resented, a view which Lyon thought fairly represented the situation. There can be little doubt that this Washington rumor was largely the result of the very positive opinion held by Mercier of ultimate Southern success and his somewhat free private communications. He may, indeed, have been talking more freely than usual exactly because of anxiety at Northern success. For McClellan, so far as was then known, was steadily, if slowly, progressing toward a victory. Mercier's most recent instruction from Thuvenel gave him no authority to urge mediation, yet he thought the moment opportune for it, and strongly urged this plan on Lyons. The latter's summary of this and his own analysis of the situation were as follows. M. Mercier thinks it quite within the range of possibility that the South may be victorious, both in the battle in Virginia and in that in Tennessee. He is at all events quite confident that whether victorious or defeated, they will not give in, and he is certainly disposed to advise his government to endeavor to put an end to the war by intervening on the first opportunity. He is, however, very much puzzled to devise any mode of intervention, which would have the effect of reviving French trade and obtaining cotton. I should suppose he would think it desirable to go to great lengths to stop the war, because he believes that the South will not give in until the whole country is made desolate, and that the North will very soon be led to proclaim immediate emancipation, which would stop the cultivation of cotton for an indefinite time. I listen and say little when he talks of intervention. It appears to me to be a dangerous subject of conversation. There is a good deal of truth in M. Mercier's anticipations of evil, but I do not see my way to doing any good. If one is to conjecture what the state of things will be a month or 6 weeks hence, one may guess that McClellan will be at Richmond, having very probably got there without much real fighting. I doubt his getting farther this summer, if so far. The campaign will not be pushed with any vigor during the summer. It may be begun again in the autumn. Thus, so far as trade and cotton are concerned, we may be next autumn, just in the situation we are now. If the South really defeated either or both the armies opposed to them, I think it would disgust the North with the war, rather than excite them to fresh efforts. If the armies suffer much from disease, recruiting will become difficult. The credit of the government has hitherto been wonderfully kept up, but it would not stand a considerable reverse in the field. It is possible, under such circumstances, that a peace party might arise, and perhaps just possible that England and France might give weight to such a party. In brief, Lyon was all against either intervention or mediation unless a strong reaction toward peace should come in the North, and even then regarded the wisdom of such a policy as only just possible. Nor was Russell inclined to depart from established policy. He wrote to Lyon at nearly the same time. The news from Yorktown, New Orleans, and Corinth seems to portend the conquest of the South. We have now to see, therefore, whether a few leaders or the whole population entertain those sentiments of alienation and abhorrence which were so freely expressed to M. Mercier by the Confederate statesmen at Richmond. I know not how to answer this question, but there are other questions not less important to be solved in the North. Will the abolitionists succeed in proclaiming freedom to the slaves of all those who have resisted? I guess not. But then the Union will be restored with its old disgrace and its old danger. I confess, I do not see any way to any fair solution except separation, but that the North will not hear of nor in the moment of success would it be of any use to give them unpalatable advice. 2 days preceding this letter, Thouvenel, at last fully informed of Mercier's trip to Richmond, instructed him that France had no intention to depart from her attitude of strict neutrality and that it was more than ever necessary to wait events. Mercier's renewed efforts to start a movement toward mediation were then wholly personal. Neither France nor Great Britain had as yet taken up this plan, nor were they likely to so long as Northern successes were continued. In London, Mason, suffering a reaction from his former high hopes, summed up the situation in a few words. This government passive and ignorant, France alert and mysterious. The Emperor alone knows what is to come out of it, and he keeps his own secret. The Southern play, following the ministerial rebuff to Lindsay, was now to keep quiet and extended even to discouraging public demonstrations against governmental inaction. Spence had prevented such a demonstration by cotton operators in Liverpool. I have kept them from moving as a matter of judgment. If either of the Southern armies obtain such a victory, as I think probable, then a move of this kind may be made with success and power, whilst at the wrong time for it havoc only would have resulted. The wrong time for Southern pressure on Russell was conceived by Seward to be the right time for the North. Immediately following the capture of New Orleans, he gave positive instructions to Dayton in Paris and Adams in London to propose the withdrawal of the declaration admitting Southern belligerent rights. Thouvenel replied with some asperity on the folly of Seward's demand and made a strong representation of the necessity of France to obtain cotton and tobacco. Adams, with evident reluctance, writing, "I had little expectation of success, but I felt it my duty at once to execute the orders," advanced with Russell the now threadbare and customary arguments on the proclamation of neutrality, and received the usual refusal to alter British policy. If Seward was sincere in asking for a retraction of belligerent rights to the South, he much mistook European attitude. If he was but making use of Northern victories to return to a high tone of warning, to Europe a tone serviceable, in causing foreign governments to step warily, his time was well chosen. Certainly at Washington, Leon did not regard very seriously Seward's renewal of demand on belligerency. Satisfied that there was no immediate reason to require his presence in America, ill and fearing the heat of summer, he had asked on May 9 for permission to take leave of absence for a trip home. On June 6, he received this permission, evidence that Russell also saw no cause for anxiety, and on June 13 he took leave of Lincoln. "I had quite an affectionate parting with the president this morning. He told me, as is his wont, a number of stories more or less decorous, but all he said having any bearing on political matters was, 'I suppose my position makes people in England think a great deal more of me than I deserve. Pray tell 'em I mean 'em no harm.'" Fully a month had now elapsed in London since the arrival of news on any striking military event in America. New Orleans was an old story, and while in general it was believed that Richmond must fall before Macoland's army, the persistence of Southern fervid declarations that they would never submit gave renewed courage to their British friends. Lindsay was now of the opinion that it might be wise, after all, to make some effort in Parliament, and since the Washington mediation rumors were becoming current in London also, notice was given of a motion demanding of the government that, associating itself with France, an offer of mediation be made to the contending parties in America. Motions on recognition and on the blockade had been tried and had failed. Now the cry was to be peaceful mediation to put an end to a terrible war. Friends of the South were not united in this adventure. Spence advised Lindsay to postpone it, but the latter seemed determined to make the effort. Probably he was still smarting under his reverse of April. Possibly also he was aware of a sudden sharp personal clash between Palmerston and Adams that might not be without influence on governmental attitude perhaps, might even indicate a governmental purpose to alter its policy. This clash was caused by a personal letter written by Palmerston to Adams on the publication, in the times of General Butler's famous order in New Orleans, authorizing federal soldiers to treat as women of the town those women who publicly insulted Northern troops. The British press indulged in an ecstasy of vicious writing about this order similar to that on the northern barbarity of the Stone Fleet episode. Palmerston's letters to Adams and the replies received need no further notice here, since they did not in fact affect British policy, than to explain that Palmerston wrote in extreme anger, apparently, and with great violence of language, and that Adams replied with equal anger, but in very dignified if irritating terms. In British opinion, Butler's order was an incitement to his soldiers to commit atrocities. Americans understood it as merely an authorization to return insult for insult. In fact, the order promptly put a stop to attacks on Northern soldiers, whether by act or word, and all disorder ceased. Palmerston was quick to accept the British view, writing to Adams, "It is difficult if not impossible to express adequately the disgust which must be excited in the mind of every honorable man by the general order of General Butler. If the federal government chooses to be served by men capable of such revolting outrages, they must submit to abide by the deserved opinion which mankind will form of their conduct." This extraordinary letter was written on June 11. Adams was both angry and perturbed, since he thought the letter might indicate an intention to change British policy, and that Palmerston was but laying the ground for some vigorous utterance in Parliament, after his wont when striking out on a new line. He was further confirmed in this view by an editorial in the Times on June 12, hinting at a coming mediation, and by news from France that Persigny was on his way to London to arrange such a step. But however much personally aggrieved, Adams was cool as a diplomat. His first step was to write a brief note to Palmerston inquiring whether he was to consider the letter as addressed to him, officially, or purely as a private expression of sentiment between gentlemen. There is no evidence that Palmerston and Russell were contemplating a change of policy, rather the reverse. But it does appear that Palmerston wished to be able to state in Parliament that he had taken Adams to task for Butler's order, so that he might meet an inquiry already placed on the question paper as to the ministry's intentions in the matter. This question was due for the sitting of June 13, and on that day Russell wrote to Palmerston that he should call Butler's order brutal, and that Palmerston might use the term infamous if preferred, adding, "I do not see why we should not represent in a friendly way that the usages of war do not sanction such conduct." This was very different from the tone used by Palmerston. His letter was certainly no friendly way. Again, on the same day, Russell wrote to Palmerston. Adams has been here in a dreadful state about the letter you have written him about Butler. I declined to give him any opinion and asked him to do nothing more till I had seen or written to you. What you say of Butler is true enough, though he denies your interpretation of the order. But it is not clear that the President approves of the order, and I think if you could add something to the effect that you respect the government of President Lincoln and do not wish to impute to them the fault of Butler, it might soothe him. If you could withdraw the letter altogether, it would be the best, but this you may not like to do. It is apparent that Russell did not approve of Palmerston's move against Adams nor of any vigorous language in Parliament, and as to the last, he had his way, for the government, while disapproving Butler's order, was decidedly mild in comment. As to the letter, Adams, the suspicion proving unfounded that an immediate change of policy was intended, returned to the attack as a matter of personal prestige. It was not until June 15 that Palmerston replied to Adams, and then in far different language seeking to smooth the minister's ruffled feathers, yet making no apology and not answering Adams' question. Adams promptly responded with vigor, June 16, again asking his question as to the letter being official or personal, and characterizing Palmerston's previous assertions as offensive imputations. He also again approached Russell, who stated that he too had written to Palmerston about his letter, but had received no reply, and he acknowledged that Palmerston's proceeding was altogether irregular. In the end, Palmerston was brought, June 19, to write a long and somewhat rambling reply to Adams, in effect still evading the question put him, though acknowledging that the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs is the regular official organ for communications. In conclusion, he expressed gratification that reports from Lord Lyon showed Butler's authority at New Orleans had been curtailed by Lincoln. The next day, Adams answered interpreting Palmerston as withdrawing his imputations, but stating plainly that he would not again submit to entertain any similar correspondence. Adams had been cautious in pushing for an answer until he knew there was to be no change in British policy. Indeed, Palmerston's whole move may even have been intended to ease the pressure for a change in that policy. On the very day of Adams' first talk with Russell, Friends of the South thought the Times editorial indicated that some movement is to be made at last, and I doubt not we are to thank the Emperor for it. But on this day, also Russell was advising Palmerston to state in Parliament that we have not received at present any proposal from France to offer mediation, and no intention at present exists to offer it on our part. This was the exact language used by Palmerston in reply to Hopwood. Mason again saw his hopes dwindling, but was assured by Lindsay that all was not yet lost, and that he would still hold his motion under consideration. Lindsay, according to his own account, had talked very large in a letter to Russell, but knew privately, and so informed Mason, that the Commons would not vote for his motion if opposed by the government, and so intended to postpone it. The proposed motion was now one for recognition instead of mediation, a temporary change of plan due to Palmerston's answer to Hopwood on June 13. But whatever the terms of the motion favorable to the South, it was evident the government did not wish discussion at the moment, and hesitancy came over pro-Southern friends. Slidell, in despair, declared that for his part he intended, no matter with what prospect of success, to demand recognition from France. This alarmed Mason's English advisers, and he wrote at once strongly urging against such a step, for if the demand were presented and refused there would be no recourse but to depart for home. He thought Lindsay's motion dying away for on consultation with different parties, including Disraeli, Seymour Fitzgerald, and Roebuck. It has been so far reduced and diluted as to make it only expressive of the opinion of the House that the present posture of affairs in America made the question of the recognition of the Confederate States worth the serious consideration of the government. It was so modified to prevent the ministry making an issue upon it. There was no assurance that it would be sustained, even in that form. Lindsay had determined to postpone his motion for a fortnight, so that all expectation from this quarter for the present is dished, and we must wait for King Cotton to turn the screw still further. On June 20, Lindsay gave this notice of postponement, and no parliamentary comment was made. It was a moment of extreme depression for the Confederate agents in Europe. Slidell, yielding to Mason's pleas, gave up his idea of demanding recognition and wrote, "The position of our representatives in Europe is painful and almost humiliating. It might be tolerated if they could be consoled by the reflection that their presence was in any way advantageous to their cause, but I am disposed to believe that we would have done better to withdraw after our first interview with Russell and Thuvenel." Illustration: Professor Goldwin Smith, from a photograph by Elliott and Fry, Limited. Footnotes. Footnote 582. F.O. France, Volume 1435, Number 362. Cowley to Russell, March 18, 1862. Footnote 583. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1860-63, pt. I. p. 54. Adams to Seward, March 27, 1862. Footnote 585. Russell Papers. Leon to Russell, Private, April 8, 1862. Footnote 587. A Cycle of Adams Letters, I. 123. To his son, April 4, 1862. Footnote 590. F.O. A.M., Volume 827, Number 244. Extract. Leon to Russell, April 11, 1802. Footnote 591. A Cycle of Adams Letters, I. 143. Adams to his son, May 16, 1862. Footnote 593. Documents Diplomatiques, 1862, pp. 121-22. Mercier to Thuvenel, April 13, 1862. A translation of this dispatch was printed with some minor inaccuracies in the New York Tribune, Feb. 5, 1863, and of Mercier's report, April 28, on his return from Richmond on Feb. 9, under the caption, "The Yellow Book." It is interesting that the concluding paragraphs of this report of April 28, as printed in the Tribune, are not given in the printed volume of Documents Diplomatiques, 1862. These refer to difficulties about cotton and to certain pledges given by Seward as to cessation of illegal interferences with French vessels. How the Tribune secured these paragraphs, if authentic, is not clear. The whole purpose of the publication was an attack by Horace Greeley, editor, on Seward in an effort to cause his removal from the cabinet. See Bancroft, Seward, Roman II, 371-2. Footnote 594. Bancroft, Seward, Roman II, 298-99. Bancroft's account is based on the Tribune translation and on Seward's own comments to Weed and Bigelow. Ibid, 371-72. Footnote 595. Newton, Lord Leon, I. pp. 82-85, gives an account of the initiation of Mercier's trip and Prince Leon private letter to Russell of April 25, describing the results, but does not bring out sufficiently Leon objections and misgivings. Newton thinks that Mercier, whether instructed from home or not, after the manner of French diplomatists of the period, was probably unable to resist the temptation of trying to effect a striking coup. Footnote 596. Stokel's report does not agree with Mercier's statement. He wrote that he had been asked to accompany Mercier, but had refused and reported a conversation with Seward in which the latter declared the time had not yet come for mediation, that in any case France would not be accepted in that role, and that if ever mediation should become acceptable, Russia would be asked to act Russian archives. Stokel to F. O. April 23, May 5, 1862. Number 927. Footnote 597, F.O. A.M., Volume 828, Number 250. Confidential. Leon to Russell, April 14, 1862. Footnote 599. This suspicion was a natural one, but that it was unfounded is indicated by Benjamin's report to Slidell of Mercier's visit, describing the language used in almost exactly the same terms that Leon reported to Russell. That little importance was attached by Benjamin to Mercier's visit is also indicated by the fact that he did not write to Slidell about it until July. Richardson, Roman II, 260. Benjamin to Slidell, July 19, 1862. Footnote 600, F.O. A.M., Volume 828, Number 284. Confidential. Leon to Russell, April 24, 1862. Footnote 602, F.O. A.M., Volume 828, Number 284. Confidential. Leon to Russell, April 28, 1862. Footnote 603. FOAM, Volume 829, Number 315. Confidential. Leon to Russell, May 9, 1862. Footnote 605. FO France, Volume 1427, Number 544. Cowley to Russell, April 28, 1862. Footnote 606. Ibid, Volume 1438, Number 563, to Russell. Mercier's conduct appeared to Cowley as one of courtesy and tardy confidence to Leon. Ibid, Number 566. May 1, 1862, to Russell. Footnote 609. Mason Papers. Slidell to Mason, May 3, 14 and 16, 1862. Mason to Slidell, May 5, 14 and 16, 1862. Footnote 610. Ibid. Slidell to Mason, May 16, 1862. Billault was a member of the French ministry, but without portfolio. Footnote 611. Several accounts have been given of this episode. The two known to me treating it at greatest length are 1. Callahan, Diplomatic History of the Southern Confederacy, and 2. Sears, a Confederate diplomat at the court of Napoleon Roman III. A.M. Hist. Reverend Jan, 1921. Both writers drew their information wholly from Confederate documents, using, especially, the private correspondence of Mason and Slidell, and neither treats the matter from the English viewpoint. I have therefore based my account on the unused letters of British officials, citing other materials only where they offer a side light. The principal news sources are Cowley's private and official letters to Russell. Footnote 612. Russell Papers. Cowley to Russell, private, April 13, 1862. Footnote 616. FO France, Volume 1437. No. 497. Confidential. Cowley to Russell, April 15, 1862. Footnote 618. FO France, Volume 1422, Number 403. Russell to Cowley, April 16, 1862. Footnote 619. Ibid, Number 415. Russell to Cowley, April 16, 1862. Whether Napoleon had in fact charged Lindsay with a mission must remain in doubt. Cowley believed Lindsay to have prevaricated, or at least so officially reported. He had. Le 20 Avril, 1862. Mon cher Lord Cowley. Je vous remercie de votre billet. J'espère que vous que bientôt nos manufactures auront du cotton. GNI poditout été chique de si que Lord Russell N8, paracu Mr. Lindsay. Celui-ci m'avait demandé l'autorisation de rapporter au principal secrétaire d'État notre conversation, et j'y avais consenti, et voilà tout. Croyez à mes sentiments d'amitié. Napoleon. Footnote 620. Richardson, Roman II, 239. Slidell to Benjamin, April 18, 1862. New Orleans was captured on April 25. Footnote 627. FOAM, Volume 830, Number 338. Leon to Russell, May 16, 1862. Footnote 633. FO France, Volume 1439, Number 668. Cowley to Russell, May 23, 1862, and Documents Diplomatiques, 1862, p. 127. Thuvenel to Mercier, May 21, 1862. Footnote 634. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862, pp. 97-99. Adams to Seward, May 22, 1862. Footnote 637. All the letters are given in Adams, C.F. Adams, C.H., Roman 13. Footnote 648. Ibid, Lindsay to Mason, June 18, 1862. Lindsay wrote, Lord Russell sent to me last night to get the words of my motion. I have sent them to him tonight, and I have embraced the opportunity of opening my mind to his lordship. I have told him that I have postponed my motion in courtesy to him, that the sympathy of 9/10 of the members of the House was in favor of immediate recognition, and that even if the government was not prepared to accept my motion, a majority of votes might have been obtained in its favor, that a majority of votes would be obtained within the next fortnight, and I expressed the most earnest hope that the government would move, as the country, and France, are most anxious for them to do so, and thus prevent the necessity of any private member undertaking a duty which belonged to the executive. I further told his lordship that recognition was a right which no one would deny us the form of exercising, that the fear of war if we exercised it was a delusion, that the majority of the leading men in the northern states would thank us for exercising it, and that even Seward himself might be glad to see it exercised so as to give him an excuse for getting out of the terrible war into which he had dragged his people. I further said that if the question is settled without our recognition of the South, he might rest certain that the northern armies would be marched into Canada. I hope my note may produce the desired results, and thus get the government to take the matter in hand, for sub rosa, I saw that the House was not yet prepared to vote, and the question is far too grave to waste time upon it in idle talk, even if talk, without action, did no harm. Contents of Volume 2. Chapter Page X, King Cotton, 1 Roman 11, Russell's Mediation Plan, 33 Roman 12, the Emancipation Proclamation, 75 Roman 13, the Laird Rams, 116 Roman 14, Roebuck's Motion, 152 Roman 15, the Southern Independence Association, 186 Roman 16, British Confidence in the South, 219 Roman 17. The End of the War, 247 Roman 18, the keynote of British attitude, 274 Index, 307. List of illustrations. Part 2. Professor Goldwin Smith. Frontispiece from A Photograph by Elliott and Fry, Limited. John Slidell. Facing P24 from Nicolay and Hayes' Life of Abraham Lincoln, by permission of the Century Co., New York. Abe Lincoln's Last Card, reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. William Edward Forster, 1851, from Reed's Life of Forster, Chapman and Hall, Limited. The American Gladiator's Habit, reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. Britannia Sympathizes with Columbia, reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. John Bright, from Trevelyan's Life of John Bright, Constable and Co., Limited. Great Britain and the American Civil War. Chapter 10. King Cotton. For 2 weeks there was no lightening of southern depression in England. But on June 28, McClellan had been turned back from his advance on Richmond by Lee, the new commander of the Army of Virginia, and the much-heralded Peninsular Campaign was recognized to have been a disastrous failure. Earlier northern victories were forgotten, and the campaigns in the West, still progressing favorably for the North, were ignored or their significance not understood. Again, to English eyes, the war in America approached a stalemate. The time had come with the near adjournment of Parliament when, if ever, a strong Southern effort must be made, and the time seemed propitious. Moreover, by July 1862, it was hoped that soon, in the cotton districts, the depression steadily increasing since the beginning of the war would bring an ally to the Southern cause. Before continuing the story of parliamentary and private efforts by the Friends of the South, it is here necessary to review the cotton situation now, rapidly becoming a matter of anxious concern to both friend and foe of the North, and in less degree to the ministry itself. King Cotton had long been a boast with the South. Perhaps no great revolution, says Bancroft, was ever begun with such convenient and soothing theories as those that were expounded and believed at the time of the organization of the Confederacy. In any case, hostilities could not last long, for France and Great Britain must have what the Confederacy alone could supply, and therefore they could be forced to aid the South, as a condition precedent to relief from the terrible distress that was sure to follow a blockade. This confidence was no new development. For 10 years past, whenever Southern threats of secession had been indulged in, the writers and politicians of that section had expanded upon cotton as the one great wealth-producing industry of America, and as the one product which would compel European acquiescence in American policy, whether of the Union, before 1860, or of the South if she should secede. In the financial depression that swept the northern states in 1857, DeBow's Review, the leading financial journal of the South, declared, The wealth of the South is permanent and real, that of the North fugitive and fictitious. Events now transpiring expose the fiction, as humbug after humbug explodes. On March 4, 1858, Senator Hammond of South Carolina asked in a speech, "What would happen if no cotton was furnished for 3 years?" I will not stop to depict what everyone can imagine, but this is certain. England would topple headlong and carry the whole civilized world with her save the South. No, you dare not make war on cotton. No power on earth dares make war upon it. Cotton is king. 2 years later, writing before the elections of 1860, in which the main question was that of the territorial expansion of slavery, this same Southern statesman expressed himself as believing that the slave-holding South is now the controlling power of the world. Cotton, rice, tobacco, and naval stores command the world, and we have sense enough to know it, and are sufficiently Teutonic to carry it out successfully. These quotations indicative of Southern faith in cotton might be amplified and repeated from 100 sources. Moreover, this faith in the possession of ultimate power went hand in hand with the conviction that the South, more than any other quarter of the world, produced to the benefit of mankind. "In the 3 million bags of cotton," said a writer in DeBow's review, "the slave labor annually throws upon the world for the poor and naked, we are doing more to advance civilization than all the canting philanthropists of New England and Old England will do in centuries. Slavery is the backbone of the Northern commercial as it is of the British manufacturing system, nor was this idea unfamiliar to Englishmen. Before the Civil War was underway, Charles Greville wrote to Clarendon, "Any war will be almost sure to interfere with the cotton crops, and this is really what affects us and what we care about. With all our virulent abuse of slavery and slave owners, and our continual self-laudation on that subject, we are just as anxious for, and as much interested in, the prosperity of the slavery interest in the Southern states as the Carolinian and Georgian planters themselves, and all Lancashire would deplore a successful insurrection of the slaves, if such a thing were possible." On December 20, 1860, South Carolina led the march in secession. 15 days earlier, the British consul at Charleston, Bunch, reported a conversation with Rhett, long a leader of the Southern cause and now a consistent advocate of secession, in which Rhett developed a plan of close commercial alliance with England as the most favored nation, postulating the dependence of Great Britain on the South for cotton, upon which supposed axiom, "I would remark," wrote Bunch, "all their calculations are based." Such was, indeed, Southern calculation. In January 1861, DeBow's review contained an article declaring that the first demonstration of blockade of the Southern ports would be swept away by the English fleets of observation hovering on the Southern coasts, to protect English commerce, and especially the free flow of cotton to English and French factories. A stoppage of the raw material would produce the most disastrous political results if not a revolution in England. This is the language of English statesmen, manufacturers, and merchants, in Parliament and at Cotton Association's debates, and it discloses the truth. The historical student will find but few such British utterances at the moment, and these few not by men of great weight either in politics or in commerce. The South was laboring under an obsession and prophesied results accordingly. So strong was this obsession that governmental foreign policy neglected all other considerations, and the First Commission to Europe had no initial instructions save to demand recognition. The failure of that commission, the prompt British acquiescence in the blockade, were harsh blows to Southern confidence, but did not for a long time destroy the faith in the power of cotton. In June 1861, Bunch wrote that there was still a firm belief that Great Britain will make any sacrifice, even of principle or of honor, to prevent the stoppage of the supply of cotton. And he enclosed a copy of an article in the Charleston Mercury of June 4, proclaiming, "The cards are in our hands, and we intend to play them out to the bankruptcy of every cotton factory in Great Britain and France, or the acknowledgement of our independence." As late as March 1862, Bunch was still writing of this Southern faith in cotton, and described the newly made appointment of Benjamin as Secretary of State as partly due to the fact that he was the leader of the King Cotton theory of diplomacy. It was not until the war was well nigh over that British persistence in neutrality, in spite of undoubted hardships caused by the lack of cotton, opened Southern eyes. Pollard, editor of a leading Richmond newspaper, and soon unfriendly to the administration of Jefferson Davis, summed up in the lost cause his earlier criticisms of Confederate foreign policy. Cotton, said the Charleston Mercury, would bring England to her knees. The idea was ludicrous enough that England and France would instinctively or readily fling themselves into a convulsion, which their great politicians saw was the most tremendous one of modern times. But the puerile argument, which even President Davis did not hesitate to adopt, about the power of King Cotton, amounted to this absurdity: that the great and illustrious power of England would submit to the ineffable humiliation of acknowledging its dependency on the infant confederacy of the South, and the subserviency of its empire, its political interests and its pride, to a single article of trade that was grown in America. But irrespective of the extremes to which Southern confidence in cotton extended, the actual hardships of England were in all truth serious enough to cause grave anxiety and to supply an argument to Southern sympathizers. The facts of the Lancashire cotton famine have frequently been treated by historians at much length and need here but a general review. More needed is an examination of some of the erroneous deductions drawn from the facts, and especially an examination of the extent to which the question of cotton supply affected or determined British governmental policy toward America. English cotton manufacturing in 1861 held a position of importance equaled by no other one industry. Estimates based on varying statistics diverge as to exact proportions, but all agree in emphasizing the preeminent place of Lancashire in determining the general prosperity of the nation. Surveying the English, not the whole British, situation, it is estimated that there were 2,650 factories, of which 2,195 were in Lancashire and 2 adjacent counties. These employed 500,000 operatives and consumed 1,000 million pounds of cotton each year. An editorial in the Times, September 19, 1861, stated that 1/5 of the entire English population was held to be dependent, either directly or indirectly, on the prosperity of the cotton districts, and therefore also dependent on the source of supply, the Confederate South, since statistics, though varying, showed that the raw cotton supplied from America constituted anywhere from 78 to 84% of the total English importation. The American crop of 1860 was the largest on record, nearly 4,000,000 bales, and the foreign shipments, without question hurried because of the storm cloud rising at home, had been practically completed by April 1861. Of the 3,500,000 bales sent abroad, Liverpool, as usual, received the larger portion. There was, then, no immediate shortage of supply when war came in America, rather an unusual accumulation of raw stocks, even permitting some reshipment to the northern manufacturing centers of America, where the scarcity then brought high prices. In addition, from December 1860 to at least April 1861, there had been somewhat of a slump in demand for raw cotton by British manufacturers due to an overproduction of goods in the 2 previous years. There had been a temporary depression in 1856-57 caused by a general financial crisis, but early in 1858, restored confidence and a tremendous demand from the Far East India especially set the mills running again on full time, while many new mills were brought into operation. But by May 1860, the mills had caught up with the heavy demands, and the rest of the year saw uncertainty of operations and brought expressions of fear that the plunge to produce had been overdone. Manufactured stocks began to accumulate, and money was not easy since 1860 brought also a combination of events-deficient grain harvest at home, withdrawal of gold from England to France for investment in French public works, demand of America for gold in place of goods, due to political uncertainties, there which rapidly raised the discount rate from 2.5% in January 1860 to 6% in December. By the end of April 1861, the Board of Trade Returns indicated that the cotton trade was in a dangerous situation, with large imports of raw cotton and decreased exports of goods. The news of war actually begun in America came as a temporary relief to the English cotton trade, and in the prospect of decreased supply prices rose, saving many manufacturers from impending difficulties. A few mills had already begun to work on part-time because of trade depression. The immediate effect of Lincoln's blockade proclamation was to check this movement. But by October, it had again begun, and this time because of the rapid increase in the price of raw cotton, as compared with the slower advance of the price of goods. In substance, the principal effect of the war on the English cotton trade for the first 7 or 8 months was felt, not in the manufacturing districts, but in the Liverpool speculative and importing markets of raw cotton. Prices rose steadily to over $1 a pound in October, 1861. On November 23, there was a near panic caused by rumors of British intervention. These were denounced as false, and in 5 days the price was back above its previous figure. Then on November 27 came the news of the Trent, and the market was thrown into confusion, not because of hopes that cotton would come more freely, but in fear that war with America would cause it to do so. The Liverpool speculators breathed freely again only when peace was assured. This speculative British interest was no cause for serious governmental concern and could not affect policy. But the manufacturing trade was, presumably, a more serious anxiety, and if cotton became hard, or even impossible to obtain, a serious situation would demand consideration. In the generally accepted view of a short war, there was at first no great anticipation of real danger. But beginning with December 1861, there was almost complete stoppage of supply from America. In the 6 months to the end of May 1862, but 11,500 bales were received, less than 1%, of the amount for the same 6 months of the previous year. The blockade was making itself felt, and not merely in shipments from the South, but in prospects of Southern production. For the news came that the Negroes were being withdrawn by their masters from the rich sea islands along the coast in fear of their capture by the northern blockading squadrons. Such a situation seemed bound in the end to result in pressure by the manufacturers for governmental action to secure cotton. That it did not immediately do so is explained by Arnold, whose dictum has been quite generally accepted, as follows. The immediate result of the American War was, at this time, to relieve the English cotton trade, including the dealers in the raw material and the producers and dealers in manufactures, from a serious and impending difficulty. They had in hand a stock of goods sufficient for the consumption of 2/3 of a year. Therefore, a rise in the price of the raw material and the partial closing of their establishments, with a curtailment of their working expenses, was obviously to their advantage. But to make their success complete, this rise in the price of cotton was upon the largest stock ever collected in the country at this season. To the cotton trade there came in these days an unlooked-for accession of wealth, such as even it had never known before. In place of the hard times which had been anticipated, and perhaps deserved, there came a shower of riches. This was written of the situation in December 1861. A similar analysis, no doubt on the explanations offered by his English friends, of the question of cotton supply, which we had supposed would speedily have disturbed the level of their neutral policy, was made by Mason in March 1862. Thus, he concluded, it is that even in Lancashire and other manufacturing districts no open demonstration has been made against the blockade. Manufactures other than cotton were greatly prospering, in particular those of woolen, flax, and iron. And the theory that the cotton lords were not, in reality, hit by the blockade perhaps profited by it was bruited even during the war. Blackwood's Magazine, October 1864, held this view, while the Morning Post of May 16, 1864, went to the extent of describing the glut of goods in 1861, relieved just in the nick of time by the war, preventing a financial crash, which must sooner or later have caused great suffering in Lancashire. Arnold's generalization has been taken to prove that the immediate effect of the Civil War was to save the cotton industry from great disaster, and that there immediately resulted large profits to the manufacturers from the increased price of stocks on hand. In fact, his description of the situation in December 1861, as his own later pages show, was not applicable, so far as manufacturers' profits are concerned, until the later months of 1862 and the first of 1863. For though prices might be put up, as they were, goods were not sold in any large quantities before the fall of 1862. There were almost no transactions for shipments to America, China, or the Indies. Foreign purchasers, as always, and especially when their needs had just been abundantly supplied by the great output of 1858-60, were not keen to place new orders in a rising and uncertain market. The English producers raised their prices, but they held their goods, lacking an effective market. The importance of this in British foreign policy is that at no time, until the accumulated goods were disposed of, was there likely to be any trade eagerness for a British intervention in America. Their only fear, says Arnold, was the sudden opening of southern ports and a rush of raw cotton, a sneer called out by the alleged great losses incurred and patriotically borne in silence. Certainly in Parliament, the members from Lancashire gave no sign of discontent with the government policy of neutrality, for in the various debates on blockade, mediation, and cotton supply, but one member from Lancashire, Hopwood, ever spoke in favor of a departure from neutrality, or referred to the distress in the manufacturing districts as due to any other cause than the shortage in cotton caused by the war. But it was far otherwise with the operatives of Lancashire. Whatever the causes of short-time operation in the mills or of total cessation of work, the situation was such that from October 1861, more and more operatives were thrown out of employment. As their little savings disappeared, they were put upon public poor relief or upon private charity for subsistence. The governmental statistics do not cover, accurately, the relief offered by private charity, but those of public aid well indicate the loss of wage-earning opportunity. In the so-called distressed districts of Lancashire and the adjoining counties, it appears that poor relief was given to 48,000 persons in normal times, out of a total population of 2,300,000. In the first week of November, 1,861, it was 61,207, and for the first week of December, 71,593, thereafter mounting steadily until March 1862, when a temporary peak of 113,000 was reached. From March until the first week in June, there was a slight decrease. But from the second week of June, poor relief resumed an upward trend, increasing rapidly until December 1862, when it reached its highest point of 284,418. In this same first week of December, private relief, now thoroughly organized in a great national effort, was extended to 236,000 people, making a grand total at high tide of distress of over 550,000 persons, if private relief was not extended to those receiving public funds. But of this differentiation, there is no surety. Indeed, there are evidences of much duplication of effort in certain districts. In general, however, these statistics do exhibit the great lack of employment in a one-industry district, heretofore enjoying unusual prosperity. The manufacturing operative population of the district was estimated at between 500,000 and 600,000. At the time of greatest distress, some 412,000 of these were receiving either public or private aid, though many were working part-time in the mills or were engaged on public enterprises set on foot to ease the crisis. But there was no starvation, and it is absurd to compare the crisis to the Irish famine of the 40s. This was a cotton famine in the shortage of that commodity, but it was not a human famine. The country, wrote John Bright, was passing through a terrible crisis, but our people will be kept alive by the contributions of the country. Nevertheless, a rapid change from a condition of adequate wage earning to one of dependence on charity, a change ultimately felt by the great bulk of those either directly or indirectly dependent upon the cotton industry, might have been expected to arouse popular demonstrations to force governmental action directed to securing cotton that trade might revive. That no such popular effect was made demands careful analysis to be offered in a later chapter, but here the fact is alone important, and the fact was that the operatives sympathized with the North and put no pressure on the cabinet. Thus, at no time during the war was there any attempt from Lancashire, whether of manufacturers or operatives, to force a change of governmental policy. As the lack of employment developed in Lancashire, public discussion and consideration were inevitably aroused. But there was little talk of governmental interference, and such as did appear was promptly met with opposition by the leading trade journals. July 13, 1861, The Economist viewed the cotton shortage as a temporary and an immediate one. We have on our hypothesis to provide against the stoppage of our supply for 1 year, and that the very next year. Would it pay, asked Bright, to break the blockade? I don't think myself it would be cheap, at the cost of a war with the United States. This was also the notion of the London Shipping Gazette which, while acknowledging that the mill owners of England and France were about to be greatly embarrassed, continued, "But we are not going to add to the difficulty by involving ourselves in a naval war with the northern states." The Times commented in substance in several issues in September 1861 on the wise policy of working short time as a precaution against the contingencies of the cotton supply, and of the glutted state of distant markets for manufactured goods. October 12, The Economist acknowledged that the impatience of some mill owners was quite understandable, as was talk of a European compulsion on America to stop an objectless and hopeless quarrel, but then entered upon an elaborate discussion of the principles involved and demonstrated why England ought not to intervene. In November, Bright could write, "The notion of getting cotton by interfering with the blockade is abandoned apparently by the simpletons who once entertained it, and it is accepted now as a fixed policy that we are to take no part in your difficulties." Throughout the fall of 1861, The Economist was doing its best to quiet apprehensions, urging that due to the glut of manufactured goods short time must have ensued anyway, pointing out that now an advanced price was possible, and arguing that here was a situation likely to result in the development of other sources of supply with an escape from the former dependence on America. In view of the actual conditions of the trade, already recounted, these were appealing arguments to the larger manufacturers, but the small mills, running on short order supplies and with few stocks of goods on hand, were less easily convinced. They were, however, without parliamentary influence and hence negligible as affecting public policy. At the opening of the new year, 1862, Bright declared that, with the spinners and manufacturers and merchants, I think generally there is no wish for any immediate change. Bright's letter of November, 1861, was written before news of the Trent reached England. That of January, 1862, just after that controversy had been amicably settled. The Trent had both diverted attention from cotton and in its immediate result created a general determination to preserve neutrality. It is evident that even without this threat of war, there was no real cotton pressure upon the government. With northern successes in the spring of 1862, hopes were aroused that the war would soon end, or that at least some cotton districts would be captured to the relief of England. Seward held out big promises based on the capture of New Orleans, and these for a time calmed governmental apprehensions, though by midsummer it was clear that the inability to secure the country back of the city, together with the Southern determination to burn their cotton rather than see it fall into the hands of the enemy, would prevent any great supply from the Mississippi Valley. This was still not a matter of immediate concern, for the government and the manufacturers both held the opinion that it was not lack of cotton alone that was responsible for the distress, and the manufacturers were just beginning to unload their stocks. But in considering and judging the attitude of the British public on this question of cotton, it should always be remembered that the great mass of the people sincerely believed that America was responsible for the distress in Lancashire. The error in understanding was more important than the truth. In judging governmental policy, however, the truth as regards the causes of distress in England is the more important element. The cotton lords did not choose to reveal it. One must believe that they intentionally dwelt upon the war as the sole responsible cause. In the first important parliamentary debate on cotton, May 9, 1862, not a word was said of any other element in the situation, and, it is to be noted, not a word advocating a change in British neutral policy. It is to be noted also that this debate occurred when for 2 months past, the numbers on poor relief in Lancashire were temporarily decreasing, and the general tone of the speakers was that while the distress was serious, it was not beyond the power of the local communities to meet it. There was not then, in May, any reason for grave concern, and Russell expressed governmental conviction when he wrote to Gladstone, May 18, "We must, I believe, get through the cotton crisis as we can, and promote inland works and railroads in India." Moreover, the Southern orders to destroy cotton rather than permit its capture and export by the North disagreeably affected British officials. Up to the end of August 1862, Russell, while writing much to Lyon on England's necessity for cotton, did not do so in a vein indicative of criticism of Northern policy, nor in the sense that British distress demanded special official consideration. Such demands on America, as were made up to this time, came wholly from France. It was not then cotton, primarily, which brought a revival in July of the Southern attack on the government through Parliament. June had seen the collapse of Lindsay's initial move, and Palmerston's answer to Hopwood, June 13, that there was no intention, at present, to offer mediation, appeared final. It was not cotton, but Maitland defeat, that produced a quick renewal of Lindsay's activities. June 30, Hopwood had withdrawn his motion favoring recognition, but in doing so asked whether, considering the great and increasing distress in the country, the patient manner in which it has hitherto been borne, and the hopelessness of the termination of hostilities, the government intend to take any steps whatever, either as parties to intervention or otherwise, to endeavor to put an end to the Civil War in America. This was differently worded, yet contained little variation from his former question of June 13, and this time Palmerston replied briefly that the government certainly would like to mediate if it saw any hope of success, but that at present, both parties would probably reject it. If a different situation should arise, the government would be glad to act. This admission was now seized upon by Lindsay, who, on July 11, introduced a motion demanding consideration of the propriety of offering mediation with the view of terminating hostilities, and insisted upon a debate. Thus, while the first week of June seemed to have quieted rumors of British mediation, the end of the month saw them revived. Adams was keenly aware of the changing temper of opinion, and on June 20 presented to Russell a strong representation by Seward, who wrote, under the President's instructions, that such recurrent rumors were highly injurious to the North, since upon hopes of foreign aid, the South has been encouraged and sustained from the first day of secession. Having developed this complaint at some length, Seward went on to a brief threat, containing the real meat of the dispatch, that if foreign nations did venture to intervene or mediate in favor of the South, the North would be forced to have recourse to a weapon hitherto not used, namely to aid in a rising of the slaves against their masters. This was clearly a threat of a servile war, if Great Britain aided the South a war, which would place Britain in a very uncomfortable position in view of her anti-slavery sentiments in the past. It is evidence of Adams' discretion that this dispatch, written May 28, was held back from presentation to Russell until revived rumors of mediation made the American minister anxious. No answer was given by Russell for over a month, a fact in itself indicative of some hesitancy on policy. Soon the indirect diplomacy of Napoleon Roman III was renewed in the hope of British concurrence. July 11, Slidell informed Mason that Persigny in conversation had assured him that this government is now more anxious than ever to take prompt and decided action in our favor. Slidell asked if it was impossible to stir Parliament, but acknowledged that everything depended on Palmerston. That august body seems to be as afraid of him as the urchins of a village school of the birch of their pedagogue. Unquestionably, Persigny here gave Slidell a hint of private instructions now being sent by Napoleon to Thuvenel, who was on a visit to London. The Emperor telegraphed, "Demandes au gouvernement anglais est-il, ni croit pas le moment venu de reconnaître le Sud." Palmerston had already answered this question in Parliament, and Thuvenel was personally very much opposed to the Emperor's suggestion. There were press rumors that he was in London to bring the matter to a head, but his report to Mercier was that interference in America was a very dangerous matter, and that he would have been badly received by Palmerston and Russell if he had suggested any change in neutral policy. In spite of this decided opposition by the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is evident that one ground for renewed Southern hopes was the knowledge of the Emperor's private desires. Lindsay chose his time well, for on July 16, the first thorough report on Lancashire was laid before Parliament, revealing an extremity of distress not previously officially authenticated. And during this week, the papers were full of an impending disaster to Maitland's army. Lyon, now in London, on his vacation trip, was concerned for the future mainly because of cotton, but did not believe there was much danger of an immediate clash with America. But the great Southern argument of the moment was the Northern military failure, the ability of the South to resist indefinitely, and the hopelessness of the war. On the morning of July 18, all London was in excitement over press statements that the latest news from America was not of McClellan's retreat, but of the capture of his entire army. Lindsay's motion was set for debate on the same July 18. Adams thought the story of McClellan's surrender had been set afloat, to carry the House of Commons off their feet in its debate tonight. The debate itself may be regarded as a serious attempt to push the ministry into a position more favorable to the South, and the arguments advanced surveyed the entire ground of the causes of secession and the inevitability of the final separation of North and South. They need but brief summary. Lindsay, refusing to accede to appeals for postponement because the South was winning anyway, argued that slavery was no element in the conflict, that the Southern cause was just, and that England, because of her own difficulties, should mediate and bring to a conclusion a hopeless war. He claimed the time was opportune since mediation would be welcomed by a great majority in the North, and he quoted from a letter by a laboring man in Lancashire, stating, "We think it high time to give the Southern states the recognition they so richly deserve." Other pro-Southern speakers emphasized Lancashire distress. Gregory said, "We should remember what is impending over Lancashire what woe, what humiliation, and that not caused by the decree of God, but by the perversity of man. I leave the statistics of the pauperism that is, and that is to be, to my honorable friends, the representatives of manufacturing England." No statistics were forthcoming from this quarter, for not a representative from Lancashire participated in the debate save Hopwood, who at the very end upbraided his fellow members from the district for their silence and was interrupted by cries of "divide, divide." Lindsay's quoted letter was met by opponents of mediation with the assertion that the operatives were well known to be united against any action, and that they could be sustained in luxury from the public purse for far less a cost than that of a war with America. But Cotton did not play the part expected of it in this debate. Forster, in a very able speech, cleverly keeping close to a consideration of the effect of mediation on England, advanced the idea that such a step would not end the war but would merely intensify it, and so prolong English commercial distress. He did state, however, that intervention, as distinct from mediation, would bring on a servile war in America, thus giving evidence of his close touch with Adams and his knowledge of Seward's dispatch of May 28. In the main, the Friends of the North were content to be silent and leave it to the government to answer Lindsay. This was good tactics, and they were no doubt encouraged to silence by evidence early given in the debate that there would be no positive result from the motion. Gregory showed that this was a real attack on the government by his bitter criticisms of Russell's 3 months speech. At the conclusion of Gregory's speech, Lindsay and his friends, their immediate purpose accomplished and fearing a vote, wished to adjourn the debate indefinitely. Palmerston objected. He agreed that everyone earnestly wished the war in America to end, but he declared that such debates were a great mistake unless something definite was to follow, since they only served to create irritation in America, both North and South. He concluded with a vigorous assertion that if the ministry were to administer the affairs of the nation, it ought to be trusted in foreign affairs, and not have its hands tied by parliamentary expressions of opinion at inopportune moments. Finally, the South had not yet securely established its independence, and hence could not be recognized. This motion, if carried, would place England on a definite side, and thus be fatal to any hope of successful mediation or intervention in the future. Having now made clear the policy of the government, Palmerston did not insist upon a division, and the motion was withdrawn. On the surface, Lindsay's effort of July 18 had resulted in ignominious failure. Leon called it ill-timed. I do not think we know here sufficiently the extent of the disaster to be able to come to any conclusion as to what the European powers should do. But the impression left by the debate that there was a strong parliamentary opinion in favor of mediation made Leon add, "I suppose Mercier will open full cry on the scent and be all for mediation. I am still afraid of any attempt of the kind." Very much the same opinion was held by Henry Adams, who wrote, "The pinch has again passed by for the moment, and we breathe more freely. But I think I wrote to you some time ago that if July found us still in Virginia, we could no longer escape interference. I think now that it is inevitable. A definite stand taken by the North on slavery would bring the greatest strength in this running battle." in spite of surface appearances that the debate was ill-timed. The pinch was not in fact passed, as the activities of Slidell and Mason and their friends soon indicated. For a fortnight, the cabinet, reacting to the repeated suggestions of Napoleon, the northern defeats, and the distress in Lancashire, was seriously considering the possibility of taking some step toward mediation. On July 16, 2 days before the debate in the Commons, Slidell at last had his first personal contact with Napoleon and came away from the interview with the conviction that, if England long persists in her inaction, he would be disposed to act without her. This was communicated to Mason on July 20, but Slidell did not as yet see fit to reveal to Mason that in the interview with Napoleon he had made a definite push for separate action by France, offering inducements on cotton, a special commercial treaty, and alliances, defensive and offensive, for Mexican affairs. This last without any authority from Benjamin, the Confederate Secretary of State. On July 23, Slidell made a similar offer to Thuvenel and left with him a full memorandum of the Southern proposal. He was cautioned that it was undesirable his special offer to France should reach the ears of the British government, a caution which he transmitted to Mason on July 30, when sending copies of Benjamin's instructions, but still without revealing the full extent of his own overtures to Napoleon. Illustration: John Slidell, from Nicolay and Hayes' Life of Abraham Lincoln, The Century Co. New York. In all this, Slidell was still exhibiting that hankering to pull off a special diplomatic achievement, characteristic of the man, and in line, also, with a persistent theory that the policy most likely to secure results was that of inducing France to act alone. But he was repeatedly running against advice that France must follow Great Britain, and the burden of his July 20 letter to Mason was an urging that a demand for recognition be now made simultaneously in Paris and London. Thuvenel, not at all enthusiastic over Slidell's proposals, told him that this was at least a prerequisite, and on July 23, Slidell wrote Mason the demand should be made at once. Mason, on the advice of Lindsay, Fitzgerald, and Lord Malmesbury, had already prepared a request for recognition, but had deferred making it after listening to the debate of July 18. Now, on July 24, he addressed Russell, referring to their interview of February 1862, in which he had urged the claims of the Confederacy to recognition and again presented them, asserting that the subsequent failure of Northern campaigns had demonstrated the power of the South to maintain its independence. The South, he wrote, asked neither aid nor intervention. It merely desired recognition and continuation of British neutrality. On the same day, Mason also asked for an interview, but received no reply until July 31, when Russell wrote that no definite answer could be sent until after a cabinet, and that an interview did not seem necessary. This answer clearly indicates that the government was in uncertainty. It is significant that Russell took this moment to reply at last to Seward's protestations of May 28, which had been presented to him by Adams on June 20. He instructed Stuart at Washington that his delay had been due to a waiting for military events, but that these had been indecisive. He gave a resume of all the sins of the North as a belligerent and wrote in a distinctly captious spirit. Yet these sins had not induced Her Majesty's government to swerve an inch from an impartial neutrality. Here was no promise of a continuance of neutrality, rather a hint of some coming change. At least one member of the cabinet was very ready for it. Gladstone wrote privately, "It is indeed much to be desired that this bloody and purposeless conflict should cease. From the first, it has been plain enough that the whole question was whether the South was earnest and united. That has now for some months been demonstrated, and the fact thus established at once places the question beyond the region even of the most brilliant military successes." Gladstone was primarily influenced by the British commercial situation. Lyons, still in England, and a consistent opponent of a change of policy, feared this commercial influence. He wrote to Stuart, "I can hardly anticipate any circumstances under which I should think the intervention of England in the quarrel between the North and South advisable. But it is very unfortunate that no result whatever is apparent from the nominal reopening of New Orleans and other ports, and the distress in the manufacturing districts threatens to be so great that a pressure may be put upon the government which they will find it difficult to resist." In Parliament, sneers were indulged in by Palmerston at the expense of the silent cotton manufacturers of Lancashire, much to the fury of Cobden. Of this period, Arnold later sarcastically remarked that the representatives of Lancashire in the Houses of Parliament did not permit the gaieties of the exhibition season wholly to divert their attention from the distress which prevailed in the home county. Being refused an interview, Mason transmitted to Russell on August 1 a long appeal, rather than a demand, for recognition, using exactly those arguments advanced by Lindsay in debate. The answer, evidently given after that cabinet for whose decision Russell had been waiting, was dated August 2. In it Russell, as in his reply to Seward on July 28, called attention to the wholly contradictory statements of North and South on the status of the war, which, in British opinion, had not yet reached a stage positively indicative of the permanence of Southern independence. Great Britain, therefore, still waited, but the time might come when Southern firmness in resistance would bring recognition. The tone was more friendly than any expressions hitherto used by Russell to Southern representatives. The reply does not reveal the decision actually arrived at by the ministry. Gladstone wrote to Argyll on August 3 that yesterday, a cabinet had been held on the question, to move or not to move, in the matter of the American Civil War. He had come away before a decision when it became evident the prevailing sentiment would be, nothing shall be done until both parties are desirous of it. Gladstone thought this very foolish. He would have England approach France and Russia, but if they were not ready, wait until they were. Something, I trust, will be done before the hot weather is over to stop these frightful horrors. All parties had been waiting since the debate of July 18 for the cabinet decision. It was at once generally known as no step at present, and wisdom would have decreed quiet acquiescence. Apparently one Southern friend, on his own initiative, felt the need to splutter. On the next day, August 4, Lord Campbell and the Lords moved for the production of Russell's correspondence with Mason, making a very confused speech. Society and Parliament were convinced the war ought to end in separation. At one time, Campbell argued that reconquest of the South was impossible, at another that England should interfere to prevent such reconquest. Again, he urged that the North was in a situation where she could not stop the war without aid from Europe in extricating her. Probably the motion was made merely to draw from Russell an official statement. Production of the papers was refused. Russell stated that the government still maintained its policy of strict neutrality, that if any action was to be taken, it should be by all the maritime powers, and that if, in the parliamentary recess, any new policy seemed advisable, he would first communicate with those powers. He also declared very positively that as yet no proposal had been received from any foreign power in regard to America, laying stress upon the perfect accord between Great Britain and France. Mason commented on this speech that someone was evidently lying and naturally believed that someone to be Russell. He hoped that France would promptly make this clear, but France gave no sign of lack of perfect accord. On the contrary, Thuvenel even discouraged Slidell from following Mason's example of demanding recognition, and the formal communication was withheld, Mason acquiescing. Slidell thought new disturbances in Italy responsible for this sudden lessening of French interest in the South, but he was gloomy, seeing again the frustration of high hopes. August 24, he wrote Benjamin, "You will find by my official correspondence that we are still hard and fast aground here. Nothing will float us off but a strong and continued current of important successes in the field. I have no hope from England, because I am satisfied that she desires an indefinite prolongation of the war, until the North shall be entirely exhausted and broken down. Nothing can exceed the selfishness of English statesmen except their wretched hypocrisy. They are continually casting about their disinterested magnanimity and objection of all other considerations than those dictated by a high-toned morality, while their entire policy is marked by egotism and duplicity. I am getting to be heartily tired of Paris." On August 7, Parliament adjourned, having passed on the last day of the session an act for the relief of the distress in Lancashire, by authorizing an extension of powers to the Poor Law Guardians. Like Slidell and Mason, pro-Northern circles in London thought that in August there had come to a disastrous end the Southern push for a change in British policy, and were jubilant. To be sure, Russell had merely declared that the time for action was not yet come, but this was regarded as a sop thrown to the South. Neither in informed Southern nor Northern circles outside the cabinet was there any suspicion, except by Adams, that in the 6 months elapsed since Lindsay had begun his movement, the ministry had been slowly progressing in thoughts of mediation. In fact, the sentiment of the cabinet, as stated by Gladstone, had been favorable to mediation when both parties were ready for it, and that such readiness would come soon, most members were convinced. This was a convenient and reasonable ground for postponing action, but did not imply that if the conviction were unrealized, no mediation would be attempted. McClellan, driven out of the peninsula, had been removed, and August saw the Northern army pressed back from Virginia soil. It was now Washington, and not Richmond, that seemed in danger of capture. Surely the North must soon realize the futility of further effort, and the reports early in July from Washington dilated upon the rapid emergence of a strong peace party. But the first panic of dismay once past, Stuart sent word of enormous new Northern levies of men and of renewed courage. By mid-August, writing of cotton, he thought the prospect of obtaining any quantity of it seems hopeless, and at the same time reported the peace party fast losing ground in the face of the great energy of the administration. As to recognition, Stuart believed, there is nothing to be done in the presence of these enormous fresh levies, but to wait and see what the next 2 months will bring forth. The hopes of the British ministry, based on a supposed Northern weariness of the war, were being shattered. Argyle, having received from Sumner a letter describing the enthusiasm and determination of the North, wrote to Gladstone, "It is evident, whatever may be our opinion of the prospects of the North, that they do not yet, at least, feel any approach to such exhaustion as will lead them to admit of mediation." To this Gladstone replied, "I agree that this is not a state of mind favorable to mediation, and I admit it to be a matter of great difficulty to determine when the first step ought to be taken. But I cannot subscribe to the opinion of those who think that Europe is to stand silent without limit of time and witness these horrors and absurdities, which will soon have consumed more men and done 10 times more mischief than the Crimean War. But with the difference that there the end was uncertain, here it is certain in the opinion of the whole world, except one of the parties. I should be puzzled to point out a single case of dismemberment, which has been settled by the voluntary concession of the stronger party, without any interference or warning from third powers. And as far as principle goes, there never was a case in which warning was so proper and becoming, because of the frightful misery which this civil conflict has brought upon other countries, and because of the unanimity with which it is condemned by the civilized world. The renewal of Northern energy, first reports of which were known to Russell early in August, came as a surprise to the British ministry. Their progress toward mediation had been slow but steady. Lindsay's initial steps, resented as an effort in indirect diplomacy and not supported by France officially, had received prompt rejection accompanied by no indication of a desire to depart from strict neutrality. With the cessation in late June of the Northern victorious progress in arms and in the face of increasing distress in Lancashire, the second answer to Lindsay was less dogmatic. As given by Palmerston, the government desired to offer mediation, but saw no present hope of doing so successfully. Finally, the government asked for a free hand, making no pledges. Mason might be gloomy, Adams exultant, but when August dawned, plans were already on foot for a decided change. The secret was well kept. 4 days after the cabinet decision to wait on events, 2 days after Russell's refusal to produce the correspondence with Mason, Russell, on the eve of departure for the continent, was writing to Palmerston. "Mercier's notion that we should make some move in October agrees very well with yours. I shall be back in England before October, and we could then have a cabinet upon it. Of course the war may flag before that. I quite agree with you that a proposal for an armistice should be the first step, but we must be prepared to answer the question, on what basis are we to negotiate?" The next movement to put an end to the war in America was to come, not from Napoleon Roman III, nor from the British friends of the South, but from the British ministry itself. Footnotes. Footnote 656, cited in Adams' Transatlantic Historical Solidarity, p. 66. Footnote 658, cited in Smith, Parties and Slavery, 68. A remarkable exposition of the power of cotton, And The Righteousness of Slavery was published in Augusta, Georgia, in 1860, in the shape of a volume of 900 pages, entitled Cotton is King and Pro-Slavery Arguments. This reproduced 7 separate works by distinguished Southern writers analyzing slavery from the point of view of political economy, moral and political philosophy, social ethics, political science, ethnology, international law, and the Bible. The purpose of this united publication was to prove the rightfulness, in every aspect, of slavery, the prosperity of America as based on cotton, and the power of the United States as dependent on its control of the cotton supply. The editor was E.N. Eliot, president of Planters College, Mississippi. Footnote 659, Jan. 26, 1861. Cited in Maxwell, Clarendon, Roman II, p. 237. Footnote 660, A.M. Hist. Reverend Roman 18, p. 785. Bunch to Russell, No. 51, Confidential, Dec. 5, 1860. As here printed, this letter shows 2 dates, Dec. 5 and Dec. 15, but the original in the Public Record Office is dated Dec. 5. Footnote 662. Rhett, who advocated commercial treaties, learned from Toombs that this was the case. Rhett hastened to Yancey. Had he been instructed to negotiate commercial treaties with European powers? Mr. Yancey had received no intimation from any source that authority to negotiate commercial treaties would devolve upon the Commission. What then, exclaimed Rhett, can be your instructions? The President, Mr. Yancey said, seemed to be impressed with the importance of the cotton crop. A considerable part of the crop of last year was yet on hand, and a full crop will soon be planted. The justice of the cause and the cotton, so far as he knew, he regretted to say, would be the basis of diplomacy expected of the Commission. Du Bos, Life and Times of Yancey, 599. Footnote 663, F.O., A.M., Volume 780, Number 69. Bunch to Russell, June 5, 1861. Italics by Bunch. The complete lack of the South in industries other than its staple products is well illustrated by a request from Call, Gorgas, chief of ordnance to the Confederacy, to Mason, urging him to secure 3 ironworkers in England and send them over. He wrote, the reduction of ores with coke seems not to be understood here. Mason Papers. Gorgas to Mason, Oct. 13, 1861. Footnote 664, F.O. A.M., Volume 843, Number 48, Confidential. Bunch to Russell, March 19, 1862. Footnote 666. The 2 principal British works are Arnold, The History of the Cotton Famine, London, 1864, and Watts, The Facts of the Cotton Famine, Manchester, 1866. A remarkable statistical analysis of the world cotton trade was printed in London in 1863 by a Southerner seeking to use his study as an argument for British mediation. George McHenry, The Cotton Trade. Footnote 668. Lack of authentic statistics on indirect interests make this a guess by the Times. Other estimates run from 1/7 to 1/4. Footnote 669. Schmidt, Wheat and Cotton During the Civil War, p. 408, in Iowa Journal of History and Politics, Volume 16, 78.8%. Hereafter cited as Schmidt, Wheat and Cotton. Scherer, Cotton as a World Power, p. 264, states 84% for 1860. Arnold, Cotton Famine, pp. 3639, estimates 83%. Footnote 670. Great Britain ordinarily ran more than twice as many spindles as all the other European nations combined. Schmidt, Wheat and Cotton, p. 407, note. Footnote 671. This return for April is noteworthy as the first differentiating commerce with the North and the South. Footnote 672. These facts are drawn from Board of Trade reports and from the files of The Economist, London, and Hunt's Merchants Magazine, New York. I am also indebted to a manuscript thesis by T. P. Martin, The Effects of the Civil War Blockade on the Cotton Trade of the United Kingdom, Stanford University. Mr. Martin in 1921 presented at Harvard University a thesis for the Ph.D. degree entitled The Influence of Trade in Cotton and Wheat on Anglo-American Relations, 1849-1846, but has not yet carried his more matured study to the Civil War period. Footnote 674. FOAM, Volume 843. Number 10. Bunch to Russell, Jan. 8, 1862. Bunch also reported that inland fields were being transformed to corn production and that even the cotton on hand was deteriorating because of the lack of bagging shut off by the blockade. Footnote 677. Parliamentary Returns, 1861 and 1862. Monthly Accounts of Trade and Navigation, in Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Commons, Volume LV, and 1863, Commons, Volume LXV. Footnote 679. In 1861, there were 26 members from Lancashire in the Commons, representing 14 boroughs and 2 counties. The suffrage was such that only 1 in every 27 of the population had the vote. For all England, the proportion was 1 in 23, Rhodes, Roman 4, 359. Parliamentary Papers, 1867-8, Lords, Volume Roman 32, Report on Boundaries of Boroughs and Counties of England. Footnote 680. The figures are drawn from 1 Farnall's Reports on Distress in the Manufacturing Districts, 1862. Parliamentary Papers Commons, Volume Roman 49 pt. I 1863. Ibid, Volume Le 1864, and 2 from Summary of the Number of Paupers in the Distressed Districts, from November 1861 to December 1863. Commons, Volume Le. Farnall's reports are less exact than the summary since at times Liverpool is included, at times not, as also 6 small poor law unions, which do not appear in his reports until 1864. The summary consistently includes Liverpool, and fluctuates violently for that city whenever weather conditions interfered with the ordinary business of the port. It is a striking illustration of the narrow margin of living wages among the dockers of Liverpool that an annotation at the foot of a column of statistics should explain an increase in 1 week of 21,000 persons thrown on poor relief to the prevalence of a strong east wind, which prevented vessels from getting up to the docks. Footnote 682. The historians who see only economic causes have misinterpreted the effects on policy of the cotton famine. Recently, also, there has been advanced an argument that wheat defeated cotton, an idea put forward indeed in England itself during the war by pro-northern friends who pointed to the great flow of wheat from the north as essential in a short crop situation in Great Britain. Mr. Schmidt in The Influence of Wheat and Cotton on Anglo-American Relations During the Civil War, a paper read before the American Historical Association, DEC, 1917, and since published in the Iowa Journal of History and Politics, July, 1918, presents with much care all the important statistics for both commodities, but his conclusions seem to me wholly erroneous. He states that Great Britain's dependence on northern wheat operated as a contributing influence in keeping the British government officially neutral. p. 423. A cautious statement soon transformed to the positive one that this fact did not escape the attention of the English government, since leading journals referred to it, p. 431. Progressively, it is asserted, but it was northern wheat that may well be regarded as the decisive factor, counterbalancing the influence of cotton, in keeping the British government from recognizing the Confederacy, p. 437. That the wheat situation must have exerted a profound influence on the government, p. 438. And finally, in this contest wheat won, demonstrating its importance as a world power of greater significance than cotton, p. 439. This interesting thesis has been accepted by William Trimble in Historical Aspects of the Surplus Food Production of the United States, 1862-1902, AM. Hist. A Sock. Reports, 1918, Volume I, p. 224. I think Mr. Schmidt's errors are 1. A mistake as to the time when recognition of the South was in governmental consideration. He places it in midsummer, 1863, when in fact the danger had passed by January of that year. 2. A mistake in placing cotton and wheat supply on a parity, since the former could not be obtained in quantity from any source before 1864, while wheat, though coming from the United States, could have been obtained from interior Russia, as well as from the maritime provinces, in increased supply if Britain had been willing to pay the added price of inland transport. There was a real famine of cotton. There would have been none of wheat, merely a higher cost. This fact, a vital one in determining influence, was brought out by George McHenry in the columns of the Index, Sept. 18, 1862. 3. The fact, in spite of all Mr. Schmidt's suppositions, that while cotton was frequently a subject of governmental concern in memoranda and in private notes between members of the cabinet, I have failed to find one single case of the mention of wheat. This last seems conclusive in negation of Mr. Schmidt's thesis. Footnote 683, Speech at Rochdale, Sept. 1, 1861. Cited in Hunt's Merchant's Magazine, Volume 45, pp. 326-7. Footnote 686, to Sumner, Nov. 20, 1861, Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings Roman 46, p. 97. Footnote 688, F.O. A.M., Volume 843, Number 85. Bunch to Russell, June 25, 1862. He reported a general burning of cotton, estimating the amount so destroyed as nearly 1,000,000 bales. Footnote 689. Rhodes, Roman 3, p. 503, leaves the impression that England was at first unanimous in attributing the cotton disaster to the war, also Roman 4, p. 77. I think this an error. It was the general public belief, but not that of the well-informed. Rhodes, Volume Roman 4, p. 364, says that it was not until January 1863 that it was begun to be understood that famine was not wholly caused by the war, but partly by glut. Footnote 690, Hansard 3D Sir CLXVI pp. 1490-1520, debate on the distress in the manufacturing districts. The principal speakers were Edgerton, Potter, Villiers, and Bright. Another debate on the cotton supply took place June 19, 1862, with no criticism of America. Ibid. CLXVI, pp. 750-493. Footnote 693, F.O. A.M., Volume 843, Number 73. Bunch to Russell, May 12, 1862. A description of these orders as inclusive of foreign-owned cotton of which Bunch asserted a great stock had been purchased and stored, waiting export, by British citizens. Martineau at Savannah made a similar report. Ibid, Volume 849, Number 16. To Russell, May 10, 1862. Footnote 695. Arnold, Cotton Famine, p. 228, quotes a song in the improvised schoolrooms of Ashton where operatives were being given a leisure-time education. One verse was, "Our mules and looms have now ceased work, the Yankees are the cause. But we will let them fight it out and stand by English laws. No recognizing shall take place until the war is o'er. Our wants are now attended to, we cannot ask for more." Footnote 697, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Further correspondence relating to the Civil War in the United States. Number 1, read. June 21, 1862. Footnote 699. Thuvenel, Le Secret de l'Empereur, Roman 2, 352. The exact length of Thuvenel's stay in London is uncertain, but he had arrived by July 10 and was back in Paris by July 21. The text of the telegram is in a letter to Flahault of July 26, in which Thuvenel shows himself very averse to any move which may lead to war with America, an adventure more serious than that of Mexico. Ibid. p. 353. Footnote 700, Ibid, p. 349. July 24, 1862. See also Resume and Walpole, History of 25 Years, Roman 2, 55. Footnote 701, Farnall's First Report. Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Commons, Volume Roman 49. Footnote 702, Leon Papers. Leon to Stuart, July 5, 1862. Public opinion will not allow the government to do more for the North than maintain a strict neutrality, and it may not be easy to do that if there comes any strong provocation from the U.S. However, the real question of the day is cotton. The problem is of how to get over this next winter. The prospects of the manufacturing districts are very gloomy. If you can manage in any way to get a supply of cotton for England before the winter, you will have done a greater service than has been effected by diplomacy for a century, but nobody expects it. Footnote 703. A Cycle of Adams Letters, I. 166. To his son, July 18, 1862. He noted that the news had come by the Glasgow, which had sailed for England on July 5, whereas the papers contained also a telegram from Miquelon's headquarters, dated July 7, but the people here are fully ready to credit anything that is not favorable. Newspaper headings were Capitulation of Miquelon's army. Flight of Miquelon on a steamer. Ibid, 167, Henry Adams to C.F. Adams, Jr., July 19. Footnote 704. Gregory introduced a ridiculous extract from the Dubuque Sun, an Iowa paper, humorously advocating a repudiation of all debts to England, and solemnly held this up as evidence of the lack of financial morality in America. If he knew of this, the editor of the small-town American paper must have been tickled at the reverberations of his humor. Footnote 705, Hansard 3rd, Sir, CLXVIPP, 511-549 for the entire debate. Footnote 707, A Cycle of Adams Letters, I.P.P., 168-9, to Charles Francis Adams, Jr., July 19, 1862. Footnote 708, Mason Papers. The larger part of Slidell's letter to Mason is printed in Sears, a Confederate diplomat at the court of Napoleon Roman III, A.M. Hist. Reverend Jan, 1921, p. 263. C.F. Adams, A Crisis in Downing Street, Mass Hist. Soch. Proceedings, May 1914, p. 379, is in error in dating this letter April 21, an error for which the present writer is responsible, having misread Slidell's difficult handwriting. Footnote 709, Richardson, Roman II, pp. 268-89. Slidell to Benjamin, July 25, 1862. It is uncertain just when Mason learned the details of Slidell's offer to France. Slidell, in his letter of July 20, wrote, "There is an important part of our conversation that I will give you through Mr. Mann, who, apparently, was to proceed at once to London to enlighten Mason. But the Mason papers show that man did not go to London, and that Mason was left in the dark, except in so far as he could guess at what Slidell had done by reading Benjamin's instructions, sent to him by Slidell on July 30. These did not include anything on Mexico, but made clear the plan of a special commercial advantage to France. In C.F. Adams, A Crisis in Downing Street, p. 381, it is stated that Benjamin's instructions were written, at the time of Mercier's visit to Richmond, with the inference that they were a result of Mercier's conversation at that time. This is an error. Benjamin's instructions were written on April 12 and were sent on April 14, while it was not until April 16 that Mercier reached Richmond. To some, it will no doubt seem inconceivable that Benjamin should not have informed Mercier of his plans for France, just formulated. But here, as in Chapter 9, I prefer to accept Mercier's positive assurances to Lyon at their face value. Lyon certainly so accepted them, and there is nothing in French documents yet published to cast doubt on Mercier's honor, while the chronology of the Confederate documents supports it. Footnote 712, Parliamentary Papers, 1863, Lords, Volume Roman 29, Correspondence with Mr. Mason respecting blockade and recognition. No. 7. Footnote 716, Parliamentary Papers, 1862, Lords, Volume Roman 25. Further correspondence relating to the Civil War in the United States. Number 2, Russell to Stewart, July 28, 1862. Footnote 719, Malmesbury, Memoirs of an Ex-Minister, Roman II, p. 276. July 31, 1862. Footnote 721, Parliamentary Papers, 1863, Lords, Volume Roman 29. Correspondence with Mr. Mason respecting blockade and recognition. No. 10. Footnote 723, Gladstone Papers. Also Argyll, Autobiography, Roman II, p. 191. Footnote 726, F.O. France, Volume 1443, number 964. Cowley to Russell, Aug. 8, 1862. Mason Papers. Slidell to Mason, Aug. 20, 1862. Mason to Slidell, Aug. 21. Footnote 730, Ibid, Aug. 26. Stuart's "nothing to be done" refers not to mediation, but to his idea in June-July that the time was ripe for recognition. He was wholly at variance with Lyon on British policy. Chapter 11. Russell's mediation plan. The adjournment of Parliament on August 7, without hint of governmental inclination to act in the American Civil War, was accepted by most of the British public as evidence that the ministry had no intentions in that direction. But keen observers were not so confident. Motley, at Vienna, was keeping close touch with the situation in England through private correspondence. In March 1862, he thought that France and England have made their minds up to await the issue of the present campaign, meaning McClellan's advance on Richmond. With the failure of that campaign, he wrote, "Thus far the English government have resisted his importunities, but their resistance will not last long." Meanwhile, the recently established pro-Southern weekly, the Index, from its first issue, steadily insisted on the wisdom and necessity of British action to end the war. France was declared rapidly to be winning the goodwill of the South at the expense of England. The British aristocracy were appealed to on grounds of close sympathy with a Southern aristocracy. Mediation, at first objected to in view of the more reasonable demand for recognition, was in the end the chief object of the Index, after mid-July, when simple recognition seemed impossible of attainment. Especially British humiliation, because of the timidity of her statesmen, was harped upon, and any public manifestation of Southern sympathy was printed in great detail. The speculations of Motley, the persistent agitation of the Index are, however, no indication that either Northern fears or Southern hopes were based on authoritative information as to governmental purpose. The plan now in the minds of Palmerston and Russell, and their steps in furthering it have been the subject of much historical study and writing. It is here proposed to review them in the light of all available important materials, both old and new, using a chronological order and with more citation than is customary, in the belief that such citations best tell the story of this, the most critical period in the entire course of British attitude toward the Civil War. Here, and here only, Great Britain voluntarily approached the danger of becoming involved in the American conflict. Among the few who thought the withdrawal of Lindsay's motion, July 18, and the Prime Minister's comments did not indicate safety for the North stood Adams, the American minister. Of Palmerston's speech, he wrote the next day in his diary, "It was cautious and wise, but enough could be gathered from it to show that mischief to us in some shape will only be averted by the favor of divine providence or our own efforts. The anxiety attending my responsibility is only postponed." At this very moment, Adams was much disturbed by his failure to secure governmental seizure of a war vessel being built at Liverpool. For the South, the famous Alabama, which was soon completed and put to sea but 10 days later, July 29. Russell's delay in enforcing British neutrality, as Adams saw it, in this matter, reinforcing the latter's fears of a change in policy, had led him to explain his alarm to Seward. On August 16, Adams received an instruction, written August 2, outlining the exact steps to be taken in case the feared change in British policy should occur. As printed in the diplomatic documents later presented to Congress, this dispatch is merely a very interesting, if somewhat discursive essay on the inevitability of European ruminations on the possibility of interference to end the war, and argues the unwisdom of such interference, especially for Great Britain's own interests. It does not read as if Seward were alarmed, or, indeed, as if he had given serious consideration to the supposed danger. But this conveys a very erroneous impression. An unprinted portion of the dispatch very specifically, and in a very serious tone, instructs Adams that if approached by the British government with propositions implying a purpose, to dictate or to mediate or to advise or even to solicit or persuade, you will answer that you are forbidden to debate, to hear, or in any way receive, entertain, or transmit any communication of the kind. If you are asked an opinion what reception the President would give to such a proposition, if made here, you will reply that you are not instructed, but you have no reason for supposing that it would be entertained. This was to apply either to Great Britain alone or acting in conjunction with other powers. Further, if the South should be acknowledged, Adams was immediately to suspend his functions. "You will perceive," wrote Seward, that we have approached the contemplation of that crisis with the caution which great reluctance has inspired. But I trust that you will also have perceived that the crisis has not appalled us. This serious and definite determination by the North to resent any intervention by Europe makes evident that Seward and Lincoln were fully committed to forcible resistance of foreign meddling. Briefly, if the need arose, the North would go to war with Europe. Adams at least now knew where he stood and could but await the result. The instruction he held in reserve, nor was it ever officially communicated to Russell. He did, however, state its tenor to Forster, who had contacts with the cabinet through Milner Gibson, and though no proof has been found that the American determination was communicated to the ministry, the presumption is that this occurred. Such communication could not have taken place before the end of August, and possibly was not then made owing to the fact that the cabinet was scattered in the long vacation, and that, apparently, the plan to move soon in the American war was as yet unknown save to Palmerston and to Russell. Russell's letter to Palmerston of August 6 sets the date of their determination. Meanwhile, they were depending much upon advices from Washington for the exact moment. Stuart was suggesting, with Mercier, that October should be selected, and continued his urgings even though his immediate chief, Lyon, was writing to him from London's strong personal objections to any European intervention whatever, and especially any by Great Britain. Lyon explained his objections to Russell as well, but Stuart, having gone to the extent of consulting also with Stoeckel, the Russian minister at Washington, was now in favor of straight-out recognition of the Confederacy as the better measure. This, thought Stoeckel, was less likely to bring on war with the North than an attempt at mediation. Soon Stuart was able to give notice, a full month in advance of the event, of Lincoln's plan to issue an Emancipation Proclamation, postponed temporarily on the insistence of Seward, but he attached no importance to this, regarding it as at best a measure of pretense intended to frighten the South and to influence foreign governments. Russell was not impressed with Stuart's shift from mediation to recognition. "I think," he wrote, "we must allow the president to spend his second batch of 600,000 men before we can hope that he and his democracy will listen to reason." But this did not imply that Russell was wavering in the idea that October would be a ripe time. Soon, he was journeying to the continent in attendance on the Queen and using his leisure to perfect his great plan. Russell's first positive step was taken on September 13. On that date, he wrote to Cowley in Paris instructing him to sound Thuvenel, privately, and the day following he wrote to Palmerston commenting on the news just received of the exploits of Stonewall Jackson in Virginia. "It really looks as if he might end the war. In October, the hour will be ripe for the cabinet." Similar reactions were expressed by Palmerston at the same moment and for the same reasons. Palmerston also wrote on September 14, "The Federals got a very complete smashing. Even Washington or Baltimore may fall into the hands of the Confederates. If this should happen, would it not be time for us to consider whether, in such a state of things, England and France might not address the contending parties and recommend an arrangement upon the basis of separation?" Russell replied, "I agree with you that the time is come for offering mediation to the United States government with a view to the recognition of the independence of the Confederates. I agree further that, in case of failure, we ought ourselves to recognize the Southern states as an independent state. For the purpose of taking so important a step, I think we must have a meeting of the cabinet. The 23rd or 30th would suit me for the meeting." The two elder statesmen being in such complete accord, the result of the unofficial overture to France was now awaited with interest. This, considering the similar unofficial suggestions previously made by Napoleon, was surprisingly lukewarm. Cowley reported that he had held a long and serious conversation with Thuvenel on the subject of mediation as instructed by Russell on the 13th, and found a disposition to wait to see the result of the elections in the North. Mercier apparently had been writing that Southern successes would strengthen the Northern peace party. Thuvenel's idea was that, if the peace party gains the ascendant, Lincoln and Seward, both of whom were too far committed to listen to foreign suggestions, would probably be set aside. He also emphasized the serious consequences England and France might expect if they recognized the South. "I said that we might propose an armistice without mediation, and that if the other powers joined with us in doing so, and let it be seen that a refusal would be followed by the recognition of the southern states. The certainty of such recognition by all Europe must carry weight with it. Thouvenel saw some difficulties, especially Russia. The French government had some time back sounded that of Russia as to her joining France and England in an offer of mediation, and had been met by an almost scornful refusal. It appears also that there is less public pressure here for the recognition of the South than there is in England. Thouvenel's lack of enthusiasm might have operated as a check to Russell had he not been aware of two circumstances causing less weight than formerly to be attached to the opinions of the French Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The first was the well-known difference on American policy between Thouvenel and Napoleon Roman III, and the well-grounded conviction that the Emperor was at any moment ready to impose his will, if only England would give the signal. The second circumstance was still more important. It was already known through the French press that a sharp conflict had arisen in the government as to Italian policy, and all signs pointed to a reorganization of the ministry, which would exclude Thouvenel. Under these circumstances, Russell could well afford to discount Thouvenel's opinion. The extent to which he was ready to go much beyond either the offer of mediation or of armistice evidently in Cowley's mind is shown by a letter to Gladstone, September 26. I am inclined to think that October 16 may be soon enough for a cabinet, if I am free to communicate the views which Palmerston and I entertain to France and Russia in the interval between this time and the middle of next month. These views had the offer of mediation to both parties in the first place, and in the case of refusal by the North, to recognition of the South. Mediation on the basis of separation and recognition, accompanied by a declaration of neutrality. The perfected plan, thus outlined, had resulted from a communication to Palmerston of Cowley's report together with a memorandum, proposed to be sent to Cowley, but again privately, addressed to France alone. Russell here also stated that he had explained his ideas to the Queen. She only wishes Austria, Prussia, and Russia to be consulted. I said that should be done, but we must consult France first. Also enclosed was a letter from Stuart of September 9, reporting Mercier as just returned from New York, and convinced that if advantage were not taken of the present time to do exactly that which was in Russell's mind, Europe would have to wait for the complete exhaustion of the North. Russell was now at home again, and the next day Palmerston approved the plans as excellent, but he asked whether it would not be well to include Russia in the invitation as a compliment, even though she might probably decline. As to the other European powers, the matter could wait for an after-communication. Yet that Palmerston still wished to go slowly is shown by a comment on the military situation in America. It is evident that a great conflict is taking place to the northwest of Washington, and its issue must have a great effect on the state of affairs. If the Federals sustain a great defeat, they may be at once ready for mediation, and the iron should be struck while it is hot. If, on the other hand, they should have the best of it, we may wait a while and see what may follow. Thus, through Palmerston's caution, Russia had been added to France in Russell's proposed memorandum, and the communication to Cowley had not been sent off immediately as the letter to Gladstone of September 26 indicates. But the plan was regarded as so far determined upon that on September 24, Russell requested Lyon not to fix, as yet, upon a date for his departure for America, writing, M. Mercier is again looking out for an opportunity to offer mediation, and this time he is not so much out in his reckoning. Curiously, Mercier had again changed his mind and now thought a proposal of an armistice was the best move, being particularly anxious that there should be no mention of the word separation. But of this Russell had, as yet, no inkling. With full approval of the plan as now outlined, Palmerston wrote to Gladstone, September 24, that he and Russell were in complete agreement that an offer of mediation should be made by the three maritime powers, but that no actual step would be taken without the sanction of the cabinet. 2 days later, Russell explained to Gladstone the exact nature of the proposal, but that there was even now no thoroughly worked-out agreement on the sequence of steps necessary is shown by Palmerston's letter to Gladstone of the 24th, in which is outlined a preliminary proposal of an armistice, cessation of blockade, and negotiation on the basis of separation. Other members of the cabinet were likewise informed of the proposed overture to France and Russia, and soon it was clear that there would be opposition. Granville had replaced Russell in attendance upon the Queen at Gotha. He now addressed a long and careful argument to Russell opposing the adventure, as he thought it, summing up his opinion in this wise. I doubt, if the war continues long after our recognition of the South, whether it will be possible for us to avoid drifting into it. I have come to the conclusion that it is premature to depart from the policy which has hitherto been adopted by you and Lord Palmerston, and which, notwithstanding the strong antipathy to the North, the strong sympathy with the South, and the passionate wish to have cotton, has met with such general approval from Parliament, the press, and the public. But Granville had little hope his views would prevail. A few days later, he wrote to Lord Stanley of Alderley. I have written to Johnny my reasons for thinking it decidedly premature. I, however, suspect you will settle to do so. Pam, Johnny, and Gladstone would be in favor of it, and probably Newcastle. I do not know about the others. It appears to me a great mistake. Opportunely giving added effect to Granville's letter, there now arrived confused accounts from America of the battles about Washington and of a check to the Southern advance. On September 17, there had been fought the Battle of Antietam, and 2 days later Lee, giving up his Maryland campaign, began a retreat through the Shenandoah Valley toward the old defensive Southern lines before Richmond. There was no pursuit, for McClellan, again briefly in command, thought his army too shattered for an advance. Palmerston had been counting on a great Southern victory and was now doubtful whether the time had come after all for European overtures to the contestants. October 2, he wrote Russell. My dear Russell, I return you Granville's letter, which contains much deserving of serious consideration. There is no doubt that the offer of mediation upon the basis of separation would be accepted by the South. Why should it not be accepted? It would give the South in principle the points for which they are fighting. The refusal, if refusal there was, would come from the North, who would be unwilling to give up the principle for which they have been fighting so long, as they had a reasonable expectation that by going on fighting they could carry their point. The condition of things, therefore, which would be favorable to an offer of mediation would be great success of the South against the North. That state of things seemed 10 days ago to be approaching. Its advance has been lately checked, but we do not yet know the real course of recent events, and still less can we foresee what is about to follow. 10 days or a fortnight more may throw a clearer light upon future prospects. As regards possible resentment on the part of the Northerns following upon an acknowledgment of the independence of the South, it is quite true that we should have less to care about that resentment in the spring when communication with Canada was open, and when our naval force could more easily operate upon the American coast, than in winter when we are cut off from Canada and the American coast is not so safe. But if the acknowledgement were made at one and the same time by England, France, and some other powers, the Yankees would probably not seek a quarrel with us alone, and would not like one against a European confederation. Such a quarrel would render certain and permanent that Southern independence, the acknowledgement of which would have caused it. The first communication to be made by England and France to the contending parties might be, not an absolute offer of mediation, but a friendly suggestion whether the time was not come when it might be well for the two parties to consider whether the war, however long continued, could lead to any other result than separation, and whether it might not therefore be best to avoid the great evils which must necessarily flow from a prolongation of hostilities by at once coming to an agreement to treat upon that principle of separation, which must apparently be the inevitable result of the contest, however long it may last. The best thing would be that the two parties should settle details by direct negotiation with each other, though perhaps with the rancorous hatred now existing between them, this might be difficult. But their quarrels in negotiation would do us no harm if they did not lead to a renewal of war. An armistice, if not accompanied by a cessation of blockades, would be all in favor of the North, especially if New Orleans remained in the hands of the North. The whole matter is full of difficulty, and can only be cleared up by some more decided events between the contending armies. Palmerston. Very evidently, Palmerston was experiencing doubts and was all in favor of cautious delay. American military events more than Granville's arguments influenced him, but almost immediately there appeared a much more vigorous and determined opponent within the cabinet. Cornwall Lewis was prompt to express objections. October 2, Russell transmitted to Palmerston a letter of disapproval from Lewis. Russell also, momentarily, was hesitating. He wrote, "This American question must be well sifted. I send you a letter of G. Lewis, who is against moving. My only doubt is whether we in France should stir if Russia holds back. Her separation from our move would ensure the rejection of our proposals, but we shall know more by Theth. I have desired a cabinet to be summoned for that day, but the summons will not go out till Saturday. So if you wish to stop it, write to Hammond." From this, it would appear that Russia had been approached, but that Russell's chief concern was the attitude of France, that his proposed private communication to Cowley had been dispatched, and that he was waiting an answer which might be expected before the 16th. If so, his expectations were negatived by that crisis, now on in the French ministry, over the Italian question, prohibiting consideration of any other matter. On October 15, Thouvenel was dismissed, but his formal retirement from office did not take place until October 24. Several ministers abroad, among them Flahault at London, followed him into retirement, and foreign affairs were temporarily in confusion. The emperor was away from Paris, and all that Cowley reported was that the last time he had seen Thouvenel the latter had merely remarked that as soon as the emperor came back the two governments ought to enter into a serious consideration of the whole question. Cowley himself was more concerned that it was now becoming clear France, in spite of previous protestations, was planning colonizing Mexico. Up to the end of September, therefore, the British government, while wholly confident that France would agree in any effort whatsoever that England might wish to make, had no recent assurances, either official or private, to this effect. This did not disturb Russell, who took for granted French approval, and soon he cast aside the hesitation caused by the doubts of Granville, the opposition of Lewis, and the caution of Palmerston. Public opinion was certainly turning toward a demand for ministerial action. 2 days of further consideration caused him to return to the attack. October 4, he wrote Palmerston, "I think unless some miracle takes place this will be the very time for offering mediation, or, as you suggest, proposing to North and South to come to terms. 2 things, however, must be made clear. I, that we propose separation. Roman 2, that we shall take no part in the war unless attacked ourselves." How Russell proposed to evade a war with an angry North was not made clear, but in this same letter notice was given that he was preparing a memorandum for the cabinet. Russell was still for a mediation on lines of separation, but his uncertainty, even confusion of mind became evident but another 2 days later on receipt of a letter from Stuart, written September 23, in which he and Mercier were now all for a suggestion of armistice, with no mention of separation. Russell now thought, "If no fresh battles occur, I think the suggestion might be adopted, though I am far from thinking with Mercier that the North would accept it. But it would be a fair and defensible course, leaving it open to us to hasten or defer recognition if the proposal is declined. Lord Lyon might carry it over on the 25th. British policy, as represented by the inclinations of the Foreign Secretary, having started out on a course portending positive and vigorous action, was now evidently in danger of veering far to one side, if not turning completely about. But the day after Russell seemed to be considering such an attenuation of the earlier plan as to be content with a mere suggestion of armistice. A bomb was thrown into the already troubled waters further, and violently disturbing them. This was Gladstone's speech at Newcastle, October 7, a good third of which was devoted to the Civil War, and in which he asserted that Jefferson Davis had made an army, was making a navy, and had created something still greater, a nation. The chronology of shifts in opinion would, at first glance, indicate that Gladstone made this speech with the intention of forcing Palmerston and Russell to continue in the line earlier adopted, thus hoping to bolster up a cause now losing ground. His declaration, coming from a leading member of the cabinet, was certain to be accepted by the public as a foreshadowing of governmental action. If Jefferson Davis had in truth created a nation, then early recognition must be given it. But this surmise of intentional pressure is not borne out by any discovered evidence. On the contrary, the truth is, seemingly, that Gladstone, in the North and out of touch, was in complete ignorance that the 2 weeks elapsed since his letters from Palmerston and Russell had produced any alteration of plan or even any hesitation. Himself long convinced of the wisdom of British intervention in some form, Gladstone evidently could not resist the temptation to make the good news known. His declaration, foreshadowing a policy that did not pertain to his own department, and more especially, that had not yet received cabinet approval, was in itself an offense against the traditions of British cabinet organization. He had spoken without authorization and off his own bat. The speculative market, sensitive barometer of governmental policy, immediately underwent such violent fluctuations as to indicate a general belief that Gladstone's speech meant action in the war. The price of raw cotton dropped so abruptly as to alarm Southern friends and cause them to give assurances that even if the blockade were broken, there would be no immediate outpouring of cotton from Southern ports. On the other hand, Bright, staunch friend of the North, hoped that Gladstone was merely seeking to overcome a half-hearted reluctance of Palmerston and Russell to move. He was sore at heart over the vile speech of your old acquaintance and friend. The leading newspapers, while at first accepting the Newcastle speech as an authoritative statement, and generally, though mildly, approving, were quick to feel that there was still uncertainty of policy and became silent until it should be made clear just what was in the wind. Within the cabinet, it is to be supposed that Gladstone had caused no small stir, both by reason of his unusual procedure and by his sentiments. On Russell, however much disliked was the incursion into his own province, the effect was reinvigoration of a desire to carry through at least some portion of the plan, and he determined to go on with the proposal of an armistice. 6 days after Gladstone's speech, Russell circulated, October 13, a memorandum on America. This memorandum asserted that the South had shown, conclusively, its power to resist had maintained a successful defensive, that the notion of a strong pro-Northern element in the South had been shown to be wholly delusive, that the Emancipation Proclamation, promising a freeing of the slaves in the sections still in rebellion on January 1, 1863, was no humanitarian or idealistic measure, since it left slavery in the loyal or recognized districts, and was but an incitement to Serval Wara's most terrible plan. For these reasons, Russell urged that the great powers ought seriously to consider whether it was not their duty to propose a suspension of arms for the purpose of weighing calmly the advantages of peace. This was a far cry from mediation and recognition, nor did Russell indicate either the proposed terms of an armistice or the exact steps to be taken by Europe in bringing it about and making it of value. But the memorandum of October 13 does clearly negative what has been the accepted British political tradition, which is to the effect that Palmerston, angered at Gladstone's presumption and now determined against action, had put up Cornwall Lewis to reply in a public speech, thereby permitting public information that no cabinet decision had as yet been reached. Lewis' speech was made at Hereford on October 14. Such were the relations between Palmerston and Russell that it is impossible the former would have so used Lewis without notifying Russell, in which case there would have been no Foreign Office memorandum of the 13th. Lewis was, in fact, vigorously maintaining his objections, already made known to Russell, to any plan of departure from the hitherto accepted policy of neutrality, and his speech at Hereford was the opening gun of active opposition. Lewis did not in any sense pose as a friend of the North. Rather, he treated the whole matter, in his speech at Hereford and later in the cabinet, as one requiring cool judgment and decision on the sole ground of British interests. This was the line best suited to sustain his arguments, but does not prove, as some have thought, that his cabinet acknowledgement of the impossibility of Northern complete victory was his private conviction. At Hereford, Lewis argued that everyone must acknowledge a great war was in progress and must admit it to be undecided. Under such circumstances, the time had not yet arrived when it could be asserted in accordance with the established doctrines of international law that the independence of the Southern states had been established. In effect, Lewis gave public notice that no cabinet decision had yet been reached, a step equally opposed to cabinet traditions with Gladstone's speech, since equally unauthorized, but excusable in the view that the first offense against tradition had forced a rejoinder. For the public, Lewis accomplished his purpose, and the press refrained from comment, awaiting results. Meanwhile, Palmerston, who must finally determine policy, was remaining in uncertainty, and in this situation thought it wise to consult, indirectly, Derby, the leader of the opposition in Parliament. This was done through Clarendon, who wrote to Palmerston on October 16 that Derby was averse to action. He said that he had been constantly urged to go in for recognition and mediation, but had always refused on the ground that recognition would merely irritate the North, without advancing the cause of the South or procuring a single bale of cotton, and that mediation in the present temper of the belligerents must be rejected even if the mediating powers themselves knew what to propose as a fair basis of compromise. For as each party insisted upon having that which the other declared was vitally essential to its existence, it was clear that the war had not yet marked out the stipulations of a treaty of peace. The recognition of the South could be of no benefit to England unless we meant to sweep away the blockade, which would be an act of hostility towards the North. More than any other member of the cabinet, Lewis was able to guess, fairly accurately, what was in the Premier's mind, for Lewis was Clarendon's brother-in-law, and the most intimate and esteemed of his male friends. They were in constant communication as the cabinet crisis developed, and Lewis' next step was taken immediately after Palmerston's consultation of Derby through Clarendon. October 17, Lewis circulated a memorandum in reply to that of Russell's of October 13. He agreed with Russell's statement of the facts of the situation in America, but added with sarcasm, "A dispassionate bystander might be expected to concur in the historical view of Lord Russell, and to desire that the war should be speedily terminated by a pacific agreement between the contending parties. But unhappily, the decision upon any proposal of the English government will be made, not by dispassionate bystanders, but by heated and violent partisans. And we have to consider, not how the proposal indicated in the memorandum ought to be received, or how it would be received by a conclave of philosophers, but how it is likely to be received by the persons to whom it would be addressed." Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, Lewis admitted, presumably was intended to incite civil war, but that very fact was an argument against, not for, British action, since it revealed an intensity of bitterness prohibitory of any calm consideration of issues by the belligerents. And suppose the North did acquiesce in an armistice, the only peaceful solution would be an independent slave-holding South, for the establishment of which Great Britain would have become intermediary and sponsor. Any policy except that of the continuance of strict neutrality was full of dangers, some evident, some but dimly visible as yet. Statesmanship required great caution. Looking to the probable consequences, Lewis concluded, of this philanthropic proposition, we may doubt whether the chances of evil do not preponderate over the chances of good, and whether it is not better to endure the ills we have than fly to others which we know not of. At the exact time when Lewis thus voiced his objections, basing them on the lack of any sentiment toward peace in America, there were received at the Foreign Office and read with interest the reports of a British special agent sent out from Washington on a tour of the Western states. Anderson's reports emphasized 3 points. 1. Emancipation was purely a war measure, with no thought of ameliorating the condition of the slaves once freed. 2. Even if the war should stop, there was no likelihood of securing cotton for a long time to come. 3. The Western states, even more than the Eastern, were in favor of vigorous prosecution of the war, and the new call for men was being met with enthusiasm. This was unpromising either for relief to a distressed England or for Northern acceptance of an armistice, yet Russell, commenting on Clarendon's letter to Palmerston, containing Derby's advice, still argued that even if declined, a suggestion of armistice could do no harm and might open the way for a later move, but he agreed that recognition would certainly be premature at present. Russell himself now heard from Clarendon and learned that Derby had been constantly urged to press for recognition and mediation, but he had always refused on the ground that the neutral policy hitherto pursued by the government was the right one, and that if we departed from it, we should only meet with an insolent rejection of our offer. A long conference with Lyons gave cause for further thought, and Russell committed himself to the extent that he acknowledged, "We ought not to move at present without Russia." Finally, October 22, Palmerston reached a decision for the immediate present, writing to Russell, "Your description of the state of things between the two parties is most comprehensive and just. I am, however, much inclined to agree with Lewis that at present we could take no step nor make any communication of a distinct proposition with any advantage. All that we could possibly do without injury to our position would be to ask the two parties not whether they would agree to an armistice, but whether they might not turn their thoughts towards an arrangement between themselves. But the answer of each might be written by us beforehand. The Northerners would say that the only condition of arrangement would be the restoration of the Union. The South would say their only condition would be an acknowledgement by the North of Southern independence we should not be more advanced and should only have pledged each party more strongly to the object for which they are fighting. I am therefore inclined to change the opinion on which I wrote to you when the Confederates seemed to be carrying all before them, and I am very much come back to our original view of the matter, that we must continue merely to be lookers-on till the war shall have taken a more decided turn. By previous arrangement, the date October 23 had been set for a cabinet to consider the American question, but Russell now postponed it, though a few members appeared and held an informal discussion in which Russell still justified his armistice policy and was opposed by Lewis and the majority of those present. Palmerston did not attend, no action was possible, and technically no cabinet was held. It soon appeared that Russell, vexed at the turn matters had taken, was reluctant in yielding, and did not regard the question as finally settled. Yet on the afternoon of this same day Adams, much disturbed by the rumors attendant upon the speeches of Gladstone and Lewis, sought an explanation from Russell, and was informed that the government was not inclined at present to change its policy, but could make no promises for the future. This appeared to Adams to be an assurance against any effort by Great Britain, and has been interpreted as disingenuous on Russell's part. Certainly Adams' confidence was restored by the interview. But Russell was apparently unconvinced as yet that a suggestion of armistice would necessarily lead to the evil consequences prophesied by Lewis, or would, indeed, require any departure from a policy of strict neutrality. On the one side, Russell was being berated by pro-Southerners as weakly continuing an outworn policy, and as having made himself the laughingstock of Europe and of America. On the other, he was regarded, for the moment, as insisting, through pique, on a line of action highly dangerous to the preservation of peace with the North. October 23, Palmerston wrote his approval of the cabinet postponement, but declared Lewis' doctrine of no recognition of Southern independence until the North had admitted it was unsound. The next day he again wrote, "To talk to the belligerents about peace at present would be as useless as asking the winds during the last week to let the waters remain calm." This expression by Palmerston on the day after the question apparently had come to a conclusion was the result of the unexpected persistence of Russell and Gladstone. Replying to Palmerston's letter of the 23rd, Russell wrote, "As no good could come of a cabinet, I put it off. But though I am quite ready to agree to your conclusions for the present, I cannot do so for G. Lewis reasons. G. Lewis, besides, has made a proposition for me which I never thought of making. He says I propose that England and France and perhaps some one continental power should ask America to suspend the war. I never thought of making such a proposal. I think if Russia agreed Prussia would, and if France and England agreed Austria would. Less than the whole five would not do. I thought it right towards the cabinet to reserve any specific proposition. I am not at all inclined to adopt G. Lewis' invention. I have sent off Leon without instructions, at which he is much pleased." Russell was shifting ground. First the proposal was to have been made by England and France, then Russia was necessary. Now less than 5 powers would not do. But whatever the number required, he still desired a proposal of armistice. On October 23, presumably subsequent to the informal meeting of cabinet members, he drew up a brief memorandum in answer to that of Lewis on October 17, denying that Lewis had correctly interpreted his plan and declaring that he had always had in contemplation a step by the 5 great powers of Europe. The advisability of trying to secure such joint action, Russell asserted, was all he had had in mind. If the cabinet had approved this advisability and the powers were acquiescent, then, in answer to Lewis' accusation of no look ahead, he would be ready with definite plans for the negotiation of peace between North and South. Thus, by letter to Palmerston and by circulation of a new memorandum, Russell, gave notice that all was not yet decided. On October 24, Gladstone also circulated a memorandum in reply to Lewis, urging action by England, France, and Russia. Russell's second memorandum was not at first taken seriously by his cabinet opponents. They believed the issue closed and Russell merely putting out a denial of alleged purposes. Clarendon, though not a member of the cabinet, was keeping close touch with the situation and on October 24 wrote to Lewis, "Thanks for sending me your memorandum on the American question, which I have read with great satisfaction. Johnny always loves to do something when to do nothing is prudent, and I have no doubt that he hoped to get support in his meddling proclivities when he called a cabinet for yesterday, but its postponement sine die is probably due to your memorandum. You have made so clear the idiotic position we should occupy, either in having presented our face gratuitously to the Yankee slap we should receive, or in being asked what practical solution we had to propose after an armistice had been agreed to at our suggestion, that no discussion on the subject would have been possible, and the Foreign Secretary probably thought it would be pleasanter to draw in his horns at Woburn than in Downing Street." On October 26, having received from Lewis a copy of Russell's newly circulated paper, Clarendon wrote again, "The Foreign Secretary's blat exhibits considerable soreness, for which you are specially bound to make allowance, as it was you who procured abortion for him. He had thought to make a great deal of his colt by meddler out of vanity, and you have shown his backers that the animal was not fit to start and would not run a yard if he did. He is therefore taken back to the country, where he must have a deal more training before he can appear in public again. I should say that your speech at Hereford was nearly as effective in checking the alarm and speculation caused by Gladstone's speech, as your memorandum was in smashing the Foreign Secretary's proposed intervention, and that you did so without in the smallest degree committing either the government or yourself with respect to the future." In effect, Clarendon was advising Lewis to pay no attention to Russell's complaining rejoinder, since the object desired had been secured. But there was still one element of strength for Russell and Gladstone which, if obtained, might easily cause a reopening of the whole question. This was the desire of France, still unexpressed in spite of indirect overtures, a silence in part responsible for the expression of an opinion by Palmerston that Napoleon's words could not be depended upon as an indication of what he intended to do. On the day this was writ, the French ministerial crisis the real cause of Napoleon's, silence came to an end with the retirement of Thuvenel and the succession of Drouin de l'Ise. Russell's reply to Palmerston's assertion of the folly of appealing now to the belligerents was that recognition was certainly out of the question for the present, and that it should not take place till May or June next year, when circumstances may show pretty clearly whether Gladstone was right. But this yielding to the Premier's decision was quickly withdrawn when, at last, Napoleon and his new minister could turn their attention to the American question. On October 27, Cowley reported a conversation with the Emperor in which American affairs were discussed. Napoleon hoped that England, France, and Russia would join in an offer of mediation. Cowley replied that he had no instructions, and Napoleon then modified his ideas by suggesting a proposal of armistice for 6 months, in order to give time for the present excitement to calm down. The next day, Cowley reported that Drouin de l'Ise stated the emperor to be very anxious to put an end to the war, but that he was himself doubtful whether it would not be better to wait a little longer. And in any case, if overtures to America were rejected, Russia probably would not join Great Britain and France in going on to a recognition of the South. All this was exactly in line with that plan to which Russell had finally come, and if officially notified to the British government would require a renewed consideration by the cabinet. Presumably Napoleon knew what had been going on in London, and he now hastened to give the needed French push. October 28, Slidell was summoned to an audience and told of the emperor's purpose, acting with England, to bring about an armistice. 3 days later, October 31, Cowley wrote that he had now been officially informed by Drouin de l'Ise, by the emperor's orders, that a dispatch was about to be sent to the French ministers in England and Russia, instructing them to request joint action by the three powers in suggesting an armistice of 6 months, including a suspension of the blockade, thus throwing open southern ports to European commerce. Napoleon's proposal evidently took Palmerston by surprise and was not regarded with favor. He wrote to Russell, "As to the French scheme of proposals to the United States, we had better keep that question till the cabinet meets, which would be either on Monday 11th or Wednesday 12th, as would be most convenient to you and our colleagues. But is it likely that the Federals would consent to an armistice to be accompanied by a cessation of blockades, and which would give the Confederates means of getting all the supplies they may want? Then comes the difficulty about slavery and the giving up of runaway slaves, about which we could hardly frame a proposal which the Southerns would agree to, and people of England would approve of. The French government are more free from the shackles of principle and of right and wrong on these matters, as on all others, than we are. At all events, it would be wiser to wait till the elections in North America are over before any proposal is made. As the Emperor is so anxious to put a stop to bloodshed, he might try his hand as a beginning by putting down the stream of ruffians, which rolls out from that never-failing fountain at Rome." But Russell was more optimistic, or at least in favor of some sort of proposal to America. He replied to Palmerston, "My notion is that, as there is little chance of our good offices being accepted in America, we should make them such as would be creditable to us in Europe. I should propose to answer the French proposal, therefore, by saying that in offering our good offices, we ought to require both parties to consent to examine, first, whether there are any terms upon which North and South would consent to restore the Union, and secondly, failing any such terms, whether there are any terms upon which both would consent to separate. We should also say that if the Union is to be restored, it would be essential in our view that after what has taken place, all the slaves should be emancipated, compensation being granted by Congress at the rate at which Great Britain emancipated her slaves in 1833. If separation takes place, we must be silent on the trend of slavery, as we are with regard to Spain and Brazil. This is a rough sketch, but I will expand it for the cabinet. It will be an honorable proposal to make, but the North and probably the South will refuse it." Here were several ideas quite impossible of acceptance by North and South in their then frame of mind, and Russell, himself, believed them certain to be refused by the North in any case. But he was eager to present the question for cabinet discussion, hoping for a reversal of the previous decision. Whether from pique or from conviction of the wisdom of a change in British policy, he proposed to press for acceptance of the French plan, with modifications. The news of Napoleon's offer and of Russell's attitude, with some uncertainty as to that of Palmerston again, brought Lewis into action, and on November 7 he circulated another memorandum, this time a very long one of some 15,000 words. This was in the main an historical resume of past British policy in relation to revolted peoples, stating the international law of such cases, and pointing out that Great Britain had never recognized a revolted people so long as a bona fide struggle was still going on. Peace was no doubt greatly to be desired. If England could, by legitimate means, and without unduly sacrificing or imperiling her own interests, accelerate this consummation, she would, in my opinion, earn the just gratitude of the civilized world. But the question, as he had previously asserted, was full of grave dangers. The very suggestion of a concert of powers was itself one to be avoided. A conference of the five great powers is an imposing force, but it is a dangerous body to set in motion. A single intervening power may possibly contrive to satisfy both the adverse parties, but five intervening powers have first to satisfy one another. Who could tell what divergence might arise on the question of slavery, or on boundaries, or how far England might find her ideals or her vital interests compromised? Here was vigorous resistance to Russell, especially effective for its appeal to past British policy and to correct practice in international law. On the same day that Lewis' memorandum was circulated, there appeared a communication in the Times by Historicus on the international doctrine of recognition, outlining in briefer form exactly those international law arguments presented by Lewis and advocating a continuation of the policy of strict neutrality. Historicus was William Vernon Harcourt, husband of Lewis' stepdaughter, who was also the niece of Clarendon. Evidently, the family guns were all trained on Russell. Historicus drove home the fact that premature action by a neutral was a hostile act and ought to be resented by the sovereign state as a breach of neutrality and friendship. Thus, on receipt of the news of Napoleon's proposal, the cabinet crisis was renewed, and even more sharply than on October 23. The French offer was not actually presented until November 10. On the next 2 days, the answer to be made received long discussion in the cabinet. Lewis described this to Clarendon, prefacing his account by stating that Russell had heard by telegram from Napier at St. Petersburg to the effect that Russia would not join but would support English-French proposals through her minister at Washington, provided it would not cause irritation. Having made this statement, Lord John proceeded to explain his views on the question. These were, briefly, that the recent successes of the Democrats afforded a most favorable opportunity of intervention, because we should strengthen their hands, and that if we refused the invitation of France, Russia would reconsider her decision, act directly with France, and thus accomplish her favorite purpose of separating France and England. He therefore advised that the proposal of France should be accepted. Palmerston followed Lord John and supported him, but did not say a great deal. His principal argument was the necessity for showing sympathy with Lancashire, and of not throwing away any chance of mitigating it. The proposal was now thrown before the cabinet, who proceeded to pick it to pieces. Everybody present threw a stone at it of greater or less size, except Gladstone, who supported it, and the Chancellor and Cardwell, who expressed no opinion. The principal objection was that the proposed armistice of 6 months by sea and land, involving a suspension of the commercial blockade, was so grossly unequal, so decidedly in favor of the South, that there was no chance of the North agreeing to it. After a time, Palmerston saw that the general feeling of the cabinet was against being a party to the representation, and he capitulated. I do not think his support was very sincere. It certainly was not hearty. I ought to add that, after the cabinet had come to a decision and the outline of a draft had been discussed, the Chancellor uttered a few oracular sentences on the danger of refusing the French invitation and gave a strong support to Lord John. His support came rather late. I proposed that we should tater le terrain at Washington and ascertain whether there was any chance of the proposal being accepted. Lord John refused this. He admitted there was no chance of an affirmative answer from Washington. I think his principal motive was a fear of displeasing France, and that Palmerston's principal motive was a wish to seem to support him. There is a useful article in today's Times throwing cold water on the invitation. I take for granted that Delane was informed of the result of the cabinet. Gladstone, writing to his wife, gave a similar though more brief account. Of 11, we have had our cabinet today and meet again tomorrow. I am afraid we shall do little or nothing in the business of America, but I will send you definite intelligence. Both Lords Palmerston and Russell are right. Nov. 12. The United States affair has ended and not well. Lord Russell rather turned tail. He gave way without resolutely fighting out his battle. However, though we decline for the moment, the answer is put upon grounds and in terms which leave the matter very open for the future. Nov. I think the French will make our answer about America public, at least it is very possible. But I hope they may not take it as a positive refusal, or at any rate that they may themselves act in the matter. It will be clear that we concur with them, that the war should cease. Palmerston gave to Russell's proposal a feeble and half-hearted support. The reply to France was in fact immediately made public both in France and in England. It was complimentary to the Emperor's benevolent views and humane intentions, agreed that, if the steps proposed were to be taken, the concurrence of Russia would be extremely desirable, but remarked that as yet Great Britain had not been informed that Russia wished to cooperate, and concluded that since there was no ground to hope the North was ready for the proposal, it seemed best to postpone any overture until there was a greater prospect than now exists of its being accepted by the two contending parties. The argument of Russell in the cabinet had been for acceptance without Russia, though earlier he had stipulated her assistance as essential. This was due to the knowledge already at hand through a telegram from Napier at St. Petersburg, November 8, that Russia would refuse. But in the answer to France, it is the attitude of Russia that becomes an important reason for British refusal, as, indeed, it was the basis for harmonious decision within the British cabinet. This is not to say that had Russia acceded, England also would have done so, for the weight of cabinet opinion, adroitly encouraged by Palmerston, was against Russell, and the result reached was that which the Premier wished. More important in his view than any other matter was the preservation of a united ministry, and at the conclusion of the American debate even Gladstone could write, "As to the state of matters generally in the cabinet, I have never seen it smoother." Public opinion in England in the main heartily supported the cabinet decision. Hammond described it as almost universal in this country against interference, an estimate justified if the more important journals are taken into account, but not true of all. The Times of November 13 declared, "We are convinced that the present is not the moment for these strong measures. There is now great reason to hope that, by means of their own internal action, the Americans may themselves settle their own affairs even sooner than Europe could settle them for them. We have waited so long that it would be unpardonable in us to lose the merit of our self-denial at such a moment as this. We quite agree with Mr. Cobden that it would be cheaper to keep all Lancashire on turtle and venison than to plunge into a desperate war with the northern states of America, even with all Europe at our back. In a good cause, and as a necessity forced upon us in defense of our honor or of our rightful interests, we are as ready to fight as we ever were. But we do not see our duty or our interest in going blindfold into an adventure such as this. We very much doubt, moreover, whether, if Virginia belonged to France as Canada belongs to England, the Emperor of the French would be so active in beating up for recruits in this American Mediation League." This was followed up 2 days later by an assertion that no English statesman had at any time contemplated an offer of mediation made in such a way as to lead to actual conflict with the United States. On the other hand, the Herald, always intense in its pro-Southern utterances and strongly anti-Palmerston in politics, professed itself unable to credit the rumored cabinet decision. "Until we are positively informed that our ministers are guilty of the great crime attributed to them," the Herald declared, "we must hope against hope that they are innocent. If guilty, they were responsible for the misery of Lancashire depicted in lurid colors. A clear, a sacred, an all-important duty was imposed upon them. To perform that duty would have been the pride and delight of almost any other Englishmen. And they, with the task before them and the power to perform it in their hands, can it be that they have shrunk back in craven cowardice, deserted their ally, betrayed their country, dishonored their own names to all eternity, that they might do the bidding of John Bright, and sustain for a while the infamous tyranny of a Butler, a Seward, and a Lincoln." In the non-political Army and Navy Gazette, the returned editor, W. H. Russell, but lately the Times correspondent in America, jeered at the American uproar that might now be expected against France instead of England. Let the Emperor beware. The scarred veteran of the New York scarrons of Plum Gut has set his sinister or dexter eye upon him and threatens him with the loss of his throne. But the British public must expect no lasting change of northern attitude toward England and must be ready for a war if the North were victorious. Blackwood's for November 1862 strongly censured the government for its failure to act. The Edinburgh for January 1863 as strongly supported the ministry and expanded on the fixed determination of Great Britain to keep out of the war. The Index naturally frothed in angry disappointment, continuing its attacks as if in hopes of a reversal of ministerial decision even into the next year. Has it come to this? Is England or the English cabinet afraid of the northern states? Lord Russell might contrive so to choose his excuses as not to insult at once both his country and her ally. An editorial from the Richmond, Virginia, Whig was quoted with approval characterizing Russell and Palmerston as two old painted mummies, who secretly were rejoiced at the war in America as threatening the complete annihilation of both sides, and expressing the conviction that if the old Union were restored, both North and South would eagerly turn on Great Britain. The explanation, said the Index, of British supineness was simply the pusillanimous fear of war and of a war that would not take place in spite of the bluster of Lincoln's hangers-on. Even as late as May of the year following, this explanation was still harped upon, and Russell, a statesman who belonged rather to the past than to the present, was primarily responsible for British inaction. The nominal conduct of foreign affairs is in the hands of a diplomatic malaprop, who has never shown vigor, activity, or determination, except where the display of these qualities was singularly unneeded, or even worse than useless. The Index never wavered from its assumption that in the cabinet, Russell was the chief enemy of the South. Slidell, better informed, wrote, "Who would have believed that Earl Russell would have been the only member of the cabinet besides Gladstone in favor of accepting the emperor's proposition? He had information that Napoleon had been led to expect his proposal would be accepted, and was much irritated, so much so that France would now probably act alone." Gladstone's attitude was a sorrow to many of his friends. Bright believed he was at last weaned from desires for mediation and sympathetic with the answer to France. But Goldwin Smith, in correspondence with Gladstone on American affairs, knew that the wild idea now in the statesman's mind was of offering Canada to the North if she would let the South go, a plan unknown. Fortunately for Gladstone's reputation for good judgment, save to his correspondent. In general, as the weeks passed, the satisfaction grew both with the public and in the government that England had made no adventure of new policy towards America. This satisfaction was strongly reinforced when the first reports were received from Lyon on his arrival in America. Reaching New York on November 8, he found that even the conservatives were much opposed to an offer of mediation at present and thought it would only do harm until there was a change of government in Washington, an event still remote. Lyon himself believed mediation useless unless intended to be followed by recognition of the South, and that such recognition was likewise of no value without a raising of the blockade, for which he thought the British cabinet not prepared. Lyon's flatly contradicted Stuart's reports, his cool judgment of conditions nowhere more clearly manifested than at this juncture, in comparison with his subordinates' excited and eager pro-Southern arguments. Again, on November 28, Lyon wrote that he could not find a single Northern paper that did not repudiate foreign intervention. In the South, when it was learned that France had offered to act and England had refused, there was an outburst of bitter anti-British feeling. The Northern press, as Lyon had reported, was unanimous in rejection of European offers of aid, however friendly, in settling the war. It expressed no gratitude to England, devoting its energy rather to animadversions on Napoleon Roman III, who was held to be personally responsible. Since there had been no European offer made, there was no cause for governmental action. Seward had given Adams specific instructions in case the emergency arose, but there had been no reason to present these or to act upon them, and the crisis once past, Seward believed all danger of European meddling was over and permanently. He wrote to Bigelow, "We are no longer to be disturbed by secession intrigues in Europe. They have had their day. We propose to forget them." This was a wise and statesmanlike attitude and was shared by Adams in London. Whatever either man knew or guessed of the prelude to the answer to France, November 13, they were careful to accept that answer as fulfillment of Russell's declaration to Adams, October 23, that Great Britain intended no change of policy. So far removed was Seward's attitude toward England from that ascribed to him in 1861, so calm was his treatment of questions now up for immediate consideration, so friendly was he personally toward Lyon, that the British minister became greatly alarmed when, shortly after his return to Washington, there developed a cabinet controversy threatening the retirement of the Secretary of State. This was a quarrel brought on by the personal sensibilities of Chase, Secretary of the Treasury, and directed at Seward's conduct of foreign affairs. It was quieted by the tact and authority of Lincoln, who, when Seward handed in his resignation, secured from Chase a similar offer of resignation, refused both, and in the result read to Chase that lesson of presidential control which Seward had learned in May, 1861. Lyon wrote of this controversy, "I shall be sorry if it ends in the removal of Mr. Seward. We are much more likely to have a man less disposed to keep the peace than a man more disposed to do so. I should hardly have said this 2 years ago." After the event of Seward's retention of office, Russell wrote, "I see Seward stays in. I am very glad of it. This is a remarkable reversal of former opinion." A better understanding of Seward had come, somewhat slowly, to British diplomats, but since his action in the Trent affair, former suspicion had steadily waned. His high tone being regarded as for home consumption, until now there was both belief in Seward's basic friendliness and respect for his abilities. Thus, Russell's ambitious mediation projects having finally dwindled to a polite refusal of the French offer to join in a mere suggestion of armistice, left no open sores in the British relations with America. The projects were unknown, the refusal seemed final to Seward and was indeed destined to prove so. But of this there was no clear conception in the British cabinet. Hardly anyone yet believed that reconquest of the South was even a remote possibility, and this foretold that the day must sometime come when European recognition would have to be given the Confederacy. It is this unanimity of opinion on the ultimate result of the war in America that should always be kept in mind in judging the attitude of British government and people in the fall of 1862. Their sympathies were of minor concern at the moment, nor were they much in evidence during the cabinet crisis. All argument was based upon the expediency and wisdom of the present proposal. Could European nations now act in such a way as to bring to an early end a war whose result in separation was inevitable? It was the hope that such action promised good results which led Russell to enter upon his policy, even though personally his sympathies were unquestionably with the North. It was, in the end, the conviction that now was not a favorable time which determined Palmerston, though sympathetic with the South, to withdraw his support when Russell, through pique, insisted on going on. Moreover, both statesmen were determined not to become involved in the war, and as the possible consequences of even the most friendly offers were brought out in discussion, it became clear that Great Britain's true policy was to await a return of sanity in the contestants. For America, Russell's mediation plan constitutes the most dangerous crisis in the war for the restoration of the Union. Had that plan been adopted, no matter how friendly in intent, there is little question that Louis' forebodings would have been realized, and war would have ensued between England and the North. But also, whatever its results in other respects, the independence of the South would have been established. Slavery, hated of Great Britain, would have received a new lease of life and by British action. In the cabinet argument, all parties agreed that Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was but an incitement to servile war, and it played no part in the final decision. Soon that proclamation was to erect a positive barrier of public opinion against any future efforts to secure British intervention. Never again was there serious governmental consideration of meddling in the American Civil War. Chapter 12. The Emancipation Proclamation. The finality of the British cabinet decision in November 1862, relative to proposals of mediation or intervention, was not accepted at the moment, though time was to prove its permanence. The British press was full of suggestions that the first trial might more gracefully come from France, since that country was presumed to be on more friendly terms with the United States. Others, notably Slidell at Paris, held the same view, and on January 8, 1863, Slidell addressed a memorandum to Napoleon Roman III, asking separate recognition of the South. The next day, Napoleon dictated an instruction to Mercier offering friendly mediation in courteous terms, but with no hint of an armistice or of an intended recognition of the South. Meanwhile, Mercier had again approached Lyons alleging that he had been urged by Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, to make an isolated French offer, but that he felt this would be contrary to the close harmony hitherto maintained in French-British relations. But Mercier added that if Lyons was disinclined to a proposal of mediation, he intended to advise his government to give him authority to act alone. Lyons made no comment to Mercier, but wrote to Russell, "I certainly desire that the settlement of the contest should be made without the intervention of England." A week later, the Russian minister, Stoeckel, also came to Lyons desiring to discover what would be England's attitude if Russia should act alone, or perhaps with France, leaving England out of a proposal to the North. This was based on the supposition that the North, weary of war, might ask the good offices of Russia. Lyons replied that he did not think that contingency near and otherwise evaded Stoeckel's questions, but he was somewhat suspicious, concluding his report, "I cannot quite forget that Monsieur Mercier and Monsieur de Stoeckel had agreed to go to Richmond together last spring." The day after this dispatch was written, Mercier presented, February 3, the isolated French offer, and on February 6 received Seward's reply couched in argumentative, yet polite language, but positively declining the proposal. Evidently, Lyons was a bit disquieted by the incident. But in London, Napoleon's overture to America was officially stated to be unobjectionable, as indeed was required by the implications of the reply of November 13 to France. Russell, on February 14, answered Lyon communications in a letter marked, "Seen by Lord Palmerston and the Queen." Her Majesty's government have no wish to interfere at present in any way in the Civil War. If France were to offer good offices or mediation, Her Majesty's government would feel no jealousy or repugnance to such a course on the part of France alone. The writing of this dispatch antedated the knowledge that France had already acted at Washington and does not necessarily indicate any governmental feeling of a break in previous close relations with France on the American question. Yet this was indubitably the case and became increasingly evident as time passed. Russell's dispatch to Lyon of February 14 appears rather to be evidence of the effect of the debates in Parliament when its sessions were resumed on February 5. For in both Lords and Commons, there was given a hearty and nearly unanimous support of the government's decision to make no overture for a cessation of the conflict in America. Derby clearly outlined the two possible conditions of mediation. First, when efforts by the North to subdue the South had practically ceased. And second, if humane interests required action by neutral states, in which case the intervening parties must be fully prepared to use force. Neither condition had arrived, and strict neutrality was the wise course. Disraeli also approved strict neutrality, but caustically referred to Gladstone's Newcastle speech and sharply attacked the cabinet's uncertain and changeable policy merely a party speech. Russell upheld the government's decision, but went out of his way to assert that the entire subjugation of the South would be a calamity to the United States itself, since it would require an unending use of force to hold the South in submission. Later, when news of the French offer at Washington had been received, the government was attacked in the Lords by an undaunted friend of the South, Lord Campbell, on the ground of a British divergence from close relations with France. Russell, in a brief reply, reasserted old arguments that the time had not yet come, but now declared that events seemed to show the possibility of a complete Northern victory, and added with emphasis that recognition of the South could justly be regarded by the North as an unfriendly act. Thus Parliament and Cabinet were united against meddling in America, basing this attitude on neutral duty and national interests, and with barely a reference to the new policy of the North toward slavery, declared in the Emancipation Proclamations of September 22, 1862, and January 1, 1863. Had these great documents then no favorable influence on British opinion and action? Was the Northern determination to root out the institution of slavery, now clearly announced, of no effect in winning the favor of a people and government long committed to a world policy against that institution? It is here necessary to review early British opinion, the facts preceding the first Emancipation Proclamation, and to examine its purpose in the mind of Lincoln. Before the opening of actual military operations, while there was still hope of some peaceful solution, British opinion had been with the North on the alleged ground of sympathy with a free as against a slave-owning society. But war once begun the disturbance to British trade interests, and Lincoln's repeated declarations that the North had no intention of destroying slavery combined to offer an excuse and a reason for an almost complete shift of British opinion. The abolitionists of the North and the extreme anti-slavery Friends in England, relatively few in number in both countries, still sounded the note of slavery the cause of the war, but got little hearing. Nevertheless, it was seen by thoughtful minds that slavery was certain to have a distinct bearing on the position of Great Britain when the war was concluded. In May 1861, Palmerston declared that it would be a happy day when we could succeed in putting an end to this unnatural war between the two sections of our North American cousins, but added that the difficulty for England was that we could not well mix ourselves up with the acknowledgement of slavery. Great Britain's long-asserted abhorrence of slavery caused, indeed, a perplexity in governmental attitude. But this looked to the final outcome of an independent South, an outcome long taken for granted. Debate on the existing moralities of the war very soon largely disappeared from British discussion, and in its place there cropped out, here and there, expressions indicative of anxiety as to whether the war could long continue without a servile insurrection, with all its attendant horrors. On July 6, 1861, The Economist, reviewing the progress of the war preparations to date, asserted that it was universally agreed no restoration of the Union was possible, and answered British fears by declaring it was impossible to believe that even the American madness could contemplate a servile insurrection. The friendly Spectator also discussed the matter, and repeatedly. It was a mistaken idea, said this journal, that there could be no enfranchisement without a slave rising. But should this occur, the right of the slave to regain his freedom, even if the effort involves slaughter, is as clear as any other application of the right of self-defense. Yet English abolitionists should not urge the slave to act for himself, since, as war goes on and all compromise fails, the American mind will harden under the white heat and determine that the cause of all conflict must cease. That slavery, in spite of any declaration by Lincoln or Northern denial of a purpose to attack at denials which disgusted Harriet Martineau, was in real fact the basic cause of the war, seemed to her as clear as anything in reason. She had no patience with English anti-slavery people who believed Northern protestations, and she did not express concern over the horrors of a possible servile insurrection. Nevertheless, this specter was constantly appearing. Again, the Spectator sought to allay such fears, but yet again also proclaimed that even such a contingency was less fearful than the consolidation of the slave power in the South. Thus a servile insurrection was early and frequently an argument which pro-Northern friends were compelled to meet. In truth, the bulk of the British press was constant in holding up this bogey to its readers, even going to the point of weakening its argument of the impossibility of a Northern conquest of the South by appealing to history to show that England in her 2 wars with America had had a comparatively easy time in the South, thus postulating the real danger of some Negro Garibaldi calling his countrymen to arms. Nor was this fear merely a pretended one. It affected all classes and partisans of both sides. Even official England shared in it. January 20, 1862, Leon wrote, "The question is rapidly tending towards the issue either of peace and a recognition of the separation, or a proclamation of emancipation and the raising of a servile insurrection." At nearly the same time Russell, returning to Gladstone a letter from Sumner to Cobden, expressed his sorrow that the President intends a war of emancipation, meaning thereby, I fear, a war of greater desolation than has been since the revival of letters. John Stuart Mill, with that clear logic which appealed to the more intelligent reader, in an able examination of the underlying causes and probable results of the American conflict, excused the Northern leaders for early denial of a purpose to attack slavery, but expressed complete confidence that even these leaders by now understood the almost certain results of success in the present conflict, the extinction of slavery, and prophesied that, if the writers who so severely criticize the present moderation of the Free Soilers are desirous to see the war become an abolition war, it is probable that if the war lasts long enough they will be gratified. John Bright, reaching a wider public in speech after speech, expressed faith that the people of the North were marching on, as I believe, to its entire abolition. Pro-Southern Englishmen pictured the horrors of an abolition war, and believed the picture true. Strict neutrals, like Leon, feared the same development. Friends of the North pushed aside the thought of a Negro terror. Yet even while hoping and declaring that the war would destroy slavery, could not escape from apprehensions of an event that appeared inevitable. Everywhere, to the British mind, it seemed that emancipation was necessarily a provocative to servile insurrection, and this belief largely affected the reception of the Emancipation Proclamation, a fact almost wholly lost sight of in historical writing. Nor did the steps taken in America leading up to emancipation weaken this belief, rather they appeared to justify it. The great advocate of abolition as a weapon in the war, and for its own sake, was Charles Sumner, chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. He early took the ground that a proclamation everywhere emancipating the slaves would give to the Northern cause a moral support hitherto denied it in Europe, and would at the same time strike a blow at Southern resistance. This idea was presented in a public speech at Worcester, Massachusetts in October 1861, but even Sumner's Free Soil friends thought him mistaken and his expressions unfortunate. By December, however, he found at Washington a change in governmental temper, and from that date Sumner was constant, through frequent private conversations with Lincoln, in pressing for action. These ideas and his personal activities for their realization were well known to English friends, as in his letters to Cobden and Bright, and to the English public in general through Sumner's speeches. For Sumner had long been a well-known figure in the British press. Lincoln, never an abolitionist, in spite of his famous utterance in the 50s that the United States could not indefinitely continue to exist, half slave and half free, had, in 1861, disapproved and recalled the orders of some of the military leaders, like Fremont, who without authority had sought to extend emancipation to slaves within the lines of their command. But as early as anyone, he had foreseen the gradual emergence of emancipation as a war problem, at first dangerous to that wise, border state policy, which had prevented the more northern of the slave states from seceding. His first duty was to restore the Union, and to that he gave all his energy, yet that emancipation, when the time was ripe, was also in Lincoln's mind is evident from the gradual approach through legislation and administrative act. In February 1862, a bill was under discussion in Congress, called the Confiscation Bill, which, among other clauses, provided that all slaves of persons engaged in rebellion against the United States, who should by escape or capture come into the possession of the military forces of the United States, should be forever free. But that this provision should not be operative until the expiration of 60 days, thus giving slave owners opportunity to cease their rebellion and retain their slaves. This measure did not at first have Lincoln's approval, for he feared its effect on the loyalists of the border states. Nevertheless, he realized the growing strength of anti-slavery sentiment in the war, and fully sympathized with it, where actual realization did not conflict with the one great object of his administration. Hence, in March 1862, he heartily concurred in a measure passed rapidly to presidential approval, April 16, freeing the slaves in the District of Columbia, a territory where there was no question of the constitutional power of the national government. From February 1862 until the issue of the first Emancipation Proclamation in September, there was, in truth, a genuine conflict between Congress and President as to methods and extent of emancipation. Congress was in a mood to punish the South. Lincoln, looking steadily toward reunion, yet realizing the rising strength of anti-slavery in the North, advocated a gradual, voluntary, and compensated emancipation. Neither party spoke the word servile insurrection, yet both realized its possibility, and Seward, in foreign affairs, was quick to see and use it as a threat. A brief summary of measures will indicate the contest. March 6, Lincoln sent a message to Congress recommending that a joint resolution be passed pledging the pecuniary aid of the national government to any state voluntarily emancipating its slaves, his avowed purpose being to secure early action by the loyal border states in the hope that this might influence the southern states. Neither the House of Representatives nor the Senate were really favorable to this resolution, and the border states bitterly opposed it in debate, but it passed by substantial majorities in both branches and was approved by Lincoln on April 10. In effect, the extreme radical element in Congress had yielded, momentarily, to the president's insistence on an olive branch offering of compensated emancipation. Both as regards the border states and looking to the restoration of the Union, Lincoln was determined to give this line of policy a trial. The prevailing sentiment of Congress, however, preferred the punitive confiscation bill. At this juncture, General Hunter, in command of the Department of the South, which theoretically included also the states of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, issued an order declaring the slaves in these states free. This was May 9, 1862. Lincoln immediately countermanded Hunter's order, stating that such action, under my responsibility, I reserve to myself. He renewed, in this same proclamation, earnest appeals to the border states to embrace the opportunity offered by the congressional resolution of April 10. In truth, border state attitude was the test of the feasibility of Lincoln's hoped-for voluntary emancipation, but these states were unwilling to accept the plan. Meanwhile, pressure was being exerted for action on the confiscation bill. It was pushed through Congress and presented to Lincoln for his signature or veto. He signed it on July 12, but did not notify that fact to Congress until July 17. On this same day of signature, July 12, Lincoln sent to Congress a proposal of an act to give pecuniary aid in voluntary state emancipation, and held a conference with the congressional representatives of the border states seeking their definite approval of his policy. A minority agreed, but the majority were emphatically against him. The confiscation bill would not affect the border states. They were not in rebellion, and they did not desire to free the slaves even if compensated. Thus Lincoln, by the stubbornness of the border states, was forced toward the congressional point of view as expressed in the confiscation bill. On the day following his failure to win the border state representatives, he told Seward and Wells, who were driving with him, that he had come to the conclusion that the time was near for the issue of a proclamation of emancipation as a military measure fully within the competence of the president. This was on July 13. Seward offered a few objections, but apparently neither cabinet official did more than listen to Lincoln's argument of military necessity. Congress adjourned on July 17. On July 22, the president read to the cabinet a draft of an Emancipation Proclamation, the text of the first paragraph of which referred to the Confiscation Act, and declared that this would be rigorously executed unless rebellious subjects returned to their allegiance. But the remainder of the draft reasserted the ideal of a gradual and compensated emancipation, and concluded with the warning that for states still in rebellion on January 1, 1863, a general emancipation of slaves would be proclaimed. All of the cabinet approved, except Blair, who expressed fears of the effect on the approaching November elections, and Seward, who, while professing sympathy with the indicated purpose, argued that the time was badly chosen in view of recent military disasters and the approach of Lee's army toward Washington. The measure, Seward said, might be viewed as the last measure of an exhausted government, a cry for help, the government stretching forth its hands to Ethiopia, instead of Ethiopia stretching forth her hands to the government. It will be considered our last shriek on the retreat. He therefore urged postponement until after a Northern victory. This appealed to Lincoln, and he put the draft of the proclamation aside, waiting for victory. Victory came in September, with McClellan's defeat of Lee at Antietam and the retreat of the Southern Army toward Richmond. 5 days later, September 22, Lincoln issued the proclamation, expanded and altered in text from the draft of July 22, but in substance the same. The loyal border states were not to be affected, but the proclamation renewed the promise of steps to be taken to persuade them to voluntary action. On January 1, 1863, a second proclamation, referring to that of September 22, was issued by Lincoln, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States. The states affected were designated by name, and all persons held as slaves within them are, and henceforward shall be free. I hereby enjoin upon the people so declared to be free to abstain from all violence, unless in necessary self-defense. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. Such were the steps from December 1861, when the radical Sumner began his pressure for action, to September 1862, when Lincoln's pledge of emancipation was made. Did these steps indicate, as British opinion unquestionably held, an intention to rouse a servile insurrection? Was the confiscation bill passed with that purpose in view, and had Lincoln decided to carry it into effect? The failure of the slaves to rise is, indeed, the great marvel of the Civil War, and was so regarded not in England only, but in America also. It was the expectation of the North and the constant fear of the South. But was this, in truth, the purpose of the Emancipation Proclamation? This purpose has been somewhat summarily treated by American historians, largely because of lack of specific evidence as to motives at the time of issue. Two words, military necessity, are made to cover nearly the entire argument for emancipation in September 1862, but in just what manner the military prowess of the North was to be increased was not at first indicated. In 1864, Lincoln declared that after the failure of successive efforts to persuade the border states to accept compensated emancipation, he had believed there had arrived the indispensable necessity for military emancipation and arming the blacks. Repeatedly in later defense of the proclamation, he urged the benefits that had come from his act and asserted that commanders in the field believe the emancipation policy and the use of colored troops constitute the heaviest blow yet dealt to the rebellion. He added, "Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motive, even the promise of freedom." There is no note here of stirring a servile insurrection, nor did Lincoln ever acknowledge that such a purpose had been in his mind, though the thought of such possible result must have been present was, indeed, present to most minds even without a proclamation of emancipation. Lincoln's alleged purpose was simply to draw away slaves, wherever possible, from their rebellious masters, thus reducing the economic powers of resistance of the South, and then to make these ex-slaves directly useful in winning the war. But after the war, even here and there during it, a theory was advanced that an impelling motive with the president had been the hope of influencing favorably foreign governments and peoples by stamping the Northern cause with a high moral purpose. In popular opinion, Lincoln came to be regarded as a far-visioned statesman in anticipating that which ultimately came to pass. This has important bearing on the relations of the United States and Great Britain. There is no doubt that nearly every Northern American had believed in 1860 that anti-slavery England would sympathize strongly with the North. The event did not prove this to be the case, nor could the North justly complain in the face of administration denials of an anti-slavery purpose. The English government, therefore, was widely upheld by British opinion in regarding the struggle from the point of view of British interests. Yet any Northern step antagonistic to the institution of slavery compelled British governmental consideration. As early as December 1860, before the war began, Bunch, at Charleston, had reported a conversation with Rhett, in which the latter frankly declared that the South would expect to revive the African slave trade. This was limited in the Constitution later, adopted by the Confederacy, which in substance left the matter to the individual states, a condition that Southern agents in England found it hard to explain. As already noted, the ardent friends of the North continued to insist, even after Lincoln's denial, that slavery was the real cause of the American rupture. By September 1861, John Bright was writing to his friend Sumner that, all indications to the contrary, England would warmly support the North if only it could be shown that emancipation was an object. Again and again he urged, it is interesting to note, just those ideals of gradual and compensated emancipation which were so strongly held by Lincoln. In this same month, The Spectator thought it was idle to strive to ignore the very center and spring of all disunion, and advised a prudent audacity in striking at the cause rather than at the effect. 3 weeks later, The Spectator, reviewing general British press comments, summed them up as follows. "If you make it a war of emancipation, we shall think you madmen, and tell you so, though the ignorant instincts of Englishmen will support you. And if you follow our counsel in holding a tight rein on the abolitionists, we shall applaud your worldly wisdom so far, but shall deem it our duty to set forth continually that you have forfeited all claim to the popular sympathy of England." This, said The Spectator, had been stated in the most objectionable style by the Times in particular, which, editorially, had alleged that the North has now lost the chance of establishing a high moral superiority by a declaration against slavery. To all this, The Spectator declared that the North must adopt the bold course and make clear that restoration of the Union was not intended with the old canker at its roots. Official England held a different view. Russell believed that the separation of North and South would conduce to the extinction of slavery, since the South, left to itself and fronted by a great and prosperous free North, with a population united in ideals, would be forced, ultimately, to abandon its special system. He professed that he could not understand Mrs. Stowe's support of the war and thought she and Sumner animated by a spirit of vengeance. If the South did yield and the Union were restored with slavery, Russell thought that slavery would prevail all over the New World. For that reason, I wish for separation. These views were repeated frequently by Russell. He long had a fixed idea on the moral value of separation, but was careful to state, I give you these views merely as speculations. and it is worthy of note that after midsummer of 1862 he rarely indulged in them. Against such speculations, whether by Russell or by others, Mill protested in his famous article in Fraser's, February, 1862. On one aspect of slavery, the North was free to act, and early did so. Seward proposed to Leon a treaty giving mutual right of search off the African coast and on the coasts of Cuba for the suppression of the African slave trade. Such a treaty had long been urged by Great Britain, but persistently refused by the United States. It could not well be declined now by the British government and was signed by Seward, April 8, 1862, but if he expected any change in British attitude as a result, he was disappointed. The renewal by the South of that trade might be a barrier to British goodwill, but the action of the North was viewed as but a weak attempt to secure British sympathy and to mark the limits of Northern anti-slavery efforts. Indeed, the government was not eager for the treaty on other grounds, since the Admiralty had never felt any interest in the suppression of the slave trade. Whatever they have done grudgingly and imperfectly. This was written at the exact period when Palmerston and Russell were initiating those steps, which were to result in the cabinet crisis on mediation in October-November 1862. Certainly, the slave trade treaty with America had not influenced governmental attitude. At this juncture there was founded, November 1862, the London Emancipation Society, with the avowed object of stirring anti-slavery Englishmen in protest against favoring the South. But George Thompson, its organizer, had been engaged in the preliminary work of organization for some months, and the society is therefore to be regarded as an expression of that small group who were persistent and determined in assertion of slavery as the cause and object of the Civil War, before the issue of Lincoln's proclamation. Thus, for England as a whole, and for official England, the declarations of these few voices were regarded as expressive of a wish rather than as consistent with the facts. The moral uplift of an anti-slavery object was denied to the North. This being so, did Lincoln seek to correct the foreign view by the Emancipation Proclamation? There is some, but scant ground for so believing. It is true that this aspect had at various times, though rarely, been presented to the President. Carl Schurz, American minister at Madrid, wrote to Seward as early as September 14, 1861, strongly urging the declaration of an anti-slavery purpose in the war and asserting that public opinion in Europe would then be such in favor of the North that no government would dare to place itself, by declaration or act, upon the side of a universally condemned institution. There is no evidence that Seward showed this dispatch to Lincoln, but in January 1862, Schurz returned to America and in conversation with the president urged the moral issue to prevent foreign intervention. The president replied, "You may be right. Probably you are. I have been thinking so myself. I cannot imagine that any European power would dare to recognize and aid the Southern Confederacy if it became clear that the Confederacy stands for slavery and the Union for freedom." No doubt others urged upon him the same view. Indeed, one sincere foreign friend, Count Gasparin, who had early written in favor of the North, and whose opinions were widely read, produced a second work in the spring of 1862, in which the main theme was slavery the issue. The author believed emancipation inevitable and urged an instant proclamation of Northern intention to free the slaves. Presumably, Lincoln was familiar with this work. Meanwhile, Sumner pressed the same idea, though adding the prevalent abolition arguments, which did not, necessarily, involve thought of foreign effect. On the general question of emancipation, Lincoln listened, even telling Sumner that he was ahead of himself only a month or 6 weeks. Yet after the enactment of the Confiscation Bill, in July 1862, when strong abolitionist pressure was brought on the president to issue a general proclamation of emancipation, he reasserted in the famous reply to Greeley, August 22, 1862, his one single purpose to restore the Union, with or without slavery. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time save slavery, I do not agree with them. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time destroy slavery, I do not agree with them. My paramount object is to save the Union, and not either to save or to destroy slavery. Here seemed to be specific denial of raising a moral issue, Yet unknown to the public at the moment, there had already been drafted and discussed in cabinet the Emancipation Proclamation. Greeley had presented abolitionist demands essential to cement the North. A month later, September 13, a delegation of Chicago clergymen came to Washington, had an audience with Lincoln, presented similar arguments, but also laid stress on the necessity of securing the sympathy of Europe. This was but 9 days before the first proclamation was issued, but Lincoln replied much as to Greeley, though he stated, "I will also concede that emancipation would help us in Europe, and convince them that we are incited by something more than ambition." Immediately after the event, September 24, making a short speech to a serenading party, Lincoln said, "I can only trust in God I have made no mistake. It is now for the country and the world to pass judgment and, maybe, take action upon it." Over a year later, December 8, 1863, in his annual message to Congress, he noted a much improved tone in foreign countries as resulting from the Emancipation Proclamation, but dwelt mainly on the beneficial effects at home. Evidently, there is slight ground for believing Lincoln to have been convinced that foreign relations would be improved by the proclamation. On the contrary, if he trusted Seward's judgment, he may have feared the effect on Europe, for such was Seward's prophecy. Here may have lain the true meaning of Lincoln's speech of September 24, that it was now for the world to pass judgment and, maybe, take action upon it. After all, foreign policy, though its main lines were subject to the president's control, was in the hands of Seward, and throughout this entire period of 6 months, since the introduction of the confiscation bill up to Lincoln's presentation of his draft proclamation to the cabinet in July, Seward had been using the threat of a servile insurrection as a deterrent upon French-British talk of intervention. At times, Seward connected servile insurrection with emancipation, at times not. Seward had begun his career as Secretary of State with an appeal to Europe on lines of old friendship, and had implied, though he could not state explicitly, the noble cause of the North. He had been met with what he considered a cold and premature as well as unjustifiable declaration of neutrality. From the first day of the conflict, Leon and Mercier had been constant in representing the hardships inflicted by the American war upon the economic interests of their respective countries. Both men bore down upon the interruption of the cotton trade, and Seward kept repeating that Northern victories would soon release the raw cotton. He expected and promised much from the capture of New Orleans, but the results were disappointing. As time went on, Seward became convinced that material interests alone would determine the attitude and action of Great Britain and France. But the stored supplies were on hand in the South, locked in by the blockade, and would be available when the war was over, provided the war did not take on an uncivilized and sanguinary character through a rising of the slaves. If that occurred, cotton would be burned and destroyed, and cotton supply to Europe would be not merely a matter of temporary interruption, but one of long-continued dearth with no certainty of early resumption. Fearing the growth in England, especially, of an intention to intervene, Seward threatened a northern appeal to the slaves, thinking of the threat not so much in terms of an uncivilized and horrible war as in terms of the material interests of Great Britain. In brief, considering foreign attitude and action in its relation to northern advantage to the winning of the war, he would use emancipation as a threat of servile insurrection, but did not desire emancipation itself for fear it would cause that very intervention which it was his object to prevent. His instructions are wholly in line with this policy. In February 1862, the confiscation bill had been introduced in Congress. In April, Mercier's trip to Richmond had caused much speculation and started many rumors in London of plans of mediation. On May 28, Seward wrote to Adams at great length and especially emphasized 2 points. First, that while diplomats abroad had hitherto been interdicted from discussing slavery as an issue in the war, they were now authorized to state that the war was, in part at least, intended for the suppression of slavery. And secondly, that the North, if interfered with by foreign nations, would be forced to have recourse to a servile war. Such a war, Seward argued, would be completely destructive of all European interests. A copy of this instruction Adams gave to Russell on June 20. 8 days later, Adams told Cobden in reply to a query about mediation that it would result in a servile war. Evidently, Adams perfectly understood Seward's policy. On July 13, Lincoln told Seward and Wells of the planned Emancipation Proclamation and that this was his first mention of it to anyone. Seward commented favorably, but wished to consider the proposal in all its bearings before committing himself. The day following, he transmitted to agents abroad a copy of the bill that day introduced into Congress embodying Lincoln's plan for gradual and compensated emancipation. This was prompt, transmittal end was unusual. Seward sent the bill without material comment, but it is apparent that this method and measure of emancipation would much better fit in with his theory of the slavery question in relation to foreign powers than would an outright proclamation of emancipation. Meanwhile, American anxiety as to a possible alteration in British neutral policy was increasing. July 11, Adams reported that he had learned from a credible source that the British cabinet might soon take new ground. This dispatch, if it reached Seward previous to the cabinet of July 22, presumably added strength to his conviction of the inadvisability of now issuing the proclamation. In that cabinet, Seward in fact went much beyond the customary historical statement that he advised postponement of the proclamation until the occurrence of a Northern victory. He argued, according to Secretary of War Stanton's notes of the meeting, that foreign nations will intervene to prevent the abolition of slavery for the sake of cotton. We break up our relations with foreign nations and the production of cotton for 60 years. These views did not prevail. Lincoln merely postponed action. 10 days later, Seward sent that long instruction to Adams covering the whole ground of feared European intervention, which fortunately, Adams was never called upon to carry out. In it, there was renewed the threat of a servile war if Europe attempted to aid the South, and again, it is the materialistic view that is emphasized. Seward was clinging to his theory of correct policy. Nor was he mistaken in his view of first reactions in governmental circles abroad, at least in England. On July 21, the day before Lincoln's proposal of emancipation in the cabinet, Stuart, in reviewing military prospects, wrote, "Amongst the means relied upon for weakening the South is included a servile war." To this Russell replied, "I have to observe that the prospect of a servile war will only make other nations more desirous to see an end of this desolating and destructive conflict." This was but brief reiteration of a more exact statement by Russell made in comment on Seward's first hint of servile war in his dispatch to Adams of May 28, a copy of which had been given to Russell on June 20. On July 28, Russell, reviewing Seward's arguments, commented on the fast increasing bitterness of the American conflict, disturbing and unsettling to European governments, and wrote, "The approach of a servile war, so much insisted upon by Mr. Seward in his dispatch, only forewarns us that another element of destruction may be added to the slaughter, loss of property, and waste of industry, which already afflict a country so lately prosperous and tranquil." In this same dispatch, unfavorable comment was made also on the confiscation bill with its punitive emancipation clauses. Stuart presented a copy of the dispatch to Seward on August 16. On August 22, Stuart learned of Lincoln's plan and reported it as purely a maneuver to affect home politics and to frighten foreign governments. Where did Stuart get the news if not from Seward, since he also reported the latter's success in postponing the proclamation? In brief, both Seward and Russell were regarding emancipation in the light of an incitement to servile insurrection, and both believed such an event would add to the argument for foreign intervention. The threat Seward had regarded as useful, the event would be highly dangerous to the North. Not so, however, did emancipation appear in prospect to American diplomats abroad. Adams was a faithful servant in attempting to carry out the ideas and plans of his chief, but as early as February 1862, he had urged a Northern declaration in regard to slavery in order to meet in England's Southern private representations that, independence won, the South would enter upon a plan of gradual emancipation to be applied to all persons born after some specific date. Motley, at Vienna, frequently after February 1862, in private letters to his friends in America, urged some forward step on slavery. But no such advice in dispatches found its way into the selected correspondence annually sent to print by Seward. Far more important was the determination taken by Adams, less than a month after he had presented to Russell the servile war threat policy of Seward, to give advice to his chief that the chances of foreign intervention would be best met by the distinct avowal of an anti-slavery object in the war, and that the North should be prepared to meet an European offer of mediation by declaring that if made to extinguish slavery, such mediation would be welcome. This Adams thought would probably put an end to the mediation itself, but it would also greatly strengthen the Northern position abroad. This was no prevision of an Emancipation Proclamation, but it was assertion of the value of a higher moral issue. Meanwhile, on July 24, Seward, still fearful of the effects abroad of emancipation, wrote to Motley, asking whether he was sure that European powers would not be encouraged in interference because of material interests by a Northern attempt to free the slaves. Motley's answer began, 1,000 times no, and Adams repeated his plea for a moral issue. September 25, Adams met Seward's material interests argument by declaring that for Great Britain the chief difficulty in the cotton situation was not scarcity, but uncertainty, and that if English manufacturers could but know what to expect, there would be little cotton pressure on the government. Thus, leading diplomats abroad did not agree with Seward, but the later advices of Adams were not yet received when the day, September 22, arrived on which Lincoln issued the proclamation. On that day, in sending the text to Adams, the comment of Seward was brief. The proclamation, he said, put into effect a policy the approach of which he had heretofore indicated to our representatives abroad, and he laid emphasis on the idea that the main purpose of the proclamation was to convince the South that its true interests were in the preservation of the Union, which is to say that the hoped-for result was the return of the South with its slaves. Certainly this was far from a truthful representation, but its purpose is evident. Seward's first thought was that having held up the threat of servile insurrection, he must now remove that bogey. 4 days later his judgment was improved, for he began, and thereafter maintained with vigor, the high moral purpose argument as evinced in the Emancipation Proclamation. The interests of humanity, he wrote to Adams, have now become identified with the cause of our country. That the material interests of Great Britain were still in Seward's thought is shown by the celerity with which under Lincoln's orders he grasped at an unexpected opening in relation to liberated slaves. Stuart wrote in mid-September that Mr. Walker, Secretary of the Colony of British Guiana, was coming from Demerara to Washington to secure additional labor for the British colony by offering to carry away ex-slaves. This scheme was no secret, and 5 days after the issue of the proclamation, Seward proposed to Stuart a convention by which the British government would be permitted to transport to the West Indies, or to any of its colonies, the Negroes about to be emancipated. On September 30, Adams was instructed to take up the matter at London. Russell was at first disinclined to consider such a convention, and discussion dragged until the spring of 1864, when it was again proposed, this time by Russell, but now declined by Seward. In its immediate influence in the fall of 1862, Seward's offer had no effect on the attitude of the British government. To Englishmen and Americans alike, it has been in later years a matter for astonishment that the Emancipation Proclamation did not at once convince Great Britain of the high purposes of the North. But if it be remembered that in the North itself the proclamation was greeted, save by a small abolitionist faction, with doubt extending even to bitter opposition, and that British governmental and public opinion had long dreaded a servile insurrection even of late, taking its cue from Seward's own prophecies, the cool reception given by the government, the vehement and vituperative explosions of the press do not seem so surprising. This Emancipation Proclamation, wrote Stuart on September 23, seems a brutum fulmen. One of the president's motives, he thought, was to affect public opinion in England. But there is no pretext of humanity about the proclamation. It is merely a confiscation act, or perhaps worse, for it offers direct encouragement to servile insurrections. Received in England during the cabinet struggle over mediation, the proclamation appears not to have affected that controversy, though Russell sought to use it as an argument for British action. In his memorandum, circulated October 13, Russell strove to show that the purpose and result would be servile war. He dwelt both on the horrors of such a war and on its destruction of industry. What will be the practical effect of declaring emancipation, not as an act of justice and beneficence, dispensed by the supreme power of the state, but as an act of punishment and retaliation inflicted by a belligerent upon a hostile community, it is not difficult to foresee. Wherever the arms of the United States penetrate, a premium will be given to acts of plunder, of incendiarism, and of revenge. The military and naval authorities of the United States will be bound by their orders to maintain and protect the perpetrators of such acts. Wherever the invasion of the Southern states is crowned by victory, society will be disorganized, industry suspended, large and small proprietors of land alike reduced to beggary. The London newspaper press was very nearly a unit in treating the proclamation with derision and contempt, and no other one situation in the Civil War came in for such vigorous denunciation. Citations setting forth such comment have frequently been gathered together illustrative of the extent of press condemnation and of its unity in vicious editorials. There is no need to repeat many of them here, but a few will indicate their tone. The Times greeted the news with an assertion that this was a final desperate play by Lincoln as hope of victory waned. It was his last card, a phrase that caught the fancy of lesser papers and was repeated by them. October 21 appeared the strongest of the Times editorials. Illustration: Abe Lincoln's last card, or rouge et noir, reproduced by permission of the proprietors of Punch. We have here the history of the beginning of the end, but who can tell how the pages will be written, which are yet to be filled before the inevitable separation is accomplished? Are scenes like those which we a short time since described from Dahomey yet to interpose? And is the reign of the last president to go out amid horrible massacres of white women and children, to be followed by the extermination of the black race in the South? Is Lincoln yet a name not known to us as it will be known to posterity? And is it ultimately to be classed among that catalogue of monsters, the wholesale assassins and butchers of their kind? We will attempt at present to predict nothing as to what the consequence of Mr. Lincoln's new policy may be, except that it certainly will not have the effect of restoring the Union. It will not deprive Mr. Lincoln of the distinctive affix which he will share with many, for the most part foolish and incompetent, kings and emperors, caliphs and doges, that of being Lincoln the last. The Times led the way, other papers followed on. The Liverpool Post thought a slave rising inevitable, as did also nearly every paper acknowledging anti-Northern sentiments, or professedly neutral, while even pro-Northern journals at first feared the same results. Another striking phrase, brutum fulmen, ran through many editorials. The Edinburgh Review talked of Lincoln's cry of despair, which was little different from Seward's feared last shriek. Blackwood's thought the proclamation monstrous, reckless, devilish. It justifies the South in raising the black flag and proclaiming a war without quarter. But there is no need to expand the citation of the well-nigh universal British press pouring out of the wrath of heaven upon Lincoln and his Emancipation Proclamation. Even though there can be no doubt that the bulk of England at first expected civil war to follow the proclamation, it is apparent that here and there a part of this British wrath was due to a fear that, in spite of denials of such influence, the proclamation was intended to arouse public opinion against projects of intervention and might so arouse it. The New York correspondent of the Times wrote that it was promulgated evidently as a sop to keep England and France quiet, and on October 9, an editorial asserted that Lincoln had a very important object. There is a presentiment in the North that recognition cannot be delayed, and this proclamation is aimed, not at the Negro or the South, but at Europe. Bell's Weekly Messenger believed that it was now the imperative duty of England and France to do what they can in order to prevent the possible occurrence of a crime, which, if carried out, would surpass in atrocity any similar horror the world has ever seen. Historicus, on the other hand, asked, "What is that solution of the Negro question to which an English government is prepared to affix the seal of English approbation?" Mason, the Confederate agent in London, wrote home that it was generally believed the proclamation was issued as the means of warding off recognition. It was seen through at once and condemned accordingly. This interpretation of Northern purpose in no sense negatives the dictum that the proclamation exercised little influence on immediate British governmental policy, but does offer some ground for the belief that strong pro-Southern sympathizers at once saw the need of combating an argument dangerous to the carrying out of projects of mediation. Yet the new moral purpose of Lincoln did not immediately appeal even to his friends. The Spectator deplored the lack of a clean-cut declaration in favor of the principle of human freedom. The principle asserted is not that a human being cannot justly own another, but that he cannot own him unless he is loyal to the United States. There is no morality whatever in such a decree, and if approved at all, it must be upon its merits as a political measure. 2 weeks later, reporting a public speech at Liverpool by ex-Governor Moorhead of Kentucky, in which Lincoln was accused of treachery to the border states, the Spectator, while taking issue with the speaker's statements, commented that it was not to be understood as fully defending a system of government which chose its executive from the ranks of half-educated mechanics. Similarly, in America, the Emancipation Proclamation, though loudly applauded by the abolitionists, was received with misgivings. Lincoln was disappointed at the public reaction and became very despondent, though this was due, in part, to the failure of McClellan to follow up the victory of Antietam. The elections of October and November went heavily against the administration and largely on the alleged ground of the president's surrender to the radicals. The army as a whole was not favorably stirred by the proclamation. It was considered at best as but a useless bit of waste paper. In England, John Bright, the most ardent public advocate of the Northern cause, was slow to applaud heartily. Not until December did he give distinct approval, and even then in but half-hearted fashion, though he thought public interest was much aroused, and that attention was now fixed on January 1, the date set by Lincoln for actual enforcement of emancipation. In a speech at Birmingham, December 18, Bright had little to say of emancipation. Rather, he continued to use previous arguments against the South for admitting, as Vice President Stevens had declared, that slavery was the very cornerstone of Southern institutions and society. A few public meetings at points where favor to the North had been shown were tried in October and November with some success, but with no great show of enthusiasm. It was not until late December that the wind of public opinion, finding that no faintest slave rising had been created, by the proclamation began to veer in favor of the Emancipation Edict. By the end of the year, it appeared that the press, in holding up horrified hands and prophesying a servile war, had overshot the mark. Soon the changing wind became a gale of public favor for the cause of emancipation, nor was this lessened, rather increased by Jefferson Davis' proclamation of December 23, 1862, in which he declared that Lincoln had approved of the effort to excite a servile insurrection, and that therefore it was now ordered all Negro slaves captured in arms be, at once, delivered over to the executive authorities of the respective states to which they belong, to be dealt with according to the laws of said state. This by state laws meant death to the slave fighting for his freedom, even as a regular soldier in the Northern armies, and gave a good handle for accusations of Southern ferocity. Official opinion was not readily altered, Leon writing in December that the promised January proclamation might still mean servile war. He hoped that neither Lincoln's proclamation nor Davis' threat of retaliation would be carried into effect. Russell regarded the January 1 proclamation as a measure of war of a very questionable kind. But the British anti-slavery public, now recovered from its fears of an abolition war, was of another temper. Beginning with the last week of December, 1862, and increasing in volume in each succeeding month, there took place meeting after meeting at which strong resolutions were passed enthusiastically endorsing the issue of the Emancipation Proclamation and pledging sympathy to the cause of the North. The Liberator from week to week listed and commented on these public meetings, noting 56 held between December 30, 1862, and March 20, 1863. The American minister reported even more, many of which sent to him engraved resolutions or presented them in person through selected delegations. The resolutions were much of the type of that adopted at Sheffield, January 10. Resolved, that this meeting being convinced that slavery is the cause of the tremendous struggle now going on in the American states, and that the object of the leaders of the rebellion is the perpetuation of the unchristian and inhuman system of chattel slavery. Earnestly prays that the rebellion may be crushed, and its wicked object defeated, and that the federal government may be strengthened to pursue its emancipation policy till not a slave be left on the American soil. Adams quoted the Times as referring to these meetings as made up of nobodies. Adams commented, "They do not indeed belong to the high and noble class, but they are just those nobodies who formerly forced their most exalted countrymen to denounce the prosecution of the slave trade by the commercial adventurers at Liverpool and Bristol, and who, at a later period, overcame all their resistance to the complete emancipation of the Negro slaves in the British dependencies. If they become once fully aroused to a sense of the importance of this struggle as a purely moral question, I feel safe in saying there will be an end of all effective sympathy in Great Britain with the rebellion." Adams had no doubt that these manifestations are the genuine expression of the feelings of the religious dissenting and of the working classes, and was confident the government would be much influenced by them. The newspapers, though still editorially unfavorable to the Emancipation Proclamation, accepted and printed communications with increasing frequency in which were expressed the same ideas as in the public meetings. This was even more noticeable in the provincial press. Samuel A. Goddard, a merchant of Birmingham, was a prolific letter writer to the Birmingham Post, consistently upholding the Northern cause, and he now reiterated the phrase, "Mr. Lincoln's cause is just and holy." In answer to Southern sneers at the failure of the proclamation to touch slavery in the border states, Goddard made clear the fact that Lincoln had no constitutional right to apply his edict to states not in rebellion. On the public platform, no one equaled the old anti-slavery orator, George Thompson, in the number of meetings attended and addresses made. In less than a month, he had spoken 21 times and often in places where opposition was in evidence. Everywhere Thompson found an aroused and encouraged anti-slavery feeling, now strongly for the North. 8 years earlier, 500,000 English women had united in an address to America on behalf of the slaves. Harriet Beecher Stowe now replied to this and asked the renewed sympathy of her English sisters. A largely signed, round-robin letter assured her that English women were still the foes of slavery and were indignantly united against suggestions of British recognition of the South. Working class, Britain was making its voice heard in support of the North. To those of Manchester, Lincoln, on January 19, 1863, addressed a special letter of thanks for their earnest support while undergoing personal hardships resulting from the disruption of industry caused by the war. "I cannot," he wrote, "but regard your decisive utterances upon the question of human slavery as an instance of sublime Christian heroism which has not been surpassed in any age or in any country." Nonconformist England now came vigorously to the support of the North. Spurgeon, in London, made his great congregation pray with him, "God bless and strengthen the North, give victory to their arms." Further and more general expression of nonconformist church sympathy came as a result of a letter received February 12, 1863, from a number of French pastors and laymen, urging all the evangelical churches to unite in an address to Lincoln. The London and Manchester Emancipation Societies combined in drawing up a document for signature by pastors, and this was presented for adoption at a meeting in Manchester on June 3, 1863. In final form, it was an address to ministers and pastors of all Christian denominations throughout the states of America. There was a noisy opposition, but the address was carried by a large majority, and 2 representatives, Massey and Roylance, were selected to bear the message in person to the brethren across the ocean. Discussion arose over the biblical sanction of slavery. In the Times appeared an editorial pleading this sanction and arguing the duty of slaves to refuse liberty. Goldwin Smith, Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford, replied in a pamphlet, "Does the Bible sanction American slavery?" His position and his skill in presentation made him a valuable ally to the North. Thus, British anti-slavery circles, previously on the defensive, became aroused and enthusiastic when Lincoln's January 1, 1863, proclamation made good his pledge of the previous September. Other elements of opinion, and in all classes, were strengthened in like measure, and everywhere the first expression of fear of a servile insurrection largely disappeared. In truth, pro-Northern England went to such lengths in its support of emancipation as to astound and alarm the Saturday Review, which called these demonstrations a carnival of cant. More neutral minds were perplexed over the practical difficulties and might well agree with Schladen, who wrote in January 1863, quoting Machiavelli. "What is more difficult, to make free men slaves or slaves free?" But by the end of January, the popular approval of emancipation was in full swing. On the evening of the 29th, there took place in London at Exeter Hall a great mass meeting unprecedented in attendance and enthusiasm. The meeting had been advertised for 7 o'clock, but long before the hour arrived the hall was jammed and the corridors filled. A second meeting was promptly organized for the lower hall, but even so the people seeking admission crowded Exeter Street and seriously impeded traffic in the Strand. Outdoor meetings listened to reports of what was going on in the hall and cheered the speakers. The main address was made by the Reverend Newman Hall of Surrey Chapel. A few Southern sympathizers who attempted to heckle the speakers were quickly shouted down. The Carnival of Cant, as the Saturday Review termed it, was truly a popular demonstration, stirred by anti-slavery leaders but supported by the working and non-enfranchised classes. Its first effect was to restore courage and confidence to Northern supporters in the upper classes. Bright had welcomed emancipation, yet with some misgivings. He now joined in the movement and in a speech at Rochdale, February 3, on slavery and secession, gave full approval of Lincoln's efforts. In 1862, shortly after the appearance of Spence's American Union, which had been greeted with great interest in England and had influenced largely upper-class attitude in favor of the South, Cairns had published his pamphlet, Slave Power. This was a reasoned analysis of the basis of slavery and a direct challenge to the thesis of Spence. England's unnatural infatuation for a slave power, Cairns prophesied, would be short-lived. His pamphlet began to be read with more conviction by that class, which until now had been coldly neutral, and which wished a more reassured faith in the Northern cause than that stirred by the emotional reception given the Emancipation Proclamation. Yet at bottom, it was emancipation that brought this reasoning public to seek in such works as that of Cairns a logical basis for a change of heart. Even in official circles, utterances previously made in private correspondence or in governmental conversations only were now ventured in public by friends of the North. On April 1, 1863, at a banquet given to Palmerston in Edinburgh, the Duke of Argyll ventured to answer a reference made by Palmerston in a speech of the evening previous in which had been depicted the horrors of civil war, by asking if Scotland were historically in a position to object to civil wars having high moral purpose. "I, for one," Argyll said, "have not learned to be ashamed of that ancient combination of the Bible and the sword. Let it be enough for us to pray and hope that the contest, whenever it may be brought to an end, shall bring with it that great blessing to the white race which shall consist in the final freedom of the black." The public meetings in England raised high the hope in America that governmental England would show some evidence of a more friendly attitude. Lincoln himself drafted a resolution embodying the ideas he thought it would be wise for the public meetings to adopt. It read, "Whereas, while heretofore states and nations have tolerated slavery, recently, for the first time in the world, an attempt has been made to construct a new nation upon the basis of, and with the primary and fundamental object to maintain, enlarge, and perpetuate human slavery. Therefore, resolved, that no such embryo state should ever be recognized by, or admitted into, the family of Christian and civilized nations, and that all Christian and civilized men everywhere should, by all lawful means, resist to the utmost such recognition or admission." This American hope much disturbed Leon. On his return to Washington, in November 1862, he had regarded the Emancipation Proclamation as a political maneuver purely and an unsuccessful one. The administration, he thought, was losing ground and the people tired of the war. This was the burden of his private letters to Russell up to March 1863, but does not appear in his official dispatches, in which there was nothing to give offense to Northern statesmen. But in March, Leon began to doubt the correctness of these judgments. He notes a renewed Northern enthusiasm leading to the conferring of extreme powers, the so-called dictatorship measures, upon Lincoln. Wise as Leon ordinarily was, he was bound by the social and educational traditions of his class, and had at first not the slightest conception of the force or effect of emancipation upon the public in middle-class England. He feared an American reaction against England, when it was understood that popular meetings would have no influence on the British government. Mr. Seward and the whole party calculate immensely on the effects of the anti-slavery meetings in England, and seem to fancy that public feeling in England is coming so completely round to the North that the government will be obliged to favor the North in all ways, even if it be disinclined to do so. This notion is unlucky, as it makes those who hold it unreasonable and presumptuous in dealing with us. Lincoln's plan of emancipation and his first proclamation had little relation to American foreign policy. Seward's attitude toward emancipation was that the threat of it and of a possible civil war might be useful in deterring foreign nations, especially Great Britain, from intervening. But he objected to the carrying of emancipation into effect because he feared it would induce intervention. Civil war, in part by Seward's own efforts, in part because of earlier British newspaper speculations, was strongly associated with emancipation in the English view. Hence the government received the September 1862 proclamation with disfavor, the press with contempt, and the public with apprehension, even the friends of the North. But no civil war ensued. In January 1863, Lincoln kept his promise of wide emancipation, and the North stood committed to a high moral object. A great wave of relief and exultation swept over anti-slavery England, but did not so quickly extend to governmental circles. It was largely that England which was as yet without direct influence on Parliament which so exalted and now upheld the North. Could this England of the people affect governmental policy and influence its action toward America? Lyons correctly interpreted the North and Seward as now more inclined to press the British government on points previously glossed over, and in the same month in which Lyon wrote this opinion, there was coming to a head a controversy over Britain's duty as a neutral, which both during the war and afterwards long seemed to Americans a serious and distinctly unfriendly breach of British neutrality. This was the building in British ports of Confederate naval vessels of war. Footnotes. Footnote 846. Punch, Nov. 22, 1862, has a cartoon picturing Palmerston as presenting this view to Napoleon Roman III. Footnote 848. FO, AM, Volume 875, Number 80. Confidential. Lyon to Russell, Jan. 27, 1863. This date would have permitted Mercier to be already in receipt of Napoleon's instructions, though he gave no hint of it in the interview with Lyon. Footnote 849. Mercier had in fact approached Stockel on a joint offer of mediation without England. Evidently, Stockel had asked instructions, and those received made clear that Russia did not wish to be compelled to face such a question. She did not wish to offend France, and an offer without England had no chance of acceptance. Russian Archives, FO to Stockel, Feb. 16, 1863, OS. Footnote 850, FOAM, Volume 876, Number 108, Confidential, Lyon to Russell, Feb. 2, 1863. Footnote 857, Harriet Martineau, Autobiography, p. 508 to Mrs. Chapman Ogg, 8, 1861. Footnote 862, article in Fraser's Magazine, Feb. 1862, The Contest in America. Footnote 865, Raymond, Life, Public Services and State Papers of Abraham Lincoln, p. 243. Footnote 868. A bill was in fact introduced July 16, 1862, on the lines of Lincoln's pecuniary aid proposal of July 12, but no action was taken on it. Footnote 872. As issued September 22, the first paragraph refers to his plan of securing legislation to aid compensated voluntary emancipation. The next sets the date January 1, 1863, for completed emancipation of slaves in states still in rebellion, and the remaining paragraphs concern the carrying out of the confiscation law. Lincoln, Complete Works, Roman II, pp. 237-8. Footnote 875. Ibid, p. 410. In letter, August 26, 1863, addressed to A. Springfield Mass Meeting of Unconditional Union Men. Footnote 876, American Hist., Reverend Roman 18 pp. 780-47, Bunch to Russell Deck, 5, 1860. Footnote 877. Southern commissioners abroad early reported that recognition of independence and commercial treaties could not be secured unless the South would agree to mutual right of search treaties for the suppression of the African slave trade. Davis' answer was that the Confederate Constitution gave him no authority to negotiate such a treaty. Indeed, denied him that authority since the Constitution itself prohibited the importation of Negroes from Africa. For Benjamin's instructions, see Bigelow, Retrospections, IPP 591-96. Footnote 879, Sept. 6, 1861, in Mass Hist. Soc. Proceedings, Volume Roman 46, p. 95. Footnote 883. Ibid. To Leon Nav. 2, 1861. The same ideas are officially expressed by Russell to Leon, March 7, 1861 and May 1, 1862. F.O. A.M., Volume 818, No. 104, Draft, and Ibid. Volume 819, No. 197, Draft. Footnote 886. Ashley Palmerston Roman 2, p. 227. Palmerston to Russell, Aug. 13, 1862. Footnote 887. Garrison Roman 4, p. 66. Many distinguished names were on the roster of the Society Mill: Bright, Cobden, Lord Houghton, Samuel Lucas, Forster, Goldwin Smith, Justin McCarthy, Thomas Hughes Cairns, Herbert Spencer, Francis Newman, the Reverend Newman Hall, and others. Frederick W. Chesson was secretary and very active in the work. Footnote 891. Gasparin, America Before Europe, pt. v. ch. Roman 3. The preface is dated March 4, 1862, and the work went through 3 American editions in 1862. Footnote 892. Pierce, Sumner Roman 4, p. 63. No exact date, but spring of 1862. Footnote 896. Lincoln's Complete Works, Roman 2, p. 454. But the after comment by Lincoln as to purpose was nearly always in line with an unfinished draft of a letter to Charles D. Robinson, Aug. 17, 1864, when the specific object was said to be inducing the colored people to come bodily over from the rebel side to ours. Ibid. p. 564. Footnote 898. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862-3, pt. I.P. 83, Adams to Seward, May 8, 1862. Footnote 900. Ibid. p. 122. Adams to Seward, July 3, 1862. In his dispatch, Adams states the conversation to have occurred last Saturday and with an unofficial person who was sounding him on mediation. This was Cobden. Footnote 906. Parliamentary Papers, 1863. Lords, Volume Roman 29. Correspondence relating to the Civil War in the United States of North America. Number 8. To Russell. Footnote 908. Ibid. 1863. Lords, Volume Roman 25. Further correspondence relating to the Civil War in the United States of North America. Number 2. To Stuart. Footnote 909. Ibid. 1863. Lords, Volume Roman 29. Correspondence relating to the Civil War in the United States of North America. No. 20. Stuart to Russell, Aug. 16, 1862. Footnote 911. State Department, Eng, Volume 78, No. 119. Adams to Seward, Feb. 21, 1862. This supplemented a similar representation made on Jan. 17, 1862. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862-3, pt. IP. 16. Footnote 912. E.g. Motley Correspondence Roman 2 pp. 64-5. To O.W. Holmes, Feb. 26, 1862. Footnote 913. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862-3, pt. IP 140. Adams to Seward, July 17, 1862. Footnote 915. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862-3, pt. IP 191. Adams to Seward, Sept. 12, 1862. Footnote 918. Ibid. p. 202. Seward to Adams, Sept. 26, 1862. Leon, on his return to Washington, wrote that he found Seward's influence much lessened, and that he had fallen in public estimation by his signing the Abolition Proclamation, which was imposed upon him in opposition to all his own views by the Radical Party in the cabinet. Russell Papers. Leon to Russell, Nov. 14, 1862. Footnote 920. U.S. Messages and Documents, 1862-3, pt. I. p. 202. The instruction went into great detail as to conditions and means. A similar instruction was sent to Paris, The Hague, and Copenhagen. Footnote 921. There was much talk and correspondence on this project from Sept. 1862 to March 1864. Stuart was suspicious of some trap. Russell at one time thought the United States was secretly planning to colonize ex-slaves in Central America. Some of the colonies were in favor of the plan. Russell Papers. Stuart to Russell, Sept. 29, 1862, F.O. A.M. Volume 878, Number 177. Leon to Russell, Feb. 24, 1863. Footnote 924. Gladstone Papers. British agents still residing in the South believed the proclamation would have little practical effect, but added that if actually carried out the cultivation of cotton, would be as completely arrested as if an edict were pronounced against its future growth, and pictured the unfortunate results for the world at large. F.O. A.M., Volume 846, Number 34. Cridland to Russell, Oct. 29, 1862. Footnote 926. October 6, 1862. The Times had used the last card phrase as early as Dec. 14, 1861, in speculations on the effect of Sumner's agitation for emancipation. Footnote 928. E.g. Dublin Nation, Oct. 11, 1862. Manchester Guardian, Oct. 7. London Morning Advertiser, Oct. 9. North British Review, Oct. 1862. London Press, Oct. 11. London Globe, Oct. 6. London Examiner, Oct. 11. Editorial. The Black Flag, and Oct. 18. The Instigation to Servile War. Bell's Weekly Messenger, Oct. 11. Footnote 931. It is worthy of note that the French offer of joint mediation made to Britain in October specified the danger of servile war resulting from the proclamation as a reason for European action. France, Documents Diplomatiques, 1862, p. 142. Footnote 940. Rhodes, Roman 4, p. 349. Note. Bright to Sumner, Dec. 6, 1862. Footnote 942. Liberator, Nov. 28, 1862 reports a meeting at Lee, Oct. 27 expressing sympathy with the North. At Sheffield, Dec. 31, 1862, an amended resolution calling for recognition of the South was voted down and the original pro-Northern resolutions passed. There were speakers on both sides. Liberator, Jan. 23, 1863. Footnote 943. Motley, Correspondence, Roman 2, p. 113. J.S. Mill to Motley, Jan. 26, 1863. Footnote 944. Richardson, I. p. 273. Davis' order applied also to all Northern white officers commanding Negro troops. It proved an idle threat. Footnote 945. Russell Papers. Leon to Russell, Dec. 30, 1862, and again Jan. 2, 1863. If it do not succeed in raising a servile insurrection, it will be a very unsuccessful political move for its authors. Stokel, in conference with Seward, expressed regret that the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued, since it set up a further barrier to the reconciliation of North and South, always the hope of Russia. Seward replied that in executing the proclamation, there would be, no doubt, many modifications. Stokel answered that then the proclamation must be regarded as but a futile menace. Russian Archives, Stokel to F.O. Nov. 19 Dec. 1, 1862, number 2171. Footnote 947. U.S. Diplomatic Correspondence, 1863, pt. I. p. 55, Adams to Seward, Jan. 16, 1863, transmitting this and other resolutions presented to him. Adams by March 20 had reported meetings which sent resolutions to him. From Sheffield, Chesterfield, Derbyshire, Crofels, Salford, Cobham, Ersham, Weybridge, Bradford, Stroud, Bristol, Glasgow, Liverpool, South London, Bath, Leeds, Bromley, Middleton, Edinburgh, Birmingham, Aberdare, Oldham, Merthyr Tydfil, Paisley, Carlisle, Bury, Manchester, Pendleton, Bolton, Newcastle-on-Tyne, Huddersfield, Ashford, Ashton-under-Lyme, Mossley, Southampton, Newark, and York. See also Rhodes, Roman 4, 348-58, for resume of meetings and opinions expressed. Footnote 948, State Department, Eng, Volume 81, Number 300. Adams to Seward, Jan. 22, 1863. Footnote 949, U.S. Diplomatic Correspondence, 1863, pt. I. p. 100, Adams to Seward, Feb. 5, 1863. Footnote 950, Goddard, Letters on the American Rebellion, p. 287. Goddard contributed 70 letters before 1863. Footnote 952, The Liberator, Feb. 27, 1863. At Bristol, the opposition element introduced a resolution expressing abhorrence of slavery and the hope that the war in America might end in total emancipation, but adding that, at the same time, cannot but regard the policy of President Lincoln in relation to slavery as partial, insincere, inhuman, revengeful, and altogether opposed to those high and noble principles of state policy which alone should guide the counsels of a great people. The resolution was voted down, and one passed applauding Lincoln. The proposer of the resolution was also compelled to apologize for slurring remarks on Thompson. Footnote 955, Trevelyan, John Bright, p. 306, also Rhodes, Roman 4, p. 351. Footnote 956, Massey, America, The Origin of Her Present Conflict, London, 1864. This action and the tour of the two delegates in America did much to soothe wounded feelings which had been excited by a correspondence in 1862-3 between English, French, and American branches of similar church organizations. See New Englander, April, 1863 p. 288. Footnote 960, Lutz, Notes. Schleden's Dispatch, No. 1, 1863. German opinion on the Civil War was divided. Liberal Germany sympathized strongly with the North, while the aristocratic and the landowning class stood for the South. The historian Carl Friedrich Neumann wrote a 3-volume history of the United States wholly lacking in historical impartiality and strongly condemnatory of the South. Geschichte der Vereinigten Staaten, Berlin, 1863-66. This work had much influence on German public opinion. Lutz, Notes. Footnote 961, Liberator, Feb. 20, 1863. Letter of J. P. Jewett to W. L. Garrison, Jan. 30, 1863. The few oligarchs in England who may still sympathize with slavery and the Southern rebels will be rendered absolutely powerless by these grand and powerful uprisings of the people. Footnote 964, Trevelyan, John Bright. Facsimile, Op. p. 303. Copy sent by Sunmer to Bright, April, 1863. Footnote 965, Russell Papers. Lyon to Russell, March 10, 1863. Lyons was slow to favor the Emancipation Proclamation. The first favorable mention I have found was on July 26, 1864. Russell Papers. To Russell. In this view, his diplomatic colleagues coincided. Stoeckel, in December 1863, wrote that slavery was dead in the central and border states, and that even in the South its form must be altered if it survived. Russian Archives, Stoeckel to F.O. Nov. 22 Dec. 4, 1863, No. 3358. But immediately after the Second Proclamation of January, 1863, Stoeckel could see no possible good in such measures. If they had been made of universal application, it would have been a great triumph for the principle of individual liberty, but as issued they could only mean the hope of stirring a servile war in the South. Ibid. Dec. 24, 1863 Jan. 5, 1864, No. 70.